Yes, this is basic geometry. Your flat Earth geometry. Flat Earth geometry. This is basic geometry.
It is.
I called you a flat earther.
My name's Ramsey.
Insisting that your flat Earth geometry will work.
I'm familiar with the bubble, Morty. I also dabble in precision, and if you think you can even approach it with your sad naked caveman eyeball in a bubble of air, you're the reason this species is a failure, and it makes me angry.
Did he say a five-sided square question mark?
You're a universal horizontal waterer.
You're drunk.
I called you a flat earther.
You want to experience true level? Do you? Yes. You want to experience true level?
That auto level is establishing a horizontal. That's just the way it is.
Because I've done the test with an auto level, which gives you a horizontal.
Yeah, it's gonna look super flat.
All right, come on. Wow, it's so.
Three coplanar points.
Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
If you're into math, there's a certain shape where you could make a five-sided square.
Are you suggesting that horizontal can't curve?
Oh, everything's crooked. Reality is poison. I want to go back. I hate this.
What's his deal?
Shh. Morty. Go to school, Summer. I'll go on Morty's memory and do a little.
Randy, come on, that's a globe. And he eventually just gave up and said, yeah, I agree, it's a globe.
Geodesic is a continuous string of infinitely small straight lines.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
It's really flat and level now.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
Lance to the cosmic slaughter! Well, you seem to be in charge of what I get to remember. Why? Good question.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
I'll go on Morty's memory and do a little. Wow, it's so. Oh my God! Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
If you're into math, there's a certain shape where you could make a five-sided square.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
Yeah, true level, bitch. Wow, it's so. Oh my God! Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
True level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
True level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
When you get to the end of this test and you have a result and you say level is horizontal and everyone says big whoop, that doesn't prove anything about the shape of the earth, will you then say yes it does?
No.
No, okay, I'm going to bed. All right.
Okay, so
I'm going to bed.
That level is horizontal is good for you then, right?
I agree. I agree level's horizontal. All
Sweet.
Right,
true level, bitch.
Perfect.
Wow.
Nice, mate. I came
Nice.
in just for that. You flipped it, man.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
And we are live. Welcome everybody. It is Hump Day. And again, all things are on the go today. I don't know if anybody heard Nathan Oakley today, the Flat Earth debate superhero, saying that we're attacking him. He's listed a few people. Bob, I think Bob Nodell, I don't know why that was a thing that he was attacking Nathan. I doubt it he was. I think that was something that Sleeping Warrior brought round. Then he said there was Jaren that was attacking him. I don't know, probably something started by Sleeping Warrior. And as we know, this thing about the angle that Sleeping Warrior took to Nathan Oakley, that Nathan Oakley thinks we're attacking him for stating geometric facts. So yes, Nathan Oakley is under the false impression that we're attacking him for pointing out you can do fuck all with an angle. Now, we listened to him today. He's a hypocrite. He can't see the argument that he's even making himself. He made it today multiple times about an angle measuring a light in the sky, stating that you can do fuck all with it, but apparently there's certain angles that you can do magic with. So that's what we're going to go over today. I've got a video because originally when Nathan was shouting and screaming like a lunatic, an insane person, and he said we were attacking him, I said it was something that was made ages ago. It was a conversation piece that was made over 2 years ago. So that's how far behind Nathan Oakley is. And he thinks that this thing that we said 2 years ago to Ruhif was directly attacking him. I find it hilarious. So tonight we're going to go over the statement that was made over 2 years ago. And I'll tell you exactly where it was, because we'll go over the exact video. And like we deal with here, we deal with Logos. Logos is the gift that keeps giving, really. So in this particular conversation, what you're going to hear is what we call aporia canal. It's one of the best arguments that there ever could be for reasoning, to get your brain ticking over. And you're going to hear it. You may not have heard it before. You may not have really understood the level is horizontal argument and the way it can be used within this form of debate. This is literally where that statement came from, and the understanding of all of these geometric terms that these misologists that we're talking to at the minute. And when I say misologists, what I mean is, I mean those people that just hate logic. They hate reasoning. They hate the other people's ability to do this fundamental first principle thinking. Call it critical thinking. Call it common sense. Call it logic. Like an actual employed logic where you actually use the brain. Is it logophobia? SE.
Yes. This is I tried to find a term. I couldn't find it, so I figured, this one will do. Logophobia.
Yeah, because they do have another one where they change the word logos to word, which...
Yeah, that one is logophobia, meaning the fear of words. This one is the fear of logos.
Yeah. Logic. Misologists, we call them.
Yep.
Misologism. If you want to put a jism on it. Yeah, so what we're going to go over here tonight is Nathan Oakley getting really upset and thinking it's all about him when it's not really all about him, but he's made it all about him. And he's brought the conversation, which we've been trying to get this conversation about this celestial navigation and whether it's logic or whether it isn't logic, or whether it's geometric or whether it isn't geometric, and exactly what the argument is that's to be made around this thing. Obviously, we went over the QE's BS, the other day. Brian's Logic has made a video about it, but QE and Nathan, they've not commented on it, which is the usual sort of stuff. That's the way I suspect everything's going to happen now, is they will just divert and not address any of these issues, particularly Nathan and QE. They'll leave their other superheroes, the White Knights, to do all of the work for them, because, like Nathan says, he doesn't make any arguments and he doesn't bring any arguments. He just gets really butthurt at other people making arguments that he imagines they're against him. Well, they're not. It's just his flawed reasoning. He can't deal with it. Nothing new for us to be for people to misrepresent exactly what we're talking about. And Spot On's gonna like this one. Good one. I hope Spot On's in here, because this is aporia canal. This is like a joint realization that me and Spot On came to. So this is something that's out there for everyone to be able to do, to come to the realizations of what must occur when you put a water level together with reality, and try and link some geometric reasoning to that very process. Put the physical nature of water into something that I'm guessing, I'm hoping people know what a canal is, because being in the UK and obviously in Amsterdam as well, there's drainage ditches, and canals are for narrow boats for shipping of coal and stuff across the country on water. So it's very easy for me to talk about a canal. Like there are other canals in other places that are a lot bigger, like Lake Erie. There's an Erie Canal. There is the Suez Canal. These are just waterways with no change in elevation, only occurring at the lock system. And a lock system's a very clever way of you using this horizontal nature of water and water pressure to be built up to form a zero, equal pressure and equal state, what we call level. When the water pressure equalizes on the surface to have a zero slope, no drop at either end or whatever, so there would be no flow. We call that hydrostatic with a zero water. And that's going to be important coming through to this, what we're going to talk about. I think this is a genius conversation. It's one of the best ways of presenting this particular water level conversation, and to get people to think about how this goes. So let me get this one sorted. Can you guys see that video there? It looks like it's black. No, there you go. Are we all right there? You guys can see that on the thing as well. I'm gonna play this right from the beginning. It's a 4-hour video, so I'm not planning on going over the entire 4 hours of it, because, like I say, but at the beginning, that's where I got into, because I put the clips at the beginning.
Good to go, Beth.
Okie dokie. Here we go.
3 coplanar points, and bam, there's the radius of the Earth.
On the level. The way I phrase it is a monument to the curvature of the Earth. It really is.
Agree with
level. It really is.
Agree with
level.
not only have you generated an angle from a device that isn't meant for measuring angles,
It can measure an angle.
you've
It can measure an
also generated a massive spherical object from somewhere.
Yep.
If the Earth is a globe with this radius, and if you
Yeah,
are
then
at 76 meters elevation,
then the surface
can
of liquid
you-
water must curve. Ruhif's still hanging around. I noticed he tried to come back with the angular change of the auto level. I mean, is that the new call that's gone out? Ruhif, have you sent that one out?
No, I've seen the calls. No, the call for the last 2 days I figured out is they're really pressuring you to show them the completed test to prove that the Earth is flat.
They're trying to get the distraction, right? Because Ruhif has made a massive boob in saying that an auto level measures an angle. He misrepresented what the Stadia hairs are for on an auto level, and said he pointed it out across some water from his mate's living room, and
yeah, like 37 kilometers or something. Like, what do you guys?
Yeah,
and that's not what the thing's designed.
He drew an angle on though. That was the big bad thing. Because it's an auto level, and auto levels aren't meant for that. And ever since I keep seeing these people popping up, and they keep showing pictures of auto levels looking out over massive distances over the horizon.
Bev, are those Stadia hairs there for you to get a rough estimate of distance, aren't they?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, okay.
Do you want me to put that picture back in again so you can have a look? Does anyone want to come for a trip on the canal?
Sure.
You'd think I'd be better at arguing, but I just get frustrated.
We're
you would think.
It's like a brain constipation almost. I used to be really good at it, but Jesus.
Yeah, your fucking ass is jealous of your mouth from all the bullshit that comes out of it. Just shut up for a while.
See, that's probably the funniest thing anyone's ever said in here because it's such a dry ass room.
Yeah,
Go on, Bev. What are you telling us, Bev?
Right, Ruhif, we're on the canal.
Though, so it might be.
We're looking down on top of the canal?
Yeah, obviously, because, I mean, how do you draw it in elevation? You can do it in elevation if you want, like that. Right?
Yeah, so we're looking down on top of the canal. It's a triangle from the air.
See. Right, okay. So you're at point A. All of the sides, it's not, there are mile sides. So call it an equilateral triangle. 3 angles, 1, 2, 3, add up to 180 degrees. You know the deal with triangles.
Oh, well, Riley doesn't, but yeah, go.
But you're okay with that, though? Triangle, 180 degrees.
Yep.
Okay, so we're at A. Now, please pay attention to the way that the questions are asked. Ruhif has just confirmed that the triangle that we've made into a canal, obviously in reality, as canals exist in reality, has 180 degrees. Pay particular note to these little facts that we know occur in reality. These are geometric proofs about all of this stuff, about triangles having 180 degrees, and Ruhif just agreeing. Like it ain't no thing. Like it's just normal reality. Because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about reality. And the statements that we make in this are geometric, and they are provable. All of them. Do you want to establish a horizontal at A?
Yep.
Ooh, I already see where this is going.
Okay, so we're going to go from A to B.
Yep.
And we've established a horizontal at A. What happens? 1 mile.
Yeah, it drops 8 inches.
8 inches. So from A to B.
This is going to be the same point again.
A to B.
No, it's different.
B
you don't see it coming, Ruhif?
8 inches
Well,
in the down
the infinite
direction,
drop
right?
bullshit,
So
right?
we're going to set a horizontal at B.
Yep.
And we're going to go from B to C.
Yep.
Go on. What happens?
It will drop from B, relative to B to C 8 inches.
It's 8 inches in the downwards.
It will drop from level, whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
8 inches.
It can't drop up.
8 inches down again, and then we're going to go from C back to A.
Yeah.
Our starting
From
point.
C to A. If you then reset, if you reset where your level is at C.
You just made this thing is a.
No, let him finish. Let him finish.
Now?
Right, the hand. Let him finish. The right, the hand here is getting all excited. It's a well formed and well laid out argument that we're trying to give to Ruhif, and right, the hand's getting all excited. You can see the ability of this particular argument. Hope you can see it too.
All those level lines are not parallel. That's the problem.
Come on, what?
Critical thinks here.
Sorry?
Yeah, all those level lines are not parallel.
We're on the last leg. Ruhif, please. From C to A.
Then you're going to add up the 3 lots of 8 inches, right?
Oh, down 8 inches again, yeah?
Yeah, you're going to add. You're just going to add them all together like a fucking
inches,
retard.
8 inches in the downward direction again.
Relative to wherever you are standing, there will be 8 inches drop to
8
the other.
inches down. So
what
we've done is we've started on a canal, a triangular canal, and we've gone down 8 inches, down another 8 inches, and down another 8 inches to end up at the same place we started. So we've gone all the way a trip, and we've gone down 28 inches to end up at the point that we were at. You see that? Did you hear me say 28 inches? Did you spot that? I hope you did. Yes. I hope everybody spotted that. Because how far did we actually go down? That's right. Zero. Nothing. So if you want to make a big deal about 28 inches, well, that's on you. There's no drop. The idea of this adding up a ridiculous number, 28 inches could just be if you go round a little bit further. If that's what you do, if you're obviously on a constant drop, we call it infinite drop. That's why this is called aporia canal. You just travel any way in any direction around this canal. And according to certain people who have a model, you're always dropping. Always. Relative to the horizontal. That's why we've always been making a big deal about the measurement of the drop from horizontal, whether it can or cannot be done. This is dictated by the model. Ruhif was one of the first people to go round this. We've done it many times, and I think this is one of the best conversational pieces that there is to be done. I just clipped it at the beginning.
Not how you do it.
Bro, that's what you just drew an M, like a how do you go? It would go. It's a wave, right? You're going up and down and up. There's 3 humps. Yeah, there's. Bro, there's 3 humps on this thing. That should only be one.
No. That was a Kozlowski.
No humps. No humps.
It's like that.
But he hasn't even
Paige,
said it. It's gone down.
Paige, your mic is introducing.
He's here.
Paige, your mic is introducing a crackle.
Yeah.
You see that?
That's what he's done. How the fuck's he done that?
Yeah, how do you do that?
How do you
Guys, come on.
Down.
If you want
and you're
to
at the
listen
same
to
place.
Ruhif will explain how you do that.
Yeah, you're not actually going.
Bro, that's a David Blaine trick. That's a magic trick. No, it's not.
Trick to you guys.
Going down 8 inches 3 times and then ending up where you began is not a magic trick.
Hey.
If you could go down 3 8-inch stairs And if you could go down three 8-inch stairs and end up in the back one, I'd be fucking amazed, bro. That'd be awesome.
Bev claims to be this fucking geometrical genius.
Look, Ruhif, I don't claim to be anything that you keep saying that, but I know it's impossible to do anything with just an angle. You want me to play that back again?
Just an
angle. You want me to play that back again? I will. I'll do that again, just because. For the butthurt people out there, the ones that think it's all about them. Listen up. Listen up, Nathan. This was a statement made, let's have a look. Oh, look, 2 years ago. The video, at least 2 years ago.
Had you let me talk, I would have told you that. But no, you didn't.
Everybody, if you want to clip this and send it to Nathan Oakley, just so he knows, if you're listening in, Nathan, take note. It's not all about you. It's a geometric statement. To be anything that you keep saying that, but I know it's impossible to do anything with just an angle. I'd never be so retarded as to come in here and claim to be able to do that. So you trying to palm it off as though you can pass it on. So please show us your massive intellect and show us what you do with an angle. Surely you've stalled for long enough for someone like Rumpus or, somebody to write you up something. No, what he's done, he's waited 2 years until Nathan Oakley jumps as the White Knight. And obviously, Nathan Oakley will definitely know more than Ruhif, and he will also be able to state exactly what he will be able to do with this angle. Let's see what Ruhif comes up with, right? He's going to have something. He'll have told Nathan some
Does anyone
bullshit.
mind if I record this? Does anyone mind if I record this?
Go on, please do.
All right, hang on. Get OBS up.
The horizon on a circle.
Yeah, you can model it with a circle. That's fine.
That's impossible.
That's impossible. Excellent. So you acknowledge that you cannot do it?
No, I acknowledge that the horizon is a straight line because it is parallel with horizontal.
No,
so
what is the
you've
angle?
just
You're saying
generated
that
a
you cannot.
circle. It's listen. I will say it again. Can nobody hear me?
Yeah.
Right. A horizontal, like elevation, is a change in vertical distance, vertical height. So any change in vertical height is a change in elevation. So what they're saying here is there is zero change in vertical height. That's what elevation means, Jeremy. It doesn't mean curve. It never has. You have just been talking to people at a certain server and they have convinced you that elevation is a curve. It is not.
In the global model.
Jose I think so. Point. Yeah, go ahead, Jose.
Yeah, hey, how you doing? Just like maybe a minute or two. A question for Beb. A concern that I have because I heard about this test for months now.
I don't know whether you can see the pictures in the chat. That obviously over 2 years ago, it's got a camera on the back of an auto level, and it's looking out. It's looking out at Wales. That bit of land out there that you can see, and what's in that direction. What else is out there? Who knows? Ranty was meant to be going out somewhere to do something. People say that we don't know what we're talking about, and we keep telling everybody, yeah, we've actually done this shit. of all of the people to actually do this shit and the ones to practically do this shit, we're the ones. It's not people like Nathan Oakley. He's never done anything. He's never done any of this. He just talks shit and imagines that he's the one that gets butthurt over statements that are made over 2 years ago to other people. But Nathan Oakley's took it personal that I had this conversation 2 years ago with Ruhif. Nathan Oakley's got butthurt about something that obviously is much older. And if Nathan Oakley's only just starting to come round to this sort of understanding, he's 2 years behind. At least. Over 2 years behind. Is the Black Swan, how long's that? Oh, QE's BS, sorry. Can't really call it a Black Swan. QE's BS. Emma told him ages ago, mind your P's and Q's. I noticed Nathan today had changed it. Nathan, who's the bitch now? So funny. Nathan's got butthurt about something. And all of these conversations, we've been having it over the last few days. These conversations that we've had them many times. We've been over them multiple times. We can have conversations about this with anybody. We are the experts with this, without a doubt. We've done it. We've done the practical tests. The people in this Discord server have been there while we're doing it. And we've asked questions of each other and we've answered them. We can have those discussions. We allow that of ourselves and each other. All questions are allowed and all discussions are encouraged. This just goes to show we've done it many times already. Yes, gods. Minding his P's and Q's after 2 or 3 years. Finally. It's amazing some of the things that we get to do once we get to talk about these things. Well, we've known about them forever. The comments that we've said, we've always said.
Wait, are you saying he changed the BS?
He added of sphere radius with radius value. He added the value into the not P today.
Oh, but I was completely wrong when I said it to him a week ago, right?
Yeah.
Worth calling names and all sorts of stuff when I pointed it out. Now he's done it.
Yeah. He's going to have to, he's not going to take back all of those times earlier when he said he got rid of the sphere and an argument got rid of the sphere. He'll never go back to admit that. He'll just carry on now as though he's always been saying that because he's delusional. Obviously. He imagines this particular saying about this angle. It was all about him. You're so vain. It's a song wrote about people, and that's Nathan Oakley. So sad. Well, I'll play this a little bit more.
Since I've known Bev, maybe a few months, maybe about a year roughly, but I think you did some kind of a small test run for a camera, little preview, but you haven't done this test. You haven't been on the field, even though you have the tools. Is your test involve anything physical and being on the field and using the tools and the devices that you have, or is it just talking to people and it's just words? Is my concern. Are you ever going to do the test?
Well, we've been out on the canal, right, with the water level and the auto level, testing it, testing the procedure that we're doing and all of that. You saw Sly's equipment, so he's actually got all of the equipment. He's had that. How long has he had it, Jose?
A long time, maybe longer than you, or maybe a little less, because
right, so he's actually got the equipment and he's not done it. Do you want go on
He
the shows that he goes on, asking him whether he's doing his test.
He attempted to do it. He attempted to do it.
He failed
but
it badly, didn't it? Leaks
have
everywhere.
You attempted it? Have you attempted? That's the question. Like, be honest. Have you attempted it?
Yeah, no, I haven't got 16 100 meters of tubing yet. No, like Sly has.
It's a lot of words, but nothing substance. No substance yet. It's
yes,
you're
yes, Jose, if you want to know, yes, we have been out on the canal with a 100 meter water level. We have checked it, and yes, for your information, it is horizontal. Now, we can go out again, and we will be going out again and doing much more testing. We have developed yes, we have. We've developed a pressure test now as well, which is very, very, very interesting.
On a whiteboard, on a blackboard, and a lot of words.
No, with a water level and
relax, bro.
Yeah. And tools, pressure testing tools.
I'm having fun in here, you know. This is not to get triggered and not to. When you say relax, you're projecting, so don't tell me.
Okay,
that.
so you know the other day when you did that setup and you said, well, you know what you said about the fraud and the slander and all of that.
Oh, I did. Yeah, but I'm talking about if you're ever gonna go out to do the test, or you're just gonna keep talking about it and letting it on other people to do it for you.
Okay. Yes, well, yes, the test will be getting done. Yes.
Why are you so worried about whether he's going to do it?
Just curious. I'm curious because he kept mentioning a test. It's like NASA selling false dreams about moon missions. Baby's selling a false dream about doing a test.
So, well, just a minute. How much have you bought of this, Jose?
Zero. And
right, so you're like everybody else then. You've put zero money into it, but you seem to be very keen on me doing it.
Because you keep saying you're going to do it. That's why.
Oh, well, Slice actually took money off people and actually has the equipment.
And he went out and he got a big project and attempted it. Yeah.
But he failed. He didn't do anything.
Whether he failed or not, he went out and he used it.
Well, we've been out and we've tested it, and so far it is working perfectly. Zero leaks. Now we will be going out and testing more, because when we test it, we want it to. Well, no, we will show you. We do it live, Jose.
But you keep saying this. Just like NASA keeps
saying. But we keep
shit.
doing it as well, Jose. We keep
doing
it.
I thought you were down to earth and you were hands on.
Yeah, we are. We are, Jose. What is it? What is Jose? What is it you're saying we are not doing?
He's gone. He just came in to trigger you.
Well, it's not triggering me, but I mean, like, it gives us a chance to show everyone, right, that we are doing tests with all of our own accord, all of our own money, all of our own equipment. We're doing this ourselves. That's the way we wanted to do it. Now, I don't see why I should be pushed at a guy that likes to slander people, and admittedly likes to slander people for entertainment purposes. I mean, you've just watched him come in here to try and do something, I don't know what, but I mean, it would be for entertainment purposes. Very similar to somebody else who I think is doing it for entertainment purposes. Very similar. These things that go around, these drama things, seem to come mainly when we're discussing certain arguments. Really. Certain things, once they get discussed, everybody knows what it's like. Somebody comes along to shut that conversation down. This has always been going on. This is a cycle. If you can't see the cycle within this arena, then welcome to the break. This is the tangent. We're jumping off the cycle. We're getting it in a direction away from where everybody's been going round and round and round. We're stopping it. Welcome to the break. Probably because he's been asked to do so by Slice Barcane or one of the people like that.
He's a self-admitted troll.
Yeah, he came into on the level UK the other day and admitted that he slanders people on YouTube for entertainment purposes, and he doesn't consider anybody on YouTube as a real person. Everybody's just a character that you can slander and libel for entertainment and views. Yeah, he did that.
That's not how I feel.
That's why we're over here, Brandon, not over there.
Oh, good. I appreciate that. Well, we're past time. Does anybody have anything else before we close up shop and go to final thoughts?
Well, I think simplification with a globe blocking but beyond as opposed to angular resolution, sandwiching everything at the level of the eye observer. I think confusion comes when you have the convergence point of the space above the surface versus the convergence points on the surface, the flat surface, that's below the level of the eyes. These things tend to merge with a whole lot of distance over, a very long, infinite-like flat plane, but really, in actuality, it's separate because the space above the surface is going to naturally be separate, and so there's going to be some separation with.
Hey, can I go next, Brandon?
Can
I go next with final thoughts,
There's definitely a separation point, Lemon. Yeah, why don't you start off with? I mean,
different final thoughts than we do, don't they? Listen to this.
Yeah, whoever that was, you can be the first one to go. Final
Thank you,
thoughts.
man. Yeah, I wanted to say it like this. Oh my God, two things. First thing, I got kicked off Jose's. Sly interrupted me every time I went to talk, pretty much, and I'm the one who gets kicked. But yeah, good thing Sly's not a plumber, because 1/3 of his conjunctions leaked. I mean, are you fucking kidding me, dude? That's not places we fail on these tests. But anyway, he number two is the way I would describe like the zoom, and in the distance we know that we know that zoom doesn't let us see further. It brings the image we're already seeing, it brings it into focus. So you zoom in, it spreads out the angular resolution, right? So if you had two lights close to each other, they would you zoom in and they'd look like one at a certain distance, but then you zoom in, you spread them apart. And that's what their argument is. But you can't spread the ground down. So I don't know if anybody's worded it like that, but I was just thinking about it. That's an interesting way to word it. You could zoom in and spread and widen the angle to everything, but you can't spread the ground down any further. So that's why we lose things bottom up on a flat plane. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Brian Mavitt.
Yeah, great show, mate. And we had a few laughs and giggles along the way, which is really nice. Final thoughts. This truth has got to come out, and the problem for me, images are so dependent on conditions. I think we have to dismiss all of them and go for a measurement. Just as Bev says, you need a physical measurement to prove this. So yeah, great show. Good night, all.
Thanks, Brian. Travis.
Yeah, it's all been said. Great show, Brandon.
Thanks, man. Thanks, Travis. Expose Antarctica. Global virus foe.
Yeah, I agree. It was just a great show. Thank you.
Thanks, man. Jeremy.
Good show. That guy's picture in the beginning was nonsense. There's so many problems with it. It was ridiculous. That's all. Have a good night.
You too, man. Jimbo.
Good show. Keep on trucking. Keep on producing. It's going great.
Thanks, Jimbo. Jose.
The people I slandered in MIUK server was Fight the Flat Earth, Seek Truth, Speak Truth, Team Skeptic, and their team. Boom!
Thanks, Jose. Kitty Not So Soft.
So what about that? Jose brazenly comes in to let everybody know who it was he slandered. It's okay. These people will allow this sort of stuff. It's part of the game. Once you're in this arena, you may think you're a real person, but these people, they don't care. There are people like Jose out there that will blatantly slander you for no reason other than it's entertainment for them. Characters, all that sort of stuff. Got to be careful who you're listening to and what they're saying.
Pause. Name change.
Good show.
Thanks, man. Kitty soft pause.
So it's all good. Good show.
Thanks, man.
We're a couple.
Naps. Okay, congratulations.
Thank you.
Nap snaps. Patient 0.
As far as I know, you never calibrate a Stadia on a device that you've bought, right? It's already been pre-calibrated, but there is a focus knob on there, right? You can adjust that, but the Stadia does not move up or down when you adjust that knob. It kind of goes in and out of focus, but not up or down. And it's already been pre-calibrated to certain specs. If you ever drop the instrument, you do send it back to the manufacturer or local manufacturer to have it recalibrated. So, thanks, Brandon. Good show.
Thanks, Aaron. Lemon.
Stop trusting questionable lenses. The lens is curved. The atmosphere is the lens. You have vanishing points that are merging that need to be spaced apart by walking up to the thing and seeing how far apart these objects actually are. Test this stuff with a laser. Test this stuff with an actual physical operation to verify what these deceptive lenses are bringing to your eyes.
Thanks, Lemon. Dave, Rakia.
Thanks, Brandon. Good show.
Thanks, man. Rob. Essie.
Yeah, good show, bro.
Thanks, Essie.
Crowd funding. Can you hear me?
Barely.
Anyways, okay, I'm in the car. Good show, bro.
He said, all right. Essie says he's in the car. Thanks, man. Bob Dole.
Brandon's gone. He's on Twitter still.
Right the hand.
Yeah, I think it's important to say that, well, yeah, good show. Thanks for having everyone on. It's important to say that level is something that you do to a line, right? Like you level a line. You don't just, so you can't have a curved thing and then level a line to that. It wouldn't work. Where would you start leveling? Where would you stop? It would just keep spinning around and around. So to level something is a verb. Level is not so much a noun or a thing.
All right, thanks right there. Bandsaw.
Yeah, good show, buddy. Good show.
Thanks, Bandsaw. Bev.
Yeah, good show. Good show, yeah. Obviously, there's things going on at the minute in the background that people are getting triggered by things. I don't know what's going on. We've noticed it over the last week. Some strange things happening.
Well, that's weird. I'll try to set something up between you and Sly, see if Sly's interested.
Sweet. Yeah. That was ranty if anybody's interested.
All right, cool. I'll see if I can get that going. And good show to you guys. Thank you. You guys are what makes the show good, so I appreciate it. That was an interesting discussion with Critical Think. I look forward to seeing his rebuttal to the questions that he didn't really have an answer to during the show. I think it comes down to a fundamental difference of how we understand perspective and our base assumptions, which is his base assumption. He starts off with thinking that we live on a giant ball, which I have a problem with. So anyway, we will see you guys on Monday. I'll be seeing the overtimes. What do I call them again? After shows on tomorrow and Sunday. And there's quite a lot of good stuff in there, so you can check those out. I'm going to keep them on my channel, my other channel for now. But I might move them back over to here just so they're all in one place. We'll see.
I would just renaming them to overtimes. I like that.
You like overtime better?
Overtime.
You know, everybody does after. You know, and it's like it's a bonus.
Exactly.
All
Everybody
right.
loves overtime, don't you, Brad?
Overtime, it makes football games more interesting. Yeah, I'll go overtime. So the overtime show
Time
will
and
be
a half.
up this weekend.
Time and a half.
Yep. All right. I'll be back, and then I'll be recording overtime after I get back.
Yeah, I think there's more to this level, right? Like,
Good
I think there's,
afternoon.
like, as I'm thinking about this thing, they can't level it up, right? Just ask, like, yo, here's a line, level it for me. What would they do?
Well, you need a water level, probably.
Well, right hand aren't
Well,
lines.
how would they orient to this?
Always.
Where are they?
Now, I don't know if anybody else ever was involved in any of these particular conversations in these rooms. I'd say...
Yeah, I was very time.
Yeah, I'd say, looking back on these times, they're some of the strangest times ever. Because you can hear the confusion in everybody's minds and everything that's going on right now in this conversation. I'd say, when I was involved with it, it seems like a load of confused people. I now know that all of these people in these rooms, they're misologists. They cannot employ logical reasoning. It just doesn't work. Hey, Boris. Yeah, it's not... there's no logic allowed within these rooms. If you ever start having a conversation with any sort of logic or whatever, somebody will always come in just to throw confusion all over the place. And you can listen to it going on in here.
Are they orienting this straight line to the circle?
But let's just get to the nitty gritty. From point to point establishes a line, right? It might not be level, but because they're gonna try to come back and be like, oh, you're saying that point to point is not level. But yeah, point to point might not be level.
But it's straight.
Well,
this point to point is straight line. That's right. How do we level it?
Well,
Even if
you're right.
it's a ball.
So you are correct that there's no such thing as level. It's a physical operation. So even if your level is off by a degree, that degree can magnify with greater distances, especially due to perspective.
What are you comparing that to?
If you have a level that's off by a degree, it's not level.
Not level.
What are you comparing it to, Bev?
I think that there's a tolerance for how level something can be. But if it's outside of that
something's
tolerance,
either
it gets
horizontal
drastically,
or it is
disastrous.
not.
Are you using your
No
eye,
such thing
Bev,
as
to
perfect
judge
level. It's a range.
That's why we
There's no
that's
range.
why you listen to who we're talking to and the conversation. What's exactly going on here? We're talking about something that's either level or it isn't level. Law of identity yet again. Why do we always seem to go through these sort of conversations? And this is over 2 years ago. It's fascinating when you look back and see what was actually going on and the sort of things that we've been saying. They calibrate them, Lemon.
It's a range of tolerance. There's a couple
It's
levels that are
horizontal.
potentially
If it's not horizontal, it goes back to get calibrated. If it
What
cannot
is
be
the,
calibrated to be horizontal, it goes in the bin and you need a new one.
What is the standard they use
And
to
on top of
calibrate
that-
auto levels, theodolites, and any optical device with crosshairs or anything that's supposed to be?
It starts with horizontal line.
What is the
It
standard,
starts
though?
with the
What's the
idea of a straight line.
What's the standard?
Horizontal.
No. You're trying to get to horizontal.
No. Horizontal is the standard. That's where you start.
Well, you can't start with the standard. Well, how do you get your standard? Is he's saying? How do we get
It's
the
an
horizontal,
equilibrium.
which we then
It's an equilibrium. Neither up nor down.
Yeah, back to the water.
Yeah.
It comes back to the standard of water.
Yeah, it goes back to a straight line with zero slope. If you can't envisage a straight line or plane with zero slope to any corner, then what's going on? What is going on with your thought process? Thanks very much, Gods. Some new members.
Points over water will be that horizontal.
Set it. Yeah, water is the first.
So you get your water, you get your 2 points, then you get your horizontal, then you establish or solidify that horizontal, then you can use that horizontal to hold up against other things to see if they're horizontal.
That should be something like, don't you think, right there, like the weight of a kilogram, like something held in a secure place. Like, this is how we measure horizontal, right? It's not like, what do they use?
Who's that? Patient Zero. Where's he now? Wanting level to be locked up in a vault for the standard. I think this is hilarious. But these aren't new arguments. They're still around. These people, there are people that still have these nonsensical, non-meaning, vacuous conversations about things. I think it's fascinating that these still going on. It's obviously a blue marble science sort of questioning that's going on here, but it's right within the heart of Ranty's and Brandon's thing. Call it Flat Earth Society if you want. I would. I did. Thought it was fascinating. Don't measure
your factory, that
horizontal.
where they make all the levels, and be like, we think our floor is pretty level. Shoot out like
Yeah, no, you get like it all. I think this is why it's a good argument too. But yeah, it all comes back to you have to have the standard, the straight line, and that straight line has to be 2 points over a an established non-gradient, right? You can't have
and that line has to be protected and secured by something so that when you create
so
this
they can't
instrument with lenses and mirrors and everything and Stadia, you can compare it to something standard, right?
No,
that's all.
Dude, the standard of weights and measures do not control the horizontal. They don't have it packed away in a vault somewhere. It just no.
A little, yeah. Well, but
Is there a
I guess I
special
take
vial
it
of water locked in a vault somewhere, and they calibrate all water levels to that vial of water somewhere in France?
Yes, distilled. It's got to be distilled.
Yeah. But obviously, when you've got a couple of vials on the end of a tube that have a few markings on them, and you lift one a little bit higher than the other, and one vial looks a little bit fuller than the other, obviously the water isn't level. I learnt that on Jose's the other day when listening to Babs. And I'm not going to bone to pick with a person that told me to watch that fucking debate. What the fuck was I listening to, Bev?
I still don't know what. I mean, Babs came round earlier today, and I still don't know what his position is. I'm flummoxed. Not got a clue.
I am literally perplexed when you held those two vials next to each other and adjusted the heights, and you could see the water is the same level. He's telling you they're not level.
He's telling you there's more water in one side.
It's like, what the hell? Like, so over like 10 centimeters, you had a drop of about 8 inches over 10 centimeters.
How do you actually create a straight line from point to point in our reality? A straight line, not from vial to vial and look through it.
To be honest, it's very hard actually. You tend to just be able to get to 2 points and then say these points are on a horizontal. Now, making 2 points at 6 feet, that's easy, right? Anybody can do that. Me and you get 2 6-foot sticks, could walk 50 feet, put them in the ground. But to to connect them physically with a perfectly straight line, that's a very difficult task.
Yeah. Take 2 points,
not
go 100
impossible.
foot, 300 foot. Try to
You
look for
do
those
that.
2 points, right?
I find this fascinating with people's understanding. I hope people's understanding of geometric reasoning and what a straight line is much better than what it was over 2 years ago. Because these were some really weird times listening to all of this. Especially seeing as now we know what Right the Hand was like and where he went. Talking about this sort of stuff.
Yeah, but you do that,
Strange.
and you check those measurements from day to day too, Aaron, and you can see difference of a mil or 2 mil or whatever from the first day that you set them up, depending on the weather conditions, fog, haze, all
Sorry,
these sorts of stuff. That
you could. No, there won't be any millimeter change because of the weather conditions in a water level.
no,
Am I
I'm
not
not
looking
talking.
from
No,
point to point, Bev?
no, I'm not talking a water level, Bev, at all. I'm talking like if you use a laser level or you're looking at some sort of optical device, you can get a slight variation. I'm not talking about a water level. A water level is always level. That won't change because of the weather conditions. It's when you're looking through an optical device or you're using a laser, for argument's sake, you can get slight variations from day to day.
Well, I don't know.
Depending
I
on
mean,
the-
have you ever used an auto level? Because I have, and I would say that if you positioned it in the middle of a water level, then if at any point it was 2 or 3 millimeters out from one level, from one side to the other, then you'd be needing to check it, the actual auto level, because you should never use it over a distance where you can't sight and look at the measurement accurately.
Can I ask you, Bev? Let's just hypothesize a little.
Okay, so here we go with one of the questions asked of somebody. Have you ever used it? And yeah, silence. Strange, isn't it, where people talk about things and state things without ever actually using the thing. And that was back in Brandon's over 2 years ago.
We set up a tube with water in it.
Here comes Aaron.
A vertical tube and then a
Very
horizontal
familiar
tube that runs down the
tactic
earth.
nowadays. Just like one tube distraction.
Yeah, well,
4 people on this video have disappeared.
Then the horizontal tube and let's just say 30 miles out, you put up the other vertical tube, right? And you fill one in.
No, it's just one tube. You mean, and with both ends of it. I can remember talking to Aaron.
How do you verify that? How can I verify that? How can anybody verify that? That it is from one point to the other point.
It's just frustration
line. You
tactics.
just can't see it.
Why did you take it to the extreme of 30 miles?
It's okay. I mean, it's
Well,
still,
let's say
still
10
good.
miles, or 5
Okay, so
miles.
the water is equalized within that tube, right? The one body of water has equalized. Now, you're asking me how
how do I verify
can verify that the water
that
level
it's point to point
is
straight line.
is a device that establishes a horizontal plane of reference.
Point to point straight line.
Right. It is a tool that establishes a horizontal
How do we
plane
do that, though?
of
We have to look.
Okay, then let's get a tube. You go and get your tube, right? And you start off at one end, and at every inch you put a point, right? And then move your water level a bit further and put another point, and then another point, and then another point. You join those point to point to point to point to point all the way up for 30 miles. Are you going to say it isn't a straight line?
It's a sequence of straight lines.
That's why the tool is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
How I would know that?
It could, because it is a tool. It's 2020. See, I think when it gets like this, I don't think you could convince somebody that's like that of anything. He's asking you how he would know something. Well, how are you going to tell him? He doesn't know how he was ever going to know anything. You can't put that on anybody else. And anybody that does, to me, is just opening up for themselves. They're saying they're never sure about anything. And they want you to tell them to do something. But they're never going to listen to you. Because they want to be able to try and do it for themselves. But they don't know how to. So these conversations just go round and round and round in circles. Much like a lot of the conversations within this arena. Just around and around and around, going nowhere. I was hoping I got to the other bit. I was only talking about the angle bit. I'm hoping Ruhif's going to come in soon. I may have to rush it on a bit. Right, it is 2020 now, right? How many people do you know that have personally debunked the fact that a water level does not establish a horizontal plane of reference?
What's the one?
How many people do you know that have falsified that a water level does not establish a horizontal plane of reference? In fact, how many people do you know that have falsified the law of hydrostatics to prove that water can hump and support itself?
Now, I was just asking you, how do I verify that?
Well, first of all, okay then. First of all,
look at them,
yeah, Aaron, yes. You're gonna keep talking, or do you want to know?
Through them, like what are you talking about?
Have you ever heard of falsification within the scientific method?
Okay.
Have you ever? See, have you ever heard of it? More commonly known as Karl Popper with the Black Swan falsification method within scientific reasoning. It's using the modus tollens approach. Basically, falsification. Modus tollens. Falsifying something to state that you definitely know it is something that it is not. You falsify the Q statement. And if you've minded your P's and Q's, thank you, Emma. If you've done that, then you can falsify the statement that you want to place within that P statement. You find a way within the modus tollens and the scientific understanding of gaining knowledge to falsify. I wonder whether these people have heard of it. Ever heard of it? Have you? Okay then. Well, there you go. What you do is you go out and find someone that has falsified it. Don't ask me to verify it. You go out and find someone that has falsified it.
Aaron is wasting your time, bud.
I know.
5 times you've rumpused every time.
Sorry.
If you want
Okay,
to
so
accept this
here,
answer,
let me. I kind of.
then you're just wasting time.
I kind of, me and Aaron, sometimes. So you have 2 points, right? Like now, if you have 2 points that are 6 feet above the ground, you're saying, how do I verify that these points are both 6 feet above the ground and there's no deviation between them? Is that your question?
They're not necessarily going to be 6 feet above the ground at both ends anyhow. Depends if there's an increase or a decrease in elevation from one side to the other.
Of the ground.
Yeah.
The ground doesn't matter.
My question
Right.
actually goes to distance.
Just the
right? The hand
top of the water.
Let's say
Just
we-
falsify it, Aaron. Falsify it, please. Falsify it, Aaron. Who's falsified it? Who has give Aaron the cause to falsify this or to ask me to verify it?
Well, I'll entertain. But the thing is, I'll entertain in the fact that if we can establish it over an inch, right?
Who else ever gets
then
asked
it just
to
becomes
verify
a matter of duplication.
horizontal?
So in my mind, distance is not a problem because I can take a bathtub and put 2 points on either side of the bathtub and see how they're on the same level or there's no deviation. So now it's just, okay, well, we do it a bathtub. Now we can do it with any length of distance. We just have to get the water in some sort of container. So for me, distance is not a problem with establishing a straight line.
Right the hand, but my objection to that would be,
nice
how could you look through all those bathtubs? How do you do that? You have to use a lens.
You don't need
to
to
look through them.
You don't have to look through them.
Well,
you can put a water level around a corner, and that's the whole point. Since it's
no.
mechanical operation,
we're talking about 3 miles of bathtubs, right? Let's say.
Yeah.
Right? Where water's level, and each bathtub.
Why don't you just call that a lake instead of using bathtubs?
How do you verify that?
I mean, we do have lakes.
We use the first postulate of Euclidean geometry, where it says that a straight line may be drawn from any one point to any other. So you just say water level. There is one point at one end, another point at the other, and Euclidean geometry states that is a straight line between it. Now, you can falsify it whenever you want, Aaron. Up to you. Go. Yeah.
No, well, so Aaron, I would say that at the end of the day, right? Like, we're gonna come because you're saying how? Show me why, right? And I get it. I'm with you. And at the end of the day, Bev is kind of right in that when you get to this, you have the water, you have the horizontal, you have the points, you have the 6 feet above the ground. You're coming to a logical conclusion that either this line is going to follow or it's going to curve under, right? So it is kind
How
of
do you? There's no line right there.
No,
There is
the
no
imaginary line we're connecting these 2 points.
No, you didn't pull out a string.
Listen to what's going on
Well, you
here.
could put a string over the water, right? But then you would say, how would you tell that string is straight? Because the water is the standard. You know what I mean? So even if you had this straight string over the water, you could be like, well, how do you know that string is straight? Well, because it's compared to the water. So to verify any of these things, I would say you'd have to use the water.
I threw out the string only because that's ridiculous, right? You'd never pull a string that far. But we would always use an optical device to try to verify from point to
water
point.
level isn't optical.
You'd have to.
That's
you can't
the point.
use your eye. So
you don't need to use your eye within a water level.
Y'all are right, dude.
What the hell's up with you?
I get it. Water's level. I get it.
No, but the water level is a mechanical device. There's no opticals in it. You could you can mark it with braille, right? And a blind
like
person
you
can
said
put
right
their
hand,
hand
you just
along the
back up
bottom.
6 feet away, and you're like, "Yep, that's level." There you go.
No. That's
Right?
that's where you're.
So the whole Earth is
That's not
level.
what you do.
It doesn't understand.
You actually, the physical water level is a mechanical operation that can be touched. It doesn't have to be looked at, right? You can physically touch the water level, and you could, instead of putting marks that you look at, you could put marks that you feel. And when the water is at a certain point, you can
Very
feel this
similar
because
to
water's
the
wet,
conversations
and then you
we
can
have
mark these notches.
to this
This
day.
is a physical operation. It's not an optical visual thing. It's a physical measurement with this device.
From point to point, right? It's always sight. Right? That's how you go from point to point. It's always sight. It's not feel.
Not a
I
water
feel
level.
you, right hand. I feel you. But it's not. It's always
not a water
especially
level.
if we're trying to
You
look
can
at
take your
something
hand
straight.
across the table. Is moving your hand across the table not going point to point physically?
Okay. Make that table 10 miles long, and tell
Make
me
that
if you
table
can
out of
feel
water.
Any difference in let's say it curves up or curves down, or just is the standard for verification
water.
that's whether the two ends are
Still going
adjacent
up.
or
Zero change in vertical height. That's what elevation means, Jeremy. It doesn't mean curve. It never has. You have just been talking to people at a certain server, and they have convinced you that elevation is a curve. It is not.
In the globe model, listen, in the globe model, 1 foot elevation is curving around the globe. So you can't have a straight line from one foot elevation to another foot elevation and have it be horizontal.
No,
because
no.
it doesn't match up.
Right, so what that says is your model is bunk.
I'm not arguing for them. I'm just telling them they contradicted themselves in their own.
No. No. How could they contradict themselves?
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. Whiteboard. I'm gonna.
Bro, Jeremy's a baller, I think. I swear.
He's been over at Gems for far too long. I'm telling you.
Yeah, he's got the bug in his ear.
We're just trying to bring up exactly the arguments at the water level, which is perfect.
It's stupid. It cannot happen. It is provably false.
So let me set up a water level then, right? So I'm gonna set one up just the way you described.
Right? Can you believe how hard it is to talk to people about? I'm guessing this is physics. Natural physics, the laws of reality. And this is Brandon's server, the one that Branty walked away from. The one that Brandon walked away from. And is it any surprise, right, that Ranty went away with calling the level and horizontal bullshit bollocks, and he got really upset. Ranty was the first one. How many other people have there been? I think they've gone mad. You can't deal with this as an argument. You get stuck. And there's more people than what you would imagine that have been affected by this. Nathan Oakley's the latest one. I'm hoping Ruhif's going to come into this pretty soon. But yeah, these were full-on times.
It on your
Crazy.
Channel or Clear's channel where I saw you right many times, and I'm gonna set one up, and I'm gonna string it out over 1 mile. Now, how am I? So, and then everything equalizes. It's an equilibrium. I get it. Fine. Doesn't matter elevation, hills, and going through the valleys, all that shit, right? Everything's fine. Now, I'm gonna stand behind one point of the water level and try to sight through to the other.
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
Well, because I want to establish a horizontal.
Didn't it say in that thing that you just read that it works without a sight line?
Well, I want to establish a horizontal plane.
But why?
He wants to just verify first.
Why do you want to see it? It says you don't need to look at it. You don't need a sight line. So why do you want to establish one? Like, because the major benefit of a water level, you've obviously never used it, but when you do use it on site, there might be a building in the way. So you don't need a sight line, right? That is the benefit of a water level, right? Now, if you do not need a sight line, why do you need a sight line? Because he's a blue marble scientist. Obviously. He needs something that you don't actually need, so he can convince himself of something obviously different than what you actually need the tool for. It's fantastic thought processes that go on in the minds of people. This is just an example of the conversations that we don't really have round here anymore. People like this are just not logical. There's no logical thought process going on here. It's just completely throwing in a confusion factor to shut down conversation, to stop anybody from actually making any progress within anything. This is what we're doing away with. There's no point in these sort of conversations. Just pointing out, this is what was going on 2 years ago. we've done away with that. But ask yourself, these sort of conversations, are you still being involved in them? Round and round in circles, getting nowhere.
Distance. Now, the article you just posted was talking about going around a corner, right? Where you maybe can't get a, a mechanical level, kind of like that, right? So you use a water level just around a corner. That's it. Like of a house. Or
you could go round right? 100 corners.
About moving out the distance and saying that, look, I get it. I don't have to sight through it to go.
Yeah, come on.
Exact same.
It's
but
scalable, right?
You would think, but yeah. Has it ever been personally verified over long distances?
Like it's never been falsified.
Miles, that must be the way it is, or is it just something people
falsified.
Go? Well, since it worked on the shorter range, it must work on the longer range. Or has anyone actually personally verified it?
Nobody's falsified it. Right, so it's been proved that it is, right? And it has never been falsified. It's sort of like, like geometry that ends up with being Euclidean geometry. It's there because it's a book of proofs that have never been falsified. Well, a water level establishing a horizontal is sort of part of that geometry, because the relationship between the horizontal and the vertical is a right angle at 90 degrees. Now, that is the basis of all of the geometry that we do. At least all of the geometry that gets used for predicting angles and distances within the surveying, right, is all based around that relationship between the horizontal and the vertical being a right angle. Yeah.
Well, what I'm thinking is, I guess personally, maybe I'm just missing it or something, but I'm thinking, so yeah, obviously since 100 meters is probably the longest one, we have personally verified it up to that point.
Because I've got one here, right? See, in the general chat there. Now, it's been taken out of dictionaries. This is an old dictionary. Anybody, if you ever find an old dictionary in any of your grandma's house or whatever, look at level and see what it says. Because that one there says a horizontal line or plane, a section of canal from one lock to another. Now, that's been taken out of the dictionary. So,
well, yeah, that's all fine and good. I just don't believe what other people tell me. I actually verify things for myself.
Yeah.
I don't just take people's word. That's why I'm a flat earther.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, has anybody ever actually verified for themselves something longer than the one that you've come up with, where they actually looked at both sides and said, okay, I can see that obviously it is this way? Or did you just go, well, since we know water's flat, it must be that this is what's happening?
I sort of take that as a canal, right? Is a body of water. Like in where it says that water level, right, is any device that uses the surface of liquid water to establish a horizontal plane of reference. Right now, like that says, a canal from one lock to the other is just one body of water. It's just a big thing, right? So is there a hump in the middle, or is that establishing a horizontal plane? And would you call that a water level? I would. So I'd say my personal 100-meter one is, I'd say, doesn't really matter, does it? Because like the canal near me, 27 miles from one lock to the other, it comes up at Liverpool at one elevation and then goes all the way 27 miles. And it's the same elevation. It's not changed. Now, you can think that's a horizontal plane. I would, because I know that water can't hump. But like Jeremy said, the ballers have said that that is curve. So to the ballers, that is a curve. Now,
exactly. So
how do you decide one or the other? Well, I just say it can't hump.
Yeah, see, I don't just do that. I go, I have to actually verify for myself. I don't just take people's words. Like,
Okay, so this person now has to take other people's words of the fact that a hump is required in order to put some sort of curvature into a horizontal plane. There has to be a difference in elevation at some point along it. in reference to a straight line. This is a logical thought problem that goes on and as in a circular cycle. Somebody just saying, well, they can't understand how it isn't. It's
seems
not.
to me that.
Go on.
I was just gonna say, it seems to me that that guy that was just talking has accepted somebody else's words that a water level tool is not a tool to establish a horizontal frame of reference.
He's just lost and he doesn't know how to.
Yeah.
Well, you can't help everybody when it comes to this. There is such a thing as the bridge of asses, and some people, they'll get stuck there. They just cannot get past it. It's a mental problem that they cannot get past. And some people, you'll never help them across that bridge. They just can't. They can't help themselves, and you can't help them either. That's what is most of these conversations, the going nowhere conversations, I'm glad to be away from. And this coming up new year, and we're going to completely rid ourselves of them. But we are going to be pointing all of these things out. All of the lessons we've learned. All of these particular things that you can notice about how conversations progress. Yeah, we're going to point them out. There's going to be a spotlight on them. They're going to get named, these particular tactics. People, hopefully, stick around. You can help us. You can help us point them out. You can give us names for them so people understand what we're talking about.
I got to figure that out for myself.
Yeah.
All right. So how
would you do that?
The only way I can think of is something along the lines of possibly like we were talking about earlier, how you have to build an even longer water level, something that's, even miles long or something, and get some device or some string or something that can be strung between the two and take a camera between the whole thing so that you can see that it is perfectly level the whole way. Something like that,
A standard.
Yeah, just some type of standard the whole way.
Water is the standard.
Right, because you say so, but like I said, I don't just take that as.
Well, but you have to understand.
No, not because I.
The guy's not accepting water as the standard yet. He wants to have string and cameras as the standard.
Checks out.
It's fantastic, isn't it? How people throw confusion into, or whether they are just confused people that are just sort of blurting out their brain farts, letting everybody know. Who knows? But I bet they're still talking like this. These are the conversations that occur in other servers. Shout out Gem Panda. We're coming over this Saturday, hopefully. If you're listening, Gem, anybody out there? Gem, the debate flat earth and more. Well, we'll come over and give you a little bit of the more. The flat earth is a load of bullshit. Hopefully, if we can keep away from all of that, we'll give you the more based in proofs and logic. See if they can stop talking about flat earth. We'll test them.
Say so. It will be whether I'm talking or not.
I think that you have to understand, or I'm not trying to school you. What we need to understand is that they have shit. I lost the word now. They have created an unfalsifiable system with their identification of what level is with regard to the center of the earth. Right? It's the same elevation. So even if you establish, because this is nothing, what Bev's doing is
If
fantastic,
it's unfalsifiable, then how would you ever
It's
falsify it, even with
nothing
the
different
test
than
that he's talking about doing with the water level tool? Right? Logic. There's no logic there at all.
No.
None.
No, they've accepted a model and they've accepted a conversation within a model framework. And they've accepted that those are the conversations that they have within that framework. It is pretty sad.
plumb bops. It's the same thing.
What?
You got two
They're
verticals.
3 feet apart, Travis? Two
Hold
plumb
on.
bops
Hold
3
on.
feet apart. I mean, come on.
Hold on. I'm just trying to talk to the guy who's in right? So there.
It's me up there. I've just got that T-shirt on at the minute. It says space is the distance between physical objects. I think we might start producing that one again. I quite like that. Makes people think.
They're both vertical. They're both 90 degrees. Now, if you drop two plums at a mile apart and they're both vertical, there's nothing to give you any indication that they have a degree of change between them. They're
How
both
do you know
parallel.
they're vertical? What is your standard to make sure those plums are vertical?
Anyway, I can't. You're breaking up. I don't know if it's me or not, but anyway, my point was that
That question was, what is your standard to make sure that those plums are vertical? Said by Aaron. Just think about the person that asked that question. What's the standard for a plumb bob? Is there somewhere where you go to calibrate a plumb bob? Do you have to buy them for location specific? Does it matter where they're made?
What happens if your plumb bob is hanging at an angle? What do you do then?
How do you know if your plumb bob's hanging at an angle?
Exactly.
These are the questions that allow a framework within a model thing to allow into your mind. Absolutely ridiculous questions. Just yet allowed within a conversation. Other people allowing it.
they have created a philosophical argument that is unfalsifiable because both systems demonstrate the same physical phenomenon.
Hey, Bev, while you're there,
Yeah, man.
oh, draw your reciprocal shots like you did the other day with me on a curved surface now.
Real quick to finish my thing out, wouldn't what I suggested actually prove them wrong? You said it's unfalsifiable, that it could actually be on a curve, that type of thing would be unfalsifiable. But if you did the exact experiment I said, where you actually did have a line between the 2 points, and you could show the whole way that the line was exactly straight instead of curving, then it would falsify the curved Earth, right?
Yeah, once you get a mile out, though.
Band saw you breaking.
Wow.
You know.
You're roboting again.
Breaking up.
With your water level, how you gonna check to make sure you got a horizontal line
Is Jeremy not band?
between two?
Jeremy, you're breaking up bad.
You're a robot. I couldn't hear anything you said, man. But does anybody think that would falsify their globe Earth if I were able to do that?
Exactly. Why not? Why not?
Does anybody see anything wrong with it?
Do the measurement, verify it, confirm it, point to point. Take elevations, because they claim elevation. Take elevation, say, yep, no elevation change. Wow.
Exactly.
Here we go. It's all flat.
Seems pretty simple.
Can you
Is that
see
a
that?
water level, Bev?
Is your mic working, Bev?
Yeah. Can you hear?
Oh, there we go. Yep.
Yeah. Right. You see that?
Yep.
Right. We're gonna play. Water level. Right. Let's say these are 100 meters in between. It may not be exact, but you know, we're not playing exact here. I've got the camera. So this is 100 meters water level.
I think we should play exact. But go ahead, Bev. Sorry.
You think we should play exact? You think you want me to measure all of this out to make sure that they're it's all scale?
At all times, we should be the most exact.
Okay, well, okay. Just imagine that these are all 100 meters in between. Can you do that?
Yep.
There, now it's exact.
I'll do it. Yeah, I'll do it for sake of your.
Okay, now, because we're going to start off, we've got a water level, and we're going to start off at this side here. Now, this is the first section, 100 meters. Now, I'm going to say I'll fill it up, because we've blanked it off, and then this bit here to here, right, that would be level. Would you agree?
I think it'll be inaccurate because it's 100 meters.
You would think a water level would be inaccurate because it's over 100
Yeah,
meters.
A water level of any length is inaccurate. If it's very small, then
inaccurate. Right, so everybody, this now talking over 2 years ago is Ruhif. And Ruhif is stating his Blue Marble scientific belief of what he imagines, or what is dictated to him about his model. And when he relates that to reality, this is where the confusion comes in. And this is often what occurs whenever you are talking to somebody who is completely model afflicted.
Yeah, they sound very, very, very convinced and sure of themselves.
Yeah. We've got a water level test and we've done 100 meters, and already Ruhif is saying it's inaccurate. One of the most accurate things, but hey, that's
all
what they're doing.
water levels.
Yeah,
all water levels of any length are inaccurate.
Inaccurate, yeah. Gets worse though. To what? Who's this
the
we're talking to?
down,
Who is this?
That's Ruhif.
Oh right.
I was on the other day with
Sweet.
Ranty.
Yeah. Go on.
What you doing?
Hang on. Talking. What are you doing?
Yeah, I'll leave you to what you're doing.
Okay.
You go get the camera on it.
All right. So your local down at the station number 1 is different to the down at station number 2. If it's only 100 meters, it'll be a tiny, tiny difference, but it's not an accurate water level.
Okay, so you're not having this as establishing a horizontal across there.
No.
Okay.
That's inaccurate.
This one here then.
Same problem.
Same problem. Is this curve all right for you? Do you like that?
Yeah.
That's okay. So the first 100 meters.
Sorry, on the bottom. On the bottom, are we assuming a flat Earth? Is the one on the bottom a flat Earth?
Well, I consider this reality because the water level here and here. That's how a water level works to me.
Okay. If the bottom is flat Earth, then that's accurate.
No.
On the top one, which is curved, it's not accurate.
That's not accurate.
Correct.
Okay, so how should this curve go?
The water level won't be accurate because it's curved.
Right, but how would the water level look accurate? Is that okay?
If you sight between station number 1 and the first end of the tube and the second end of the tube,
if we put like the auto level, if we put the auto level up in between.
The auto level's accurate.
What?
Can we use the top? The top is on a curve, right? The top half of your diagram is on a curve, right?
Yeah.
Yep. So an auto level at station number 1 will be accurate.
What, an auto level here?
Yep. That will draw an accurate level.
So if we put an auto level there,
yep,
that will establish an accurate
level. Yes.
Level being what? Where would this level bit go?
Well, it starts parallel to the surface that it's on, and then extends out.
It starts parallel.
Yeah, it's parallel to your local down. Well, it's perpendicular to down, but it starts parallel. Your plane, your level plane, is parallel to the surface at that point.
Okay, so that
draw a tangent. Draw a tangent a little bit off the circle.
You want me to draw a tangent?
Yeah.
Listen to that. I find that absolutely hilarious. Draw a tangent a little bit off the surface.
Off the line, yeah.
Yeah.
Off the curved surface.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Everybody just be aware of a tangent is a straight line which touches the circle at one point and one point only. So removing it from the circle, it's just a straight line.
So not a tangent.
It's just a line that isn't a tangent. Yeah. Welcome to the law of identity, specifically within mathematics. Ruhif is wanting you to make allowances for things aren't the thing that you're talking about. Yeah, he wants you to make allowances that you might be able to think of the things as not being the thing that they actually are.
In reality, by the way.
Yeah.
As well, right?
Yeah.
Definitely not in reality. You certainly wouldn't have a tangent a little bit above a curved surface in reality.
Yeah.
It would never be a tangent.
It's not a tangent, yes, simply. It's not a tangent. So Ruhif wants us to draw a tangent that isn't a tangent. But hey, there are people that have put these words into people's minds for years. They've not been minding their law of identity. In fact, they've been actively switching your law of identity. They've been helping you make allowances for certain things. And now what's happened is they're getting butthurt about geometric statements that they think is about them. Mainly because they've been trying to swap everybody's mind around to make allowances for things that they want to try and fill you about, or they fill themselves about, one or the other.
A little bit off the circle.
A tangent off the circle, you say?
Yeah. Come on.
A tangent.
Level
Okay. A tangent not touching the circle.
Right. You know what I'm trying to say, right?
You want me to draw a straight line?
A straight line that at that point is parallel to the surface.
Parallel to the surface again. The minds of deluded idiots. Insane people. This is what we have to deal with nowadays, or this is over 2 years ago. And this is, remember, this is the bit that Nathan Oakley he's imagining that he's getting really upset about. He thinks this conversation that I'm having right here is directly against him. The statements I make in this conversation with Ruhif are upsetting to Nathan Oakley. Nathan Oakley takes this personal.
Bev,
yes.
Hey, Bev, can I just clarify a little bit?
Yeah.
He thinks you're trying to undermine him, which to me it seems a little worse. Like, for him to think that we're saying this to undermine him or his show or his beliefs is not what we're doing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, he thinks we're trying to undermine his show and what he does. Yet he has a brand new housekeeping question asking the opposite of what we state, which is level is horizontal. So he goes and makes a question saying, do you have any evidence that level is not horizontal? So he's kind of making our point for us.
Yeah.
Like, where did that question come from? From Eli, who sits in here and listens to us put out knowledge.
Well, yeah, I think we like to make the positive statements about the actual proofs of positivity. We've noticed that there are a lot of negatives out there, and it's really strange that the people that are going towards the negatives, contra-positive, they do not understand the modus tollens. Only after 3 years, once it was been pointed out to Nathan that Emma had been telling him for years, and QE, trying to help them, to correct them within their modus tollens. Took that long for them to realise they're far too far behind. And no wonder that they're getting really upset. Whatever it is that they have, it's obvious that they've got all upset and they think it's taking it as a personal slight towards them. And yeah, they're struggling. They have no argument. They've realised that they have no argument. And this is Ruhif over 2 years ago. And I'm trying to show the problems that are there, inherent within the model. Nathan Oakley's gone for 2 years talking about an angle, whilst we've been going over this sort of stuff. While we've been refining our argument, actually making arguments. I don't know whether there's time to catch up. And that's why this is just a distraction tactic that's going on at the minute.
That single point.
Horizontal, right?
Well, yes.
Level.
Do you want me to draw it?
Level. Right. This is a water level. This is the point we're getting to, right? The level goes from here to here.
No, this is a curved surface.
Right. Yeah.
This is a curved surface. So at where your auto level is, draw a line that is level at that point.
Like that?
No.
Yeah, that's level.
No, it's not level at the auto level.
Yeah, that's what level is. That's a level. Look.
You're on a curved surface. No, that's level in your freaking lounge room, wherever you are.
Yeah?
Yeah, we're talking about a curved surface.
I don't think Rubik understands that the water doesn't
this
care
is
what
reality.
the ground's doing beneath it.
We live in reality right here. This is a water level, and it is parallel with this one here.
No, at a local point.
What do you mean, no? Yes.
Draw a line. Draw a line parallel to the surface. Yeah, that curve you've drawn is the surface of the Earth, right?
No.
What is it? A hill? Is that a hill?
Yeah, let's call it a hill.
Okay, so it's nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth.
What do you mean? When you say curvature of the Earth, what do you mean?
Well, is that curve meant to represent the curve of the Earth, or is it a hill that has elevation?
When you say curvature of the Earth, please define it, please.
That black line, is that meant to represent
No, that
the
black
globe?
line's a part of a circle. Do you not see me? I got this out.
Yeah, but is it meant to
I got this
represent
compass
the
out
Earth?
and drew a part of a circle. We call
I
it an
understand.
arc.
Is it meant to represent the globe Earth?
It was just meant to represent something for you to understand that the water level won't rise up. But you still wanted me to draw a line that was up there, and you wanted me to call it level.
Because that's what level is on the globe.
On which globe?
The globe that we live on.
Like this one? Like this one?
Yes.
This is a model.
Oh,
A little tiny model. Do you think you live on this?
Bev, is that black line meant to represent a globe or not? Yes or no? Very simple question.
It's a black line. It was part of a circle. Yeah. I've just explained that to you. Do you think you live on this black line?
The globe. Is it meant to represent the globe?
No,
then what is it?
This is a globe, right? A model. This black line here doesn't represent a model.
What does that black line represent? Reality.
A black line, part of a circle. Did you see me do it?
Right. Yeah. Then you've talked about a water level. That's not a water level. That's red drawing. Stop fucking around, Bev.
This is a water level here.
Yeah. In reality.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's look at your water.
That didn't end like I think he thought it was going to end.
In reality, of course it is. It's a water level. Actually, in reality, that's where we are. All of this time, we've been doing practical things. That's why we go to the whiteboard. It's there for everybody to see. The geometry is the mental construct that you make. That governs your entire being, right? That all we're trying to do here is trying to have a conversation with somebody who's obviously a diletheist. Yet, once you show them their contradictory nature of it. What do? I mean, I feel a bit sad, really, because these times when we went over these sort of things, they've learned. They've learned how to not react. Part of Rumpus's idea, where he switches his camera on, it's because he doesn't want to see your camera and these sort of things. Rumpus knows the power of this and the logical reasoning that goes with this.
Level in reality, I would say that it's inaccurate between one side and the other by a minuscule amount.
Why?
Like a meter apart. Because there's curvature of the Earth.
Right. So which one's higher than the other?
No, they're each at their own level.
They're each at their own level, or they're both at the same level?
Yeah, because the level is relative to where you are. As soon as you move, you have a different down.
Look, I'm moving right now, and this water level is unaffected by my movement.
Yeah, but if you go and stand on the left, that down direction will be ever so slightly different to when you're standing on the right. They won't be parallel.
How do you confirm this, Ruhif? How did you confirm that?
So if I'm stood here... Yeah, I hope people are getting this. Right?
That's great.
The mind of the blue marble scientist. There's a difference between the water levels of one end and the other. And yet it depends on where you are stood as to what occurs within the water level. It's like having some sort of a superpower where you can imagine that you can control which end of the water level is the higher due to your position. It's like some sort of a superpower that the globe guys can imagine that each one of them have. And this is a power that they have over everybody else that lives in reality. Because nobody else would imagine this could ever possibly be true. You'd have to have a model that gives you this superpower. It's great. Listen to Ruhu. Here, that's down. But if I come over here, then that one goes down.
Down is relative.
Yeah, to where I am.
Relative to what, Ruhif? Come on. I mean, you're just
where you
speaking
are.
words, right? You're
Relative to me. Down is relative to where you are. Ruhif. Literally. Over 2 years ago. These are the conversations that we had. And we're going to relate this to an angle. And I'm going to tell Ruhif that it's impossible for you to do anything with just an angle. It got rephrased for the common man.
Confirm it, and he says because you're on a globe.
It's good. Yeah.
I mean,
Ruhif.
Show some examples.
Classic. They assume the globe for everything.
Oh, don't. No, please.
We live on a ball.
Please. Let's just carry on with this because I'm fascinated, Ruhif. If I stand here, then that is down.
No, where you're standing is down.
I'm down.
Where you're standing, that down will be very slightly different to if you move a meter away.
I'm not bothered about down. This is the water level that is established in the horizontal, right? You say it isn't. So let's do it in relation to this water level here. Right.
And are we assuming that black line is meant to represent the curvature? What is it then?
See this?
This is not a difficult question.
Can you see this?
No wonder Sly thinks you're a fuckwit.
Can you see this?
Hang on, Bev. What if you put him on a hill? Tell him he's got
no,
a water level.
he's talking about the black line page. This
I know, but
is a
he
water
doesn't realise
level.
The water level doesn't care what the ground does.
It
Like,
doesn't.
the Earth is curving.
I just want
You're
to
on
know
the
that
mountain, it does the
Ruhif
same
knows
thing
what
at
a
level.
water level is.
I know what a water level is.
Right, so you know that this water level, right, establishes...
Ruhif is only talking about a certain point and the distance away from that point. Like he's telling you, Bev, at that point you're level, right? So every distance away from that point,
I'm not talking about me.
360 fucking degrees, right?
I'm not talking about me. What are you talking about? See, look, listen to the confusion that's been thrown in here. It's very simple. There's a water level there. Why can't they address the water level? And I'll tell you, we call it ECV. There's a team of people that are purposely obfuscating the conversation about the water level. This is exactly what happens whenever you get into a conversation about very simple things.
Ruhif is going to say you're falling away from that point. That's what he's going to say.
Look, Ruhif is going to say. So there's somebody in there telling us what Ruhif is going to say. What's that mean? Ruhif's in there. Why can't Ruhif tell us what he's going to say? These are the tactics that people use. I find this disgusting, but this is what you have to deal with within certain rooms and conversation. People, you're forced to deal with these people in certain rooms, and I'm guessing you know who they are. You know, you've heard this. You're telling Ruhif what Ruhif's going to say.
He's
very
already
nice.
said it. He's already said it.
Now, if that black line is meant to represent the curvature of the Earth, then the water level in the middle, if you were to sight between the first and the last, will be higher.
Okay, so the water level from here to here will be level.
No, I said the middle point. So the middle point, middle part of the water level,
this one,
that will be higher. If you were to sight along between
so
the
from
first and the
here
last.
to here, this is level. This will fill up.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
It's not.
That line between the first and the last is not level.
That's not level. So the water level, if we were to get rid of these bits, that's not what would happen with that water level, is it not?
That's not level. Go to your auto level on the left, first one.
Oh, no, this is a water level.
I understand, and I'm telling you that
you see what's happening already? Move away from the water level. Within the mind. Just move away from it. Take it out of that conversation. ECV. This is a learned behavior. And it's been taught to a lot of people.
Yeah, because he says, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
But auto level instead of water level tool.
Yeah. You say to the auto level.
Because the auto level is local at one point. So draw the level at the first station with the auto.
So already the auto level is local at one point. He wants to dismiss the fact that a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane. So he can think locally at a point. Very understandable what he's attempting to do here.
Level.
I'll do that there.
No, on the curve one.
You want me to draw an auto level here
yes.
in the middle?
And where is level at that point? No. At your first station.
No, you don't need to put a auto level where the water level is.
I'm telling you to put one there and draw what level is at that point.
I have. Here, look.
That's not it.
It is,
that's
because this is a level here, and this is a level here.
Yeah, and that's not accurate.
Right, okay. So, do you think we can get a water level to go up in this? Because this is an upwards direction here, isn't it?
It's not up.
That's not up.
It's level.
That's not up.
It's not up. Do you not understand the basic geometry of a globe?
Look, Ruhip now is telling me that vertical direction isn't up. I drew an arrow, an up and a down arrow on it, and Ruhif's saying it's not up. This is what I would call gaslighting.
That was a great tactic right there you used.
Yeah.
Just flip it completely.
Yeah.
Do you not understand spherical geometry or globe
Yeah.
geometry? Automatically.
We're talking about the globe here. It's not up. Brilliant.
You said the middle one would be
What do
higher.
you mean the
So how
basic
can it be
geometry
higher
of a
without
globe?
going up?
If I said,
What is the
if
basic geometry of a globe, please?
If you cited between the first and the last, that is not level.
Look, again, he's talking about basic geometry. I'm trying to get him down, and he's saying if you cite. That's not geometry. Ruhif is, again, gaslighting. He's just allowing people to do this. This is blatant sophistry, but I'm not too sure there's any logical argument around this sophistry. It needs another word. It's like a distraction tactic rather than actual sophistry. It's been employed by a lot of people to basically not address the issue that they've just stated. Very similar to a thing about an angle that another person's done. That's what Ruhif's doing here. Makes a statement about something and then never addresses it. If geometry's sort of my strong subject, right? So tell me, what is the basic geometry of the globe?
Okay, you know what line I want you to draw. At the first station, you've got an auto level. Draw level.
I don't know.
Point.
I can only do Euclidean geometry.
Don't call this bullshit, Bev.
Is that not the basic globe geometry that you want to use?
Are you telling me you're so fucking retarded you cannot draw a line from the auto level that's level?
Through here.
This is level. Look, I'll switch this on. Look.
My goodness.
Because he's full of shit, Paige.
There is a level.
No, he's right. Euclidean is the geometry you use.
Pardon? It's not on the globe.
And you're being an asshole.
I'm living in reality right now, Ruhif. There is a water level there. There is a laser level there. And I'm telling you that I've got an auto level, and an auto level also establishes a horizontal.
Do I need to draw this for you?
Yeah,
do I
come on.
need to draw this
Please,
for you?
yeah, yes.
Give me a minute.
And this is...
Sorry for jumping in on you, Bev.
This
I
is
should know
all of...
better.
It's all right.
Let you do it yourself.
This is the level, right, Ruhif? You're explaining to us the globe geometry and how it works. Right? Adhering to all of your globe geometry axioms, postulates, definitions.
Oh, I should have started the computer. Hold on. Yeah,
You didn't listen to a word you said.
I know.
No,
It's okay though, because this is it's quite good because it's getting people to learn geometry.
Yeah,
this.
I'm actually liking this. This is what I'm trying to figure out, is how to verify this for myself instead of just taking people's
Sorry.
words.
Yeah,
that
forget me
it-
and
it-
count
Do
multi.
you want me to give who's that? Global.
What's that?
Was that global that's trying to verify it? I'll show you, right? And we
Oh
call
yeah. I was saying I think this is good. This is
we're going to
helpful
call
'cause
this a dornagon, right? Because imagine these as all separate water levels, and you can close them off, right?
Yeah, but then you get
You
different
can
levels.
close them off. I'm
and
not
they're
talking
in
to
a
you.
straight
I'm
line.
talking to global, right? So you can close them off. So these is 100. This is 100. 100. 100. So level from here to here looks like that, like that, like that, and like that. But what you can do is you can close this one off and have this level here. So we have that level that goes across there to there.
All right. Where do I
And then
post
we
this
can
in
have this
general?
level here. So we have this one that goes from here to here, and that established that level. But then, hey, why not add this another one in?
Hang on, doorbell just went. Give me a minute.
Let's have an orange one that goes from here to over here, and then one that goes from here to over there, right? So all of these lines are going to be established as horizontals, individual horizontals. So can you see the way that all of these horizontals are different?
Oh, yeah.
Right? Do you think that would happen in reality? Or
not likely.
do you think that would be more realistic?
I mean, that's most likely what's probably going to happen, given that I've verified for myself on smaller scales that that's what happens.
So
but until I've actually verified for myself on a really large scale, I
Yeah,
can't just say it must be. I
what
say
you do
it
is you
probably
do this,
is.
right? You set up a water level, 100-meter sections, join them together. Look, it's not too difficult because that's 100 meters
Yeah, that's awesome.
filled. That's filled with distilled water, ready for a pressure test.
Cool.
But we'll put 2 or 3 of them together. 1, 2,
Awesome.
3, right? So what you do is you put a post there, post there, post there, post there, and you close these off. So you cut that off there and you mark them. Then you do that, join them 2 up, and you mark that, and do that, and then you close this one off, and you do the full distance, and every time you do it, you will mark it and find out that every one of these marks goes on the same point. I mean, it has to. The water level does that. But if you live on a globe, you end up with all of these different horizontals, which I'd say is impossible, wouldn't you? You can't,
I like
you
what
can't
you're thinking.
adjust this water level and these levels of these water levels in there by just shutting off each one and individuals. You just can't do it.
Yeah, I like that idea. Yeah, I got to think about that. I never thought about closing. I was thinking just one long distance and then checking it out from end to end. But yeah, I like the idea of just doing many distances and closing them off in sections in between.
Yeah. Can you imagine how many with 16? How many that would look like? We call it a Dornagon.
Can you see my drawing in the chat, Bev?
Oh, yeah. Wait a minute. Which chat is it? Hif was one of the first ones to bring these
general at the top there.
Pictures of the globe geometry.
That's what an auto level does.
Right. Can I just get you to one little thing? Horizontals are parallel with the horizon. Would you agree?
I think that's a shit definition.
Of horizontal?
Yes.
Okay. You know, when I said that the other day, Can you remember QE a bit ago? When he was on his little particular rant, saying that me, Bev, Try Thinking, didn't know what horizontal was. Isn't that weird?
Yes.
That I've just basically said exactly the same thing, and Ruhip is the one that had the problem with it. Maybe QE thinks that I was Ruhip in this conversation, and maybe that's what QE misunderstood. Because I think this is the particular conversation and the particular video that both QE and Nathan Oakley watched. I think this is where we are at. And 2 people got butthurt about a conversation that I think they might be a little bit jealous of. The simplicity, the advanced simplicity that we bring to this particular conversation within the water level. There's no need to feel upset about it, guys. It's okay. It's just an argument from reality. It's just our particular rhetoric, the way we present this. It's slightly different than what other people do. This is the new approach. This is the way that the progression of the argument is going to go. It's already happened. The future is now. Invited people to go and check for the definition of horizontal.
Again, you misunderstood me. I don't give a shit what people define words as. Definitions are meaningless.
We heard you say that. Definitions are meaningless. QE. I can remember QE also saying that he copyrighted that. No, QE. Ruhif said it to us. That's why we say it. This is where Ruhif said it. This was probably one of my first meetings with Ruhip through the Ranty show. You're welcome to it, QE. All of the points that you tried to prove within your little rant, they're just false. It's obvious that they're false. It's obvious that everyone can see that they're false. So obviously now people will be asking, what the fuck the QE thing was? What was that all about? Beginning to look very suspicious, if you ask me. Yeah. And we all decided that that was perhaps one of the worst defences. It's sort of akin to straight lines bend, but worse in some way. Pardon?
No, straight lines and bending would be mutually exclusive.
Are you sure about that?
What about if meanings don't mean anything, and your definitions don't care?
Words don't have meanings; they have usages. If
so
we can
straight
understand
does straight have a meaning?
Yeah, and hopefully we agree on it. But we don't agree.
Right. Does
if you're using the word
level
horizon
have a meaning?
My God, they've literally got to throw out definitions of words. Tell us that words don't mean anything.
Horizontal.
That's how bad this has gotten.
I can make up a word.
You are insane, mate.
No,
absolutely insane. I'm sorry, you just are. This is ludicrous.
I can make up a word, and we can agree on how to use it. But words themselves are literally just little sounds.
Yeah, we've already done that. They're called dictionaries.
So what?
The
human race has already done that.
What's your definition of horizontal, Ruhif?
We've already done it.
Dictionary is not an authoritative source. It's just people writing down
what
they think
is your definition of horizontal, please?
My goodness.
Saying a bit.
What's your definition of horizontal then, please?
Perpendicular to down.
Perpendicular to down. And what would that be? Would that down be vertical?
Yeah, where gravity points, up and down.
So is a vertical not at 90 degrees to the horizon?
No, because the horizon's not at eye level.
So if it's not at 90 degrees, what angle is it at, please?
Depends on your elevation.
What, the angle that a vertical is to the horizon?
Yeah, it depends what your elevation is.
Okay, and can you give us like a plus and a minus from where it varies from and to? Angularly, please. Could everybody see where we're going with this? Ruhif's now starting to play with the angle, and it was very, very obvious in the early days that let's say wizardry is afoot within the use of an angle. Now, if anybody can't see this, well, my idea was to try and highlight it, point it out to everybody, the trickery that's going on. Now, it's based around an angle and the internalization of an angle and just sort of wizardry, I'd say, through the use of an angle. But not actual wizardry, more sophistry. And people trying to just confuse people and use words to try and get one over on people.
If you're at the sea level, it'll be pretty close to 0 or 90 degrees, whichever way you look at it. If you're up in a plane, it's like 3.5 degrees or something.
What the? I might have to point out here that somebody's in the chat. No, a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. As you can see in the picture on the TV screen, there is a water level at one side and the other. Now, that's not flat. It's literally not flat. It's a water level, but it's not flat. So anybody stating that, especially with a big is, it's just wrong. It's just not. It is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, but it's not flat, quite obviously. vertical angle.
The angle that the horizon dips down from horizontal.
No. Because you said it's not parallel to. Because that's what the initial question was. Is horizontals, or are all horizontals parallel to the horizon?
No, because the horizon curves.
Right, okay. So that is why it is not parallel to the now. I don't know whether you heard the Ruhif there. That wasn't me that said that, QE. I was checking with him. Horizontals are all parallel. I know that. That's because all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. That's a truth statement. It doesn't make a water level flat. They're two completely unrelated things, statements that can't be made together. Keep the use of the words accurate, and we should be okay. To the horizon. You know, if all of the dictionary definitions tend to say that horizontals are parallel to the horizon.
Who writes dictionaries? Who writes dictionaries?
It's generally consensus, right? Popular consensus.
Of what we're trying to convey to each other when we make some sounds with our mouths, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes. Definitions.
The sounds that we make with our mouths don't have meaning. We just understand them from other people.
Okay.
And what information they're trying to convey, right?
Okay.
Words inherently do not have
So
definitions.
what do you... This is pure sophistry from Ruhif. But it's been dictated to him by the model. And Ruhif is becoming a shadow giant. Ruhif's tactics that Ruhif is using right here, right now, is to elevate him into shadow giant status.
And it is brilliant because the idea of meaningless words lends itself very well to the idea of stolen concept.
Yeah.
Right? Stolen identity. Because if the words are meaningless, you can just adopt something like, let's say, triangle. And while a triangle has a definition of no more than 180 degrees, if they are meaningless, you could just say, no, triangle definitely has more than 180 degrees.
Yeah, you don't understand, right?
Yeah.
It's dead easy to do that once you lay this framework down. Yeah. Ruhif.
I would say that this is impossible to say that words are meaningless, because words which are meaningless are not words. It is implicit to word to have meaning, whatever it is.
Yeah.
But it has to have meaning, some meaning, any meaning, whatever.
This is literally the ultimate inversion of just about everything. This is the switch from logic to not logic. No semblance of anything to do with grammar and the meanings of words and how the words are used. The law of identity. Ruhif is just literally telling people it's okay to throw it all out. You're going to need to be able to do this, to employ this within this model framework. You're going to have to be able to do it. And people that you talk to will employ these tactics here that Ruhif is allowing you to think about. The question is, how soon can you spot these model-afflicted people? And what do you do when you've spotted one? Where does the conversation go once you realise you're talking to somebody so model afflicted that they're willing to just turn everything upside down? You think they were trying to convey when they said horizontal is parallel to the horizon? What do you think that they were just trying to get the general gist of?
Yeah, I think they were close to horizontal and close to straight.
And
they're
but
wrong.
they use the
That's
particular word parallel.
Hey, again, why are you taking arguments for authority from a person that wrote
But
down a definition?
parallel has a definition, right?
Yeah, I know, and I disagree with the definition. This
You
is not...
did see Ruhif disagrees with the definition of parallel.
Shadow giant. He's pushing his shadow giantness out there.
Look at this.
So
this is literally globe geometry. Ruhif is letting you know what you have to do to employ globe geometry. Now, when we say globe geometry, we're talking about a philosophy. Obviously, not an actual geometry. This is a philosophical way of thinking. Basically, just think whatever you want. Do as thou wilt. That's what this is. Literally make up anything you want at any moment whenever you're talking to anybody and it's not going how you want it to go. Literally, just turn it all upside down. Basically, just be a troll and say you don't understand. Disagree with the definition of parallel.
No, I don't disagree with the definition of parallel. Your definition of horizontal includes the definition, or includes reference to the horizon.
Yes, parallel.
Yeah,
horizontals are parallel to the horizon. Now, if that is a general consensus, do you understand what parallel is? You would give us, authority to that word, wouldn't you?
We understand and we agree.
Because parallel definitely tells you something. It conveys a message, doesn't it? Parallel.
Yeah.
Right. So why do you not understand that horizontal, being a straight line, being parallel to the horizon would make the horizon a straight line?
That's why I disagree with it. Because it's curved.
Oh, there you go. All the logical process and the logical steps that lead you to say that the horizon is horizontal. Ruhif just disagrees with it. His model dictates it can't be, so he's just going to disagree with it. Disagree with logical. Disagree with mathematical logical processing. Just blatantly disagree with it. Ruhif disagrees. Therefore, Ruhif can make up this rule that definitions are meaningless. That's globe geometry for you. That's blue marble science. That's part of the blue marble scientific method. If you don't like anything and it doesn't fit with your model, then just change it at will. Because you want to curve the horizon.
No, because it is curved.
But why is it described as being parallel to horizontal?
Hang on. Two at once. Go again.
Why is the horizon described as being parallel to horizontal?
Because some dude in fucking 400 AD went, oh, the horizon looks pretty flat and straight. Let's call that horizon.
That's when... There you go. All the dictionaries, because some 400 dude in 400 AD
How did he know that? Yeah. Did anybody ask him how he knew that? Is he that old?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a long time. That's over 1,600 years.
He's obviously backtracked the etymology all the way back to some dude that said something about
400 AD.
Yeah.
Holy cow, man!
And it's up until now, nobody else has noticed, right? It's Ruhif.
It took Ruhif.
Yeah.
It took Ruhif to let us know that. Well, I mean, he has been alive for more than 1,600 years, so
uncovering one of the great conspiracies of the ages. Ruhif spotted it.
Didn't they make a movie about him, Highlander or something? I mean, there can be only one, or I don't know, something like that.
Ruhif's uncovered a conspiracy. Now, QE and Nathan Oakley are going to get upset about some of the things I say to Ruhif after Ruhif's just said that. Nathan Oakley and QE think that this conversation that I'm having with Ruhif is all about them. They're going to pick up on this shortly. Because I know when this, within Ruhif's imagination, all of this is framed around an angle that Ruhif imagines. It's not a straight line. It's not just about the straight line. It may seem like it's about the straight line and horizontal, but it's not. Wrapped up in all of this, within Ruhif's imagination, there's an angle relationship that allows him to be able to think this about the straight line. You have to have some way to formulate a difference within the straight line. And always, every time, without a doubt, it goes back to an angle. What I'm trying to do with root this out now out of Ruhif. They wrote the dictionary. It's popular consensus. The dictionary.
Words
So they've
change
not bothered
definitions all the
changing
time.
the word.
Did you know the word literal? Literal has changed definitions over the
yeah.
last 10 years, right?
Do you know, like, mathematics, horizontal is a mathematical term. And within mathematics, it is defined as being parallel to the horizon.
The horizon isn't mathematics, right?
The mathematical definition of horizontal is that it is parallel to the plane of the horizon.
No, it's not the horizon. The horizon is...
It is, because parallel and plane are mathematical. That's why it's the mathematical definition for horizontal, because it uses both parallel and plane, the mathematical terms, to describe what it is. It's definitely geometric. It's definitely mathematical with the use of those two words. Ruhif, again, this is just gaslighting. Plain and simple.
Is a juncture of the sky and the water. That doesn't exist in mathematics. Mathematics is abstract.
Parallel to the plane of horizontal.
Yeah, again, Bev, I don't know how many times I can say it. I don't give a shit.
And he just said mathematics is abstract. That's a load of shit. Mathematics is formed as a logical thought system. In order for you to predicate upon anything logically, that something has to exist. You can't form mathematical thoughts based around not reality. I would say it's obviously changed into what somebody else can imagine mathematics is. But I'm saying, for me, mathematics is a logical process. And for anything to be logically derived, it has to exist within reality for you to predicate upon it. Logically.
Small objection.
Go on.
Not against you, but against really Ruhif, because he said that this is abstract. It means not reality. But the very word abstract is to pull something out of something. Abstraho. This is a Latin word. To pull something from something. So you have to have something to pull something out from. So abstraction is pulling something. You cannot just fantasize. This is not abstraction. Fantasy is not abstraction. Abstraction is pulling something. For example, if you have a real cube, you can abstract from that this rule of cube or square or whatever. This is abstraction, but it is from reality, visual reality. So abstraction is not fantasy. It is derived from reality. This is Aristotelian way of acknowledging things. So,
and I would say that's a great observation paper, but the brilliance of Ruhif's tactic here by saying that definitions are meaningless is that your definition of abstraction is for him, I would guess, meaningless. That's the beauty of doing what he did with that tactic, right? He could just say, yeah, sure, that's your definition. It's Latin, sure. Some guy, some dude made up abstraction. So it is whatever I say it is now, right? That's the beauty of that tactic. I don't agree with it, but it's freaking brilliant.
Yes, he is implying that abstraction is not from reality. So
Exactly.
So yes, this is the way of lying, I would say.
It's a way of shifting the law of identity right at the basis of the foundations of everything that we're dealing with. That's where Ruhif hits. Now, Ruhif does that within words and within definitions. But he also does it within mathematical thought. Ruhif employs some very clever tactics. And these tactics are, I don't know, I would say there's other character traits that lead people to be like Ruhif. And it's spotting these things. Spotting them and pointing them out. See whether we can get them anymore.
What the definition of a word is. As long as we understand...
But you're going to redefine a word for yourself.
No, I just want us to agree on what a word...
No, you want me to agree with your definition of horizon being a curve.
I want us to understand what each of us are talking about.
Well, I'm talking. I'll get you a definition. I'll get you a few actually.
No,
I think I got you them the other day.
For the 50th
right, you get your definitions out, okay? And we'll go from each of them.
You're not listening.
Rue, if you can't just go asking for a whole new definition for a word just because you want to. You are. We're giving you the definition of parallel.
I'm giving him the definition of horizontal.
Of horizontal, sorry.
Yeah. You see, what's going to go on here is that there's something that you'll notice quite a lot. It's a tactic that people use, and they definitely use it within this framework. Now, Ruhif is going to say, not that definition, but never state what the not that is. Leave it vague for everybody else to imagine. It's like somebody else saying that they can do something with an angle, but then never state what it is that they can do with an angle. It's a very similar tactic. The not that statement, but never claim what the not that is. Leave it vague and leave it undefined. And just say that the other person that said that at the beginning is not that. Just
humans come up with these definitions. Humans are fallible. They're not authoritative.
And we haven't falsified that yet. So there's
no
reason to change it.
This is mathematics. Do you not think mathematics proves things?
1 + 1 will be 3 when he wants it to be.
There's no horizon in mathematics. The horizon is something.
No, there is horizontal within mathematics.
Yes, there is horizontal.
Right. Now, horizontal is defined as being in a plane parallel to that of the horizon. That is the description of horizontal. Not surprisingly, there's a lot of horizon in horizontal. It's not surprising that there's anything different about it. Now, have you got any definitions of horizontal?
You're really not listening. I don't give a shit what the definition of a word is. All right?
Okay, what are you doing here then, Ruhif?
Well, let's go back to my diagram.
What are you doing here?
Let's go back to my diagram.
That's make believe.
What are you doing here?
Let's go back to my diagram.
Why are you here?
That's make believe.
Show you my diagram.
Why are you here?
To show you my diagram.
Yeah, your imaginary...
Words don't mean anything. The definitions don't mean anything. And your pictures definitely don't mean anything.
Don't mean anything. Yeah. Bev's
Tell
talking
me
about
why
water.
You've got horizontals. You've got horizontals intersecting.
They're not horizontals, Bev. They're angles.
Level.
They're not even
Level.
horizontal.
No, they're horizontals then. That's not level, is it?
But Ruhit, you've
They're
been
level
around
locally.
a long time.
What,
Yeah,
those two lines that
define
are
local.
intersecting...
Bev, why are we letting them get away with these stupid words? They're not.
He doesn't
you just said
understand
locally.
geometry.
Well, what do you mean by locally?
Well, he's got the
What do you
lines.
mean by
Have you seen his
locally?
picture?
Direction.
Have you seen his picture? Because those lines are intersecting at nearly right angles.
Well, it's obviously exaggerated, right? You get the point.
Yeah, well, no, but it's
Well,
not
don't
obviously
exaggerate it,
exaggerated,
man.
is it?
Come on, let's be realistic here.
Oh, get Ruhif to draw a horizontal line
That's what
below
we're trying to do,
that,
right?
below that picture. Just a horizontal line, without drawing anything else. Get him to draw what he thinks a horizontal line is on
I've
that
drawn them, they're
picture where
red.
he's got the Earth.
they're ones
No,
that intersect.
Imagining all there is a horizontal line. There is nothing else in the universe. You can't put anything underneath it. All you can do is draw me a
There is no
horizontal
universal
line.
down. There is no universal down.
No, I just want a horizontal Ruhif. Stop obfuscating.
Yeah,
Draw
no,
me a
because they're-
horizontal line.
With reference to what down?
Oh my God.
Yeah,
Ruhif.
just have a look at that.
Line is a horizontal line
Fundamentally missing
regardless
this.
of anything else.
Have a look at that,
Left
Ruhif.
to right,
You can't draw
Ruhif, a straight
horizontal.
line. You do not know what horizontal is. My
You've
goodness.
just used the terms left and right relative to what up and down.
Across the page. Yeah, that's all
Okay, so
you
my
need.
page, right? So my page defines what's up and down.
No, what
So
are you
draw the
doing?
horizontal on it.
No,
Yeah,
Paige,
I can do that.
just a
Not
minute.
our
Left to
definition
right, across the
then.
page.
Paige,
Yeah, left to right. So now we know what up and down is. Because you've used the
one
words left
one
and right,
second.
now I know what up and
One
down is.
second. Can you see in the general chat, Ruhif?
I can.
Might help
Do you
Paige
teach
as well.
this to children?
Right now, we once got said this. That's a tweet. Is one person's horizontal is another person's vertical. Do you
Yes.
agree?
Yes.
Right. Okay. Now, when you
With
look
no
at that,
practical, real-world demonstration.
when you look at that drawing there, what you see is a vertical that is parallel with a horizontal.
Yes.
You would go along with that, would you?
Yes.
As a statement that
Yeah. Those two lines are parallel. One person thinks it's horizontal, and the other person thinks it's vertical. Yet they are parallel.
Well,
in
you're in
treatment.
Australia.
that's
You
imaginometry.
actually
That
believe that
Well,
you're
again, the video
antipodal
that I
to
brought
it.
up.
Insanity is what it little.
in particular there, Ruhif. Straight lines that are parallel. One of them can be vertical and one of them can be horizontal. Think about that for a second. Ruhif,
That's amazing.
within his definitions are meaningless. He's allowed himself to be able to say that vertical and horizontal are parallel, but not horizontals. Horizontals
Correct.
cannot be
It's amazing,
parallel
isn't it?
to the plane of the horizon, yet vertical can be parallel to horizontal.
To horizontal.
Yeah.
It's phenomenal.
Mm-hmm. Now, who's he trying to gaslight?
It's
Or has he
madness.
gaslighted himself? What is the process that's gone on here? Exactly. What has happened within the mind of this person called Ruhif? And how simple do we have to make it so people can understand what's actually going on in the minds of people? Like Ruhif said this over 2 years ago. And Nathan Oakley still is going to get butthurt about something that I've said within this conversation to Ruhif. Maybe the angle thing is a little bit more related to definitions being meaningless and the ability of Ruhif to disregard the actual topic of the conversation. Because he's a genius at the diversionary tactics, the obfuscation.
Men in white coats should be coming and taking you away, Ruhiv. The ones on the left are the same lines. They are both, on the left ball, they are both horizontal. On the right ball, they are both vertical. There's nothing different about them.
They're parallel in both of them, right?
Yeah. A vertical and a horizontal are parallel.
Basic.
Ruhif.
Oh my God.
It is basic, I'll give you that.
Yeah. Okay, right. So, Ruhif, you realise the extension. The extension of this means that you can have a horizontal that would be perpendicular to horizontal.
To someone else's horizontal, yes.
So you're okay. In the land that Ruhif lives in, you can have. You're quite fine with the possibility of a horizontal being perpendicular to horizontal, and a horizontal being parallel to a vertical.
Yes. Just as if you can have a circle where two tangents might be perpendicular to each other, right? Horizontal is just a tangent to a circle.
So did you say you could have...
You can have two tangents at right angles to each other, perpendicular to each other.
Yeah, and that means that you can have a vertical that it is parallel to a horizontal.
To someone else's horizontal, yes. This is such basic stuff, Bev. I know Sly's been...
Right, did everybody get that? Ruhif's reasoning was because you could have two tangents that are perpendicular to each other. That allows Ruhif to have a vertical that is parallel to a horizontal. Ruhif's geometric reasoning, mathematical reasoning, is absolutely fact. It's crazy. We've got the Ruhif defense guys in the chat. Good to have you here, Wally. He'll be defending Ruhif, no doubt.
Been through it with you.
Okay, that was a nice tie-in with Sly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So are you tying in with Sly and the horizontal, vertical, parallel thing?
They can be, yeah. If you're on another quarter of the globe, yeah.
Okay.
It's just just draw two tangents on a circle that are perpendicular to each other.
They're not horizontal. You can't turn a tangent into a horizontal, can you?
Locally, that is what horizontal means.
Sorry?
Locally, that is what a horizontal is.
What?
Basically a tangent to the...
No. Like a horizontal is at an even altitude. He thinks a horizontal is a tangent. There is a lot of people that still do actually think this. Listen to my conversation that we're having. It goes in line with him wanting to have a tangent that's not touching the surface of a circle. Person.
Yeah, so you can draw it away from the globe if you like. If that makes sense.
You think you can draw a tangent that isn't on the circle?
It's not defined as a tangent then, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, no. No, I don't. It's just a straight line, isn't it? It's no longer a tangent.
The closest point.
So a horizontal that isn't on the surface anywhere, just at an even altitude, would never be a tangent. Right?
Technically, no. But you know what I mean, right?
What do you mean technically no? What?
Well, it's not.
Technically no, but you know what I mean. No, we're talking mathematically here. Ruhif obviously is talking about globe geometry. And no, nobody can know what you mean. It's simply not logical. If you have already stated that definitions are meaningless, then how do you expect anybody to know what you mean? Ruhif, ladies and gentlemen. Ruhif, the shadow giant for the globe model. The framework behind how you're going to have to talk to people.
I'll call it tangent then, because it doesn't touch the circle. But you know what I mean to draw a tangent at elevation, right? You know what I mean.
No. No. That sounds ridiculous.
You know what I mean.
To
I've
draw a
changed the
tangent
definition of everything.
with a horizontal
You know what I
is
mean?
ridiculous.
All right, let's do everything at sea level then, just to get around your retardedness, right? They're all tangents then, right? If we're at sea level.
No.
Draw a tangent on
How
a
can you
circle.
have such a big ego for
A
someone
tangent
who's
to
so
a horizontal plane.
Because I think Bev is full of shit and he knows it. That's why
A tangent to a horizontal plane.
Oh, jeez,
Ruhif.
Wow.
Critical thinks here. Hey.
A tangent to a horizontal plane, Ruhif.
Tangent to a circle.
Oh, what's a circle? The water level?
Well, a cross section of the earth, whatever you want to call it.
Oh, is the water level? Because I did a modus tollens, you know. It goes, if the earth is a spherical object, P, then the surface of liquid water must curve, Q.
Yes. Yep.
And then I go, for my modus tollens, I say, a water level establishes a horizontal plane of reference, therefore not Q. Not Q, therefore not P.
I disagree that a water level will give you a perfect level. Not that an auto level will either.
What do you mean perfect
But
level?
If you're...
Did you hear that? He disagreed that a water level will give you a perfect level. Ruhif has the problem. This was 2 years ago before we really got into this conversation. Listen to the problems that the guy who has meaningless definitions, even he has, keeping his mind straight on what he's meant to be talking about.
Your theoretical 1 mile long auto level will be inaccurate.
1 mile long auto level? I said what? It's a water level.
1 mile long water level, sorry.
Right, okay.
Your water level, the longer it is, the more inaccurate it becomes.
Oh, really? To what sort of...
Yes.
Have you got any sort of mathematical formula for that inaccuracy of the level?
How much over a mile would it be off?
Yeah.
It'd be the drop, 8 inches mile squared.
Is that a drop from your position at the start?
Yes.
A drop?
And then if you go to the other end, it'll be a drop from that position.
Yeah, we did this the other day.
Yeah, we did. This is what I came on to talk to you about.
It was the infinite drop.
No, it's because you didn't rotate the drawing. This is what I'm trying to get you to draw on your whiteboard.
You did drop 8 inches, and then you go to the other end and you drop 8 inches back again.
No, from the start, you drop 8 inches relative to that position,
Yeah.
and then you go to the other end,
Yeah.
and you drop 8 inches relative to that position.
Yeah, but like that's 2 drops of 8 inches.
No, it's just relative to where you are.
Yeah, but if you've dropped 8 inches, then you cannot drop another 8 inches to get back to where you were.
You can, because
Wow,
you're down.
Ruhif, that is some non-Euclidean shit there, man. How can you drop twice to end up at the same point where you were at the start?
Because the 2 down locations that you're measuring the drop from are different.
Yeah, has anybody ever heard anybody say this sort of bullshit? Right, the 2 down positions were different. Definitions definitely are meaningless with Ruhif. And the sophistry is rife, right, within this conversation that Ruhif's trying to do here. It's sad.
The more I talk to you, Bev, the more I'm becoming certain that you're full of shit.
Yeah,
You
for
pin-
real. 'Cause
Really?
You're
Yeah.
pinrosing yourself.
Holy shit, man. Like, okay, I'm back on the board. Come on, let's go.
Yeah, back on the board.
Let's go.
I mean, just picture yourself on a ball.
Now, if you were shrunk yourself to a basketball, if you went
Just
8
imagine,
inches
right?
or 8 millimeters one way, turned
Just
around
imagine
8
it.
millimeters that way.
So
Yeah,
imagine
imagine
geometry.
Wally's in the chat thinking that the modus tollens is broken. Feel free, Wally. That's what it's there for. Conversation. Let the conversation begin.
Imaginometry.
Right, okay.
Start with my diagram. Start with my
I
diagram.
can't actually ever show
In
it
order
to us.
for
We
us
have
to
to imagine.
understand down.
Yeah, that's what my video does, is demonstrates that reciprocal shots do not intersect with each other. No, fair,
So
fair.
Okay, so we have a water level here.
No, you've got a laser level in your room, right? Turn it off. We're drawing a diagram.
Yeah, I know.
You're conflating real world with a diagram.
I'm just giving you a down. Did you hear that? You're conflating the real world with a diagram. That's what the diagrams are there for, right?
Well, definitely not the other way around, right? Ruhif would never conflate the diagram with the real world.
Turn the level off. We're drawing a
Get rid of
diagram. You're conflating the real world with a diagram. Right?
Oh my God! He just said you're conflating real world with a diagram.
Yeah, he's got a real world auto level on the actual Earth.
That's
and then
showing
we're
something
drawing a
different to
diagram.
your diagram.
And then we're drawing
So
a
it's not
diagram
real
meant to
world.
represent the Earth.
Boom. Here we go. This is here.
Yeah, but don't use real world shit that you can see right in front of you. Oh my
It's
God.
okay. He conflates real world with a model, so it's all right.
Right?
Do the same thing.
You ready to this, Paige? You ready, Ruhif?
Yeah, we on flat Earth globe.
We've got.
Is this
We're
concept
in
of
reality in my little room. Indefinitely in reality. This is a plumb bob. This is a tool that we use in reality.
Don't draw a diagram.
What?
Why are we drawing a diagram if we're in reality?
Okay, well, all right. So this water level here goes from here to here, and it's still horizontal with this. So I guess that if we're drawing this diagram, then it's going to go over here, and it's going to be horizontal. Done. Dusted. Thank you very much.
So
well done, Ruhif.
Let's line up your auto level and tell me how accurate it is compared to an auto level.
See, can you see what Ruhif's doing again? This happens very many times. There's a water level there, and we're talking about a water level, and we're drawing a drawing about a water level, and yet Ruhif wants to talk about auto levels. Why do you think that is? I think it's because wrapped up in his definitions of meaningless, he's actually found a paralogism, and that paralogism is entirely based around an auto level.
He said a few times, like when you went over the tweet about how one person's horizontal can be another person's vertical. Within that statement and his reply to it, he has personified, or how to say it, like he has taken possession of horizontal, and his horizontal, of course, is different than everybody else's horizontal. Everybody is unique in this mind frame of Ruhif, which translates or transfers to the horizontal as well somehow, like they're not parallel to each other for some reason. How can you take ownership and just hand out horizontals to yourself and others and make them different?
We called this an egocentric coordinate system that they've employed.
Bingo.
Only based around Ruhif, the entirety of this, and whatever doesn't fit within Ruhif's framework, he just disregards. He changes definitions. He will employ any tactic he wants to be able to base a framework around himself. Ruhif, ladies and gentlemen, the globe obfuscator, shadow giant. Say that again.
So let's actually measure that water level against the level that the auto level gives you.
Yeah, we
Not
have
diagram. Let's do it.
over 100 meters. We've done that. It looks
What's
like
the
this.
drop over 100
It looks
meters,
like
though?
this with the water level here and here, right? Water level fills up like that there. Whoop.
Hang on.
And then we put an auto level in the middle there. Boom. And it looks along that level that line is there, and it matches up on this side and on this side. So this is reality. This would be 100 meters. This would be 50 meters.
What's the drop over 100 meters?
Measured, none at all. Horizontal, all the way across.
0.1.
Measured.
What are you calculating?
The drop's going to be
The
drop's going to be a millimeter over 100 meters, right?
There's no drop. There is no drop.
I'm telling you
that's not there.
The theoretical drop over 100 meters is a millimeter. I don't think you're.
The theoretical drop, ladies and gentlemen, Ruhith, when told about the horizontal being horizontal, Ruhith talks about a theoretical drop. And this is where the drop, the double drop and the hump and the infinite drop comes from.
Pure genius. Pure genius.
And it doesn't take much to expose this, people.
Nope.
And where do you think the angle's going to get employed in order for him to change his thought process? How does Ruhith convert this straight line into an angle?
Auto level is within that accuracy.
You don't think
You've got to
my
do it over
auto
with.
level is within a
He
millimeter
measured.
accuracy?
That's roughly the accuracy of it.
So you don't think my auto level can measure to 1 millimeter accuracy over 50 meters?
Over 100. It'd be pretty
It's
close to
100
the
meters. The
accuracy of
water
it.
level's 100
He
meters
did
from here
50
to here.
each. You're not listening.
Yeah, but 50 each just means you're gonna you've
Half a
negated the
millimeter.
curvature.
Okay.
That'd be a half a millimeter drop.
It's all right. That's all right. We've got this covered because Slice Bar Kane's got 16 of these. And you say there's how much drop?
Over 50 or over 100?
Over 100.
There's about a millimeter.
Right,
millimeter
so
over 100.
he put 16 of these together. What's that? 16 millimeters. He has a mile. He has a mile long from one end to the other. At when we put this auto level in the middle, 1 millimeter, you say, but not 1 millimeter. It can't be measured at 1 millimeter, can it? Because you're doing it. So you've put 16 together. That's 16 millimeters, right? Over 1 mile, 16 millimeters. Is that right?
About a half inch.
Is that right, Ruhith? Over 1 mile.
What is this?
I think he's talking to us.
Can you hear a non-answer coming from Ruhith? The quadratic function is impossible. And Ruhith right now is right in the middle of aporia about a certain thing. And this will happen to anyone. The Globe guys have got this coming to them. This is a geometric function within the mathematical formula that's impossible. Literally impossible. And we'll explain to you. There's a massive reductio ad absurdum coming. Very easy to show mathematically how this is impossible to be true. It's amazing, really, that the conversation's gone on for so long without anybody pointing these things out. It's mainly, I think, because people haven't been allowed to talk about them. People end up getting attacked and ridiculed for saying simple geometric statements that start the progress of the conversation, and it gets nipped, it gets cut off at the bud. They're very clever about what they do and how they do it, these people.
Talking to his kids.
Oh.
Is that a ½ inch or 2 inches? 16 millimeters. Is that 4?
25 mil is about an inch.
Little over half.
Yeah.
Right, okay. What's an inch in centimeters?
2.5.
Yeah, okay.
He's about 7.5 inches short, but I mean, Slice Barkane's going to measure the curvature for him. Bending water level test. Measured with 100 meter. Remember that, Ruhif? 100 meters. Everyone, remember that. Slice Barkane. 16 100 meters. He's not even joining them up.
There we go.
Individual.
I actually thought I turned off.
He's not joining them up.
No, he did that the first time, and he had that many leaks he couldn't find them.
Oh, that's
so
right.
he's not joining them
all
up.
over the place.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what she said.
So this is us talking over 2 years ago about Slice Barkane and his bending water level test. But he has the equipment. Obviously, like Rumpus, he'll never do the test. He'll never do it because it'll show him up to be, well, it'll show that level is horizontal, for starters. They've realised that the optical thing is of no use. That's why Ranty disappeared and never went up Winter Hill. That's why Rumpus will never go to Bedford to do his thing. It's why they're all reverting to stolen concept fallacies and trying to convince people that definitions are meaningless. This is about as sad as it gets. The demise of the Earth shape people, the model afflicted. They've had the day. Sadly, no more. Going extinct. I'll let you all into the after we've dealt with all of these Muppets, because it's obvious that nobody understands what a water level is. But I mean, we've already sorted this out. Obviously, with the Kozlowski Bislin hump and the Kozlowski nutsack drop, it screws them over. There's only one model, and that ends up being a horizontal.
All right, I'm back.
Okay.
My goodness, you had to just make noise all over the top of Bev while he was talking to all of us, didn't you?
No, he was
Mate,
not.
Burping and carrying
microphone
on.
threw out.
Well,
Was my
we were
microphone
all
off?
listening to Bev, and you weren't muted. You were just burping and carrying on all over
He
the
just
top
burped
of
at
him.
the
So
end.
thank
What are you
you.
talking about?
He was never on mute. That's what she's saying.
Whoops. My apologies. I was not on mute.
I still didn't hear anything.
Right, come on,
I didn't
Ruhif. Time for you to make a fool out yourself again.
All right. What are we doing?
Yes.
So-
Never if.
This is 100 meters, and you agree that there is how much drop? Do you say?
Over 100 meters, but if you got your auto level in the middle, if your auto level is in the
this
middle,
is right.
that will be
Imagine this is a 16th of Sly's bending water level test. Tell us how much drop Sly will have from one point to the next, please.
about a millimeter.
1 millimeter. So if he has 16 of these all lined up in a row to make a mile, that would be 16 millimeters over the entire. No.
It
No.
accumulates. If you're at the start,
Yeah.
if you're at the start, you got your first water level there.
Okay.
The
so
last water level
here
a
to
mile
here.
ago, a mile away,
Yeah, and here.
a mile
and
away.
this.
Yeah, but you're drawing this on a flat surface. Are we on a flat surface or a globe?
This is water levels. You see how water levels work?
Yeah. Is it a water level on a globe or a flat surface?
It's a water level, like you've just
is it on
said,
a
1
globe or a
millimeter. For in between each one of these, from this end to this end, you just said it, 1 millimeter. So we put 16 of them together. 16 millimeters.
No.
No? Why not?
Because in between each water level, the Earth is curving. So the horizontal between, or the line at least, between the first and the second is not parallel to the second and the third line.
Now, okay, right. Well, let's go with this. Let's do it numbers, right? You okay with numbers? So
I'm
in
completely
between
fine with numbers.
in between 1 to 2, right? You've got 1 millimeter.
Yes.
Right? And then from 2 to 3.
He doesn't get it. Ruhif. He doesn't get it.
Go on. What's the millimeter drop?
Man, you guys.
Between, listen to what,
Okay,
until I
well, then
finish.
he can walk Bev through it, can't he?
Yeah.
So just let him do it.
Yes.
Between
because he won't
2
get
and
it.
3.
Oh, shush,
Between-
shush.
All right. The line between 1 and 2 is not parallel to the line between 2
No,
and
we're
3.
just talking about the individual water levels. 1 millimeter drop between 1 and 2.
Yep.
Yeah.
If you then go and move to number 2 and calculate the drop from number 2 to number 3, it will be a millimeter.
Okay, 1 millimeter
But
again.
if you calculate...
Do we know which direction
Listen,
1 millimeter?
Listen until I'm finished.
Is
Listen until I'm
Is
finished.
it 1 millimeter
Listen
from
until
here
I'm finished.
down and then 1 millimeter from here down? Or is this one down?
If you measure the drop between 1 and 3, it will be more than 2 millimeters.
Oh, will it?
Yes.
Check it out.
Magic.
That's great, isn't it? That is literal magic. Shadow Giant says magic. Shadow Giant is telling you that something that even he has just said would happen, wouldn't happen.
Incredible.
It's nice. 1 + 1 equals greater than
More
2.
than 2, yeah. Yeah, that's true mathematics on the globe. When people talk about globe mathematics, and that's exactly what they're talking about. 1 + 1 is more than 2. Why? Because globe. Blue marble science dictates. It must happen. While he's trying to come in to defend again. See, the pack, they all work together. They've all taught each other these paralogisms, and they must be defended. Defenders of the blue marble scientific method, where mathematics is different. Not quite reality. Just different. Go on then, what will it be?
Oh, hang on. What's the drop over 200 meters? 0.2. It will be... I need some... It'll be 2.7 millimeters.
Okay, 2.7.
You know why that is?
What about 4? Let's have... See now, this is the formulation of the Ruhif numbers. The fantasy mathematical model. Why has nobody else ever talked about this? This is an angular change. This is Ruhif. Equipotential angle of adjustment is exactly what Ruhif's talking about. Nathan Oakley can't see it, right? Nathan Oakley thinks this is all about him. But it's obviously not. This is Ruhif doing fantasy mathematics.
These were great days back then, I must say.
Yeah, I think we've missed our boat, right? We've basically taught everybody what arguments to avoid. And Nathan Oakley's just joining in with them. Nathan Oakley doesn't want this conversation coming around because he's also built a paralogism around this similar sort of thing. It's convenient for him and the superheroes over there at the Flat Earth debate to also do similar tactics that what Ruhif's employing here.
Yeah, sorry. Can I just add to that? That level and horizontal and flat are all the same word.
There's no need to put flat. flat. A vertical window pane can be flat. They're
Well,
not the same
surface
thing.
can be- But yeah, it's three-dimensional glass.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not horizontal like flat. Can be, but it's not. It's not. It's not what it is. It's a descriptor.
Flat is not orientation.
Mm-hmm. Yes. That's where a lot of people make a mistake about flat, thinking it's an orientation. It is not. Just take it out of your argumentation framework until it's actually needed. And within this formulation, it's literally not needed. I will be able to fit a flat into an argument, but not around horizontal or level. It's literally not needed, and it just confuses the issue. So lose flat from this argument altogether. 4 in. Like, so from 3 to 4, we're going to have another millimeter, right? So
Between three, if you move yourself to number 3,
Yeah.
there'll be 1 millimeter drop between 3 and 4.
Okay, and now from 1 to 4.
1 to 4, so that's 300 meters.
Yeah.
That will be 6.1 millimeters.
Okay, 6.1 millimeters.
Oh, it's refracted actually. That's not
five
refracted.
in here now.
Sorry.
And I can do this 1 millimeter.
Yeah, sorry. I've been reading off the refracted numbers, not the geometric numbers. So 7.1, not 6.1.
Oh, 7.
Anyway, doesn't matter.
Okay. Yeah, no, it does matter because we're dealing with water levels, and that's total geometry, right? Actually, that is the geometry that we're going to be using.
Cite it.
Okay.
Until you cite it.
So
if
I've
you cite it, there's
added
refraction.
number 5 in here. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So what's 1 to 5?
1 to 5 will be 400 meters. Unrefracted is 12.6 millimeters.
12.6. Wow. Right. So 12.6 over 400 meters. You can see now these sort of numbers are definitely measurable. What Ruhif's talking about is definitely measurable because there's a difference, as you can see, within the 1 millimeter drop of each one and the total drop that must occur according to Ruhif and his model.
12.6 millimeters, 1.26 centimeters, half an inch.
Yep. As opposed to 4 millimeters.
Yep.
There's a definite difference, and there is a definite measurable change between the two. Obviously, there's a difference. Now, that difference would definitely be measurable. That's what mathematics is all about. The difference between the two. The fact that it's a logical difference that's impossible mathematically seems to be skipping over Ruhif. He doesn't seem to comprehend it. But to somebody who has definitions that are meaningless, it's unsurprising that he can't comprehend this. And yet, Nathan Oakley's about to think that this is about him. Fascinating. Oh, wow. 1 to 3. So that's 200 meters at 1 point. Is that a good one? 2.7. Is that the...
hang on.
The right
1 to
number?
3
1
would
to
be
3.
200 meters. 3.1.
3.1. Oh, that's even better.
Yeah. Can you see how the curvature accumulates?
Measurable. So 200 meters at 3.1 millimeters. Could you measure 3.1 millimeters?
Yeah.
That's what I said. To spot on. 200 meters. So if you have an overlap, you have 400 meters. and the half that is 200 meters, and that's 3.1. You could definitely measure that. You could measure 3.1 millimeters with a ruler.
Easy.
Yep. A measurement, right? Think about it.
Whether you can measure 3 millimeters is a different story.
Pardon?
Whether you can actually measure it as 3 millimeters is a different story.
Of course it can. Ruhif's asking and questioning whether you can measure 3.1 millimeters.
He has to, though, to cover his ass, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, I would ask anybody, a school child, whatever, can you measure 3.1 millimeters? I think everybody would say, yeah, of course you can. Just get a ruler. And you'd measure, definitely be able to measure 3 millimeters. 0.1, well, just the other side of the line, obviously. Definitely able to do that.
If you do it over a mile,
Look, you seen me. You not seen me pipe?
Hmm?
It's only
You what?
3. It's 3 millimeters ID.
accumulating if
Of
it's
course, I
just
can
1
measure 3
millimeter?
millimeters.
Accumulating because the
Right now, let's go to 6. Let's go to 6.
it's a
See, look at me. Like, of course we can measure it. We've definitely now, right? With Ruhif has said, Ruhif's a globe expert. He's a globe geometer of note. Ruhif has said that we can definitely measure these numbers. The test that we were talking about 1600 meters, Ruhif has just showed us that we could bring it down to 200. That's a measurable thing. But obviously, to allow for the drop and everything, you have to say that the 200 is the sagittar of 400. Because that's where you measure the 200. Is in the centre of a 400. It doesn't work that there's a drop at each end. That's fucking ridiculous. You can't think that there's a drop. Even though Ruhif's talking about a drop right now. It all gets really, really complicated when you're not talking about reality. When you're talking about living in the framework of somebody else's paracosm that they've made up because shadow giants have told them that they have to. And this is where you get left up. I think this is fantastic mathematical thought process that Ruhif has allowed us to think
You've
about.
accumulated 5 millimeters. That's all you've
There's a hump.
accumulated.
There's a hump
You've
in
just
between.
added the rest of the numbers in yourself.
What
There's
about
a
the next
hump.
one then?
God, this is funny.
Page.
it's
a
accumulating
hump in
because the
between.
line
So can you hear somebody else shouting in the backwards there?
Is that rumpus?
No, it's somebody else. But they're trying to justify what Ruhif's talking about in the drop. Right? He's trying to say that the half distance, he's trying to bring in Robotham and Wallace. Whereas Ruhif is talking about a rumpus, the full nutsack drop. He's using the full quadratic Ruhif, exposing everything about the model and the impossible maths. I think this is fucking amazing. That nobody ever noticed it 2 years ago. Nathan Oakley's going to get butthurt that he thinks we're talking about him.
in between 1 and 2 is not parallel to the line 2 to 3.
Yeah, but what about 1 to 6? This is the last one. The 500 meters should do us here, Ruhif, I think. Yeah, what's this one?
500 meters is 19.6.
19.6.
You're just gonna keep doing this and asking the same question.
No, that's it. I'm done. I've done. I've never really had that. Actually, if we could, what would be the 1 to 16?
That would be 8 inches, right? Wouldn't it? So
But you've been giving us millimeters. Come on, let's have it. Let's have it all the same.
8 inches is 20 centimeters.
You guys do the math?
It would be good, wouldn't it?
1 to 17.
It would be good.
You
It's almost
should
like they would know what they're doing and how to debunk the globe properly.
Shut up, Tony. You're like that little chihuahua at
know the
someone's
globe.
leg
You guys
yapping
even
and
know the
yapping.
globe.
Shut the
You're
fuck
listening, knows what
up.
he's talking
So
about.
what's that? 1 to 17. That's 1600 meters, right?
Yeah, which is 200 millimeters drop.
200 millimeters.
Yes, not 16 millimeters. That doesn't, you don't accumulate it like that.
Okay, right. So that would mean that this water level here from 1 to 1, right, there is 1 millimeter drop.
Yes.
What would the drop be from, if I stood here, right, what would be the drop from 16 to 17 in your calculation? Yeah.
If you're standing at 1, it doesn't make any sense to say what is the drop between 16 and 17.
Why not?
If you're standing at
It's
16, because you're gonna be
accumulated.
standing at 16.
It's accumulated, right? From 1 to 5, there's 12.6. So that's
Yeah, 'cause
1
you're
to
standing at 1.
5. But yeah, but look, all I'm saying is, so in between here and here, there is 7 millimeters drop.
Yeah, if
Right,
you're
but there's
standing
only, but yeah, but that's if I'm stood here, right? If
Yeah,
I'm
if you're
stood
standing
here, in between these two, there's a 7 millimeter drop. But if I'm stood here, there's only a 1 millimeter drop
right,
between
so you're
these
asking
two.
what the drop differential is between 1500 meters
No,
and
I'm just
16.
pointing out how fucking ridiculous your maths is.
What's
If
ridiculous?
you can't see that this is fucking
You don't understand what you're
ridiculous.
doing. And everyone here is
Bro,
listening to you like you know what you're talking
No,
about.
I understand I understand it completely.
No, you
He's making
don't.
it seem so. Bro, you are saying that the drop between 4 and 5 changes based on where the fucking monkey is. You're retarded.
Man, you
Well
guys
done,
are-
right the hand.
No, Ruhif, I
Way
think they're
at
stupid. I
Shut the
last.
think they're
fuck up,
retarded.
Tony. Come on. Let them talk.
Did everybody else get that? The drop of the water level, according to Ruhif's mathematical formula, depends on where the person is stood.
Absolutely comical. Beyond belief, Ruhif.
It's a reducto ad absurdum. Right? He's reduced the globe model when you interject water levels down to an literally an absurdity. An impossible absurdity. Again, we will be going over these things within the next year. It's about time people saw with clarity the impossible nature of all of these ridiculous arguments that are coming from people that lose definitions.
Oh, fuck you, man.
Ridiculous.
It's
No,
ridiculous.
fuck you.
You guys are
No,
sitting
fuck
here.
you.
You don't even know how to. You don't even know how the.
No, fuck
do the
you,
math.
Tony.
You have to ask someone else.
He knows how it works. That's why he's asking these questions. That's the beauty part. If he didn't know how it worked, he wouldn't ask you the drop between 16 and 17 when you're standing at 1.
Really?
That's what makes
You're
it.
only getting upset because you know what Bev is saying is true, that it's ridiculous.
No,
and
you
get
know
Bev
what
is
Ruhif has just done.
realised
He
how
didn't even know you
ridiculous
can.
it is.
Whatever. It does it. I think you guys stopped mentally growing at 8th grade.
You've just
You guys remind me of
exposed
the way
your
they're
fucking ridiculous
Tighten
model.
up, guys. Come on, man.
Bev,
Don't even know what the globe is.
If you are standing at 1, if you are standing at number 1 and you're trying to measure the drop, the difference in the drop between the second last and the last one is 24.3 millimeters. If you are standing at the second last one, looking at the last one, the drop at that point is still 1 millimeter.
Right, so what you're the difference between the drop between the last one, depending on where you stood, is 24 millimeters or 1 millimeter. That's a 100 meter water level. Either 1 millimeter or 24 millimeters, depending on where you are stood.
Dumbest thing I've ever heard. And we've heard a lot of them.
That's mathematical. Like, that's somebody who will tell you a mathematical contradiction of something in reality and want you to accept it as though it's nothing. Assuming is if you're stood on the left, there is a drop of a millimeter to the right.
To which one? To number 2?
Well, I don't know. Like, let's say I'm stood here at this end.
Yep.
Right. Where's the drop?
Back the other way.
That way.
Yeah, it's relative to where you are.
It's all around us. But
You just drew an M.
It's all around us. 365.
Infinite drop, bro. Always down.
Hang on. If he adds up 6 millimeters together, but then between 5 and 6, it's like 12.6 millimeters. Where's the other 6 millimeters come from? When you've only just gone to the 5th point, but you've all of a sudden got an extra 6 millimeters of drop. Where did that come from?
Exactly. You guys don't understand.
Yeah, when I say that the line between 1 and 2 is not parallel to the line 2 and 3, do you understand how the drop?
I understand that what you're trying to do is make horizontals not parallel.
No.
Yeah, because they're not.
It's the old "you don't understand" fallacy, eh, Tony?
Yeah,
That a boy.
you say horizontals aren't parallel.
It's curved, so therefore it's not going to be parallel. The two distances aren't going to be parallel. Is that too difficult for you guys to realize? And it's going to add distance to it?
Yeah, this is not difficult stuff. Have you guys heard of the Surveyor?
Can we get this? Has somebody got a screenshot of this?
You don't.
It's not often you get
This is
gifts
great.
like
Hold
this.
on, don't get rid of it. I'll take a clip it for you. Just give me a second to make it bigger.
Yeah, you really are showing it like how it is out there.
See, this is the first time Ruben
Okay, I got it for you,
brought
Dad.
this out. How many other people have picked up on this?
Top of the ball is a good point.
This
actually.
mathematical measurement thing that
Think of a
Ruben
name.
How can you always be on the top?
Little thing.
Come on.
Yeah, you guys are always on the top of the ball, aren't
relative to
you?
your
Yeah, everyone.
Yeah, we have to be on the top. Shut up, Tony.
Envision what it'd be like living on a ball, guys. Come on.
Bro, that's like living on top of the flat surface. When everybody's on top,
If there's gravity.
Gravity, what that's
and everyone's stuck onto it. Everyone's on the
stuck.
top.
You ever see? Oh, yeah, we're stuck.
I gotta say,
How can? Then why do you need to be? If everyone's on the top, why do you need to be stuck to it?
Because not everyone's on the top. Some people are on the side. But on the side with gravity means you're on the top.
Yeah, side is a relatively
So on the side is on the top?
Yeah, why do you need it?
Man, you
to be
guys are
on-
too
why do you need
literal.
to be
It's
on the
almost like you
side if
guys
you're just going to say
have
the
some kind of
side is
mental
actually
block.
the
You
top?
Page, side is
Why
relatively
dimensions are too much for you
out in
guys.
space with their own
But
up
if
and down.
everyone's on the top, then why are you
It's
bothering
crazy.
to add a ball underneath? If everyone's always on the top, you're on a flat plane.
Because we live on a ball, Page.
No, we don't.
You might live on a ball.
Just imagine
We do. We do.
Now you've got
Come
a
on,
very
Tony. You don't even have any proof of that.
Yes, we do.
vivid
All the proofs. You guys
imagination
have
is what
nothing.
you guys have.
Bro, you
No, you guys just dismiss all.
you just said everyone is.
Aren't you? I can just imagine it in your beds at
You're
night
not getting
dreaming.
how
going,
Everyone's on the top.
Everyone would be on the top.
Everyone's on the top, but they're stuck to it because there's some people on the sides.
There's you cannot say that, you retard. Why is it so hard to get what other people are saying and relay it properly? You never get it right.
Okay, why do they need to be stuck? Why do they need to be stuck to it?
Because we
Why
live
do
on
they
a
need
ball
to
and
be
there's
stuck?
gravity. And there's gravity.
Okay, so
pulling us to it.
a ball, there would be like a top and a bottom. Like some people would be like stuck to the
In
bottom.
space, would there be? No, there wouldn't be.
I mean,
There's nothing on top of the ball.
so okay, so
Everybody's on the
you
top.
put a ball in space. So once the ball goes into space, it's like a flat plane.
What is the top of the ball?
Yeah, it's a ball, but you can.
Tell me what a top.
The
of
opposite of the bottom.
Is if it's a flat
Right, the
plane.
opposite. The opposite of the bottom.
Every square inch of that ball is going to be the top. If you want
It's
it
a
to
ball,
be.
but you can.
Wow,
look
that's
at it
a
as
table.
flat plane,
That's a table.
Tony.
It's too much for you guys to handle.
Every square inch is the top. Yeah, that's crazy.
Man. These people are. I don't even know why I come here. I love talking to you guys.
You ever?
just don't.
The only way you can make a ball a top is to spin it on a table. Bro, spinning. Bro, what do they call that dreidel? Bro, picture that thing you spin. It's called the top. The thing you spin.
It's a ball.
Right.
You can
So when
imagine
you
it
spin
as
the
a flat
ball,
plane.
when you spin the ball, it becomes a top.
Yeah, you guys are like, you guys are just all like, you're. I don't know. I don't get it. It's sad almost. That's why there's only like 1 million of you guys and
We
7
like to live
billion
in
of us.
reality. That's what's different.
trillion
Yeah,
of
you
us.
too. You're right.
Yeah,
The
we
7,
don't want to
the 1 million.
balls in space. thanks. We don't need to.
No,
We're
what's
all
great
on the
is that
top.
you have a group of people that aren't experts in any of these fields saying that they know what's going on. You guys didn't even talk about
I am an
it.
expert in.
You got to be an expert in a ball not having. What are you an expert on? The ball not having a top or bottom?
Refraction. You guys remember refraction?
Okay, what's your expertise to come here and tell us?
I've been in this
The water
community
level's
longer
not
than you. That's
affected
why
by
I'm
refraction, Tony.
I'm an
The water
expert
level's
with
not
the water
affected by
level.
refraction.
What the fuck? I've been here longer. Yeah, right.
I have.
Oh shit! It's like my dad's bigger than your dad.
No, that's not it at all, actually.
Do you want
Your
to?
analogies aren't good.
Do you want to come for a trip on my
That's
canal?
exactly what it was like. I've been here longer than you. My daddy's bigger than your daddy.
Does anyone want to come
Got
for
more
a trip on the
experience in there.
canal?
Sure.
You'd think I'd be better at arguing, but I just get frustrated.
We're on.
You would think.
It's like a brain constipation almost. I used to be really good at it, but Jesus.
Yeah, your fucking ass is jealous of your mouth from all the bullshit that comes out of it. Just shut up for a while.
See, that's probably the funniest thing anyone's ever said in here because it's such a dry ass room.
Yeah,
Go on, Bev.
whatever.
What are you telling us, Bev?
Right, Ruhif, we're on the
Got bad
canal.
breath, though, so it might be.
We're looking down on top of the canal.
Yeah, yeah, obviously, because I mean, how do you draw it in elevation? You can do it in elevation if you want, like that. Right?
Yeah, so we're looking down.
Right. Please take note of the way this particular argument has been formed. When we did this originally, this was the first logical idea of an argument that we sort of put together for a mind argument for you to work over. And I think anyone can visually place this thing together as the way this particular argument's formed.
Down on top of the canal. It's a triangle from the air.
See, right? Okay. So you're at point A. All the sides. It's not. They're a mile. It's meant to be an equilateral triangle. Call it an equilateral triangle. 3 angles, 1, 2, 3, add up to 180 degrees. You know the deal with triangles.
Well, Riley doesn't, but yeah, go.
But you're okay with that, though? Triangle, 180 degrees.
Yep.
Okay. So we're at A. Now, do you want to establish a horizontal at A?
Yep.
Ooh, I already see where this is going.
Okay, so we're going to go from A to B.
Yep.
And we've established a horizontal at A. What happens? 1 mile.
Yeah, it drops 8 inches.
8 inches. So from A to B.
This is going to be the same point again.
A to B.
No, it's different.
B
You don't see it coming, Ruhif?
8 inches
Well,
in the down
the infinite
direction,
drop.
right?
Bullshit,
So
right?
we're going to set a horizontal at B.
Yep.
And we're going to go from B to C.
Yep.
Go on. What happens?
It will drop from B, relative to B to C 8 inches.
It's 8 inches in the downwards.
It will drop from level, whatever.
Yeah.
8 inches.
It can't drop up.
8 inches down again, and then we're going to go from C back to
A.
A. Our starting
From
point.
C to A. If you then reset, if you reset where your level is at C.
You just made this thing is a.
No, let him finish. Let him finish.
Right?
Right, and let him finish.
All those level lines are not parallel. That's the problem.
Come on.
Hey, critical things here.
Sorry.
Yeah, all those level lines are not parallel.
We're on the last leg. Ruhif, please. From C to A.
Now you're going to add up the 3 lots of 8 inches, right?
Oh, down 8 inches again, yeah?
Yeah, you're going to add. You're just going to add them all together like a fucking retard.
8 inches in the downward direction again.
Relative to wherever you are standing, there will be 8 inches drop to the other.
8 inches down. So
what
we've done is we've started on a canal, a triangular canal, and we've gone down 8 inches, down another 8 inches, and
Yeah,
down
I object to
another
the
8
down
inches to end up at the same place we started. So we've gone
where you
all the
ended
way
up,
a
'cause you
trip,
did it
and
wrong.
we've gone down 28 inches to
That's
end up
not how
at the
you
point
do
that
it.
we were at.
That's not how you do it, they say. That's not how you do it.
Bro, that's what you just drew an M, like a how do you go, it would go,
I hope everybody noticed the 28 inches. And I hope everybody else noticed that nobody in the room that I was in noticed 28 inches. Isn't that interesting? I call that, that's wizardry. Nobody pointed out that 8 plus 8 plus 8 isn't 28. Why? Ask yourself. Why did they not notice that?
it's a wave, right? You're going up and down and up. There's 3 humps. Yeah, there's bro. There's 3 humps on this thing. That should only be one.
No. That was a Kozlowski.
No humps. No
No,
humps.
it's like that.
But he hasn't even
Paige,
said
your-
it's just gone down.
Paige, your mic is
Where he
introducing.
He's here.
Paige, your mic is introducing a crackle.
Yeah.
You see that?
That's what he's done. How the fuck's he
You see
done
that?
that?
Yeah, how do you do that?
How do you
Guys,
do
come on.
that?
Down.
If you want
And
to
you're at the
listen
same
to
place.
Ruif will
You're not
explain
going
how you do that.
Yeah, you're not actually going.
Bro, that's a David Blaine trick. That's a magic trick. No, it's not.
Trick to you guys.
Going down 8 inches 3 times and then ending up where you began is not a magic trick.
Hey.
If you could go down 3 8-inch stairs, and if you could go down 3 8-inch stairs and end up in the back one, I'd be fucking amazed, bro. That'd be an awesome trick.
Is that all you can say, Tony? Because you don't understand. You don't understand. You don't understand.
It's our model.
That's your big argument, Tony. You don't understand.
See how excited everybody got. See how everybody was talking over the top of each other. Do you think anybody gained anything from what was just said there in that particular thing? I think everybody just starts talking over each other. These sort of logical arguments need time to process. You need to allow your mind to be able to do the reasoning process of its own accord within this framework. And the moment I finished saying that, or even before I got a chance to finish it, there's people talking over things, and I think it just turns into a shit show. Didn't get a chance to actually do that, but there will be other times. I have got a video called Aporia Canal, and it's this. But I think I did it a little bit better.
No, I do understand. You guys aren't.
That's what you say to everybody. You don't understand. That's your big argument. You don't understand.
You guys don't understand shit.
Yeah, see? You guys don't understand. That's good argument. Did you Google that, or did you come up with it yourself?
Say it again.
Bev, you there?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
So between A and B, there is 8 inches drop. All right, that is different to traveling down 8 inches. All right, you're not changing elevation at all between A and B.
That means no vertical change in height.
Sorry.
Yeah,
No
horizontal.
vertical change in elevation.
Yeah.
change
No,
in
no
elevation.
vertical change is horizontal, right? That's what horizontal is.
No.
Yeah.
Elevation. No change in elevation.
Yeah, no change in the vertical.
No change in elevation.
Yeah.
Use the word that's appropriate here.
Yes.
Well, what does the word mean?
How do you measure a change in elevation, please, Ruhif?
Definitions are meaningless.
They
You
are.
guys
but I'll tell you
redefine everything, so shut up.
Ruhif.
No, it's you that redefines
No, wait a
everything.
minute. Let us get it.
Oh, really? You guys
Ruhif,
use
how
perspective.
do
Perspective
you
is an
describe
art form,
a change in
Perspective isn't even a
elevation?
fucking camera or
change in the geopotential surface of the Earth.
Yes.
The height above the geopotential surface.
So how would you measure that?
Well, where is sea level is the usual way.
Wouldn't you just establish a benchmark and use that benchmark as a elevation, height above sea level, elevation?
You can.
Right.
You guys all listen to this man like he knows what he's talking
So
about.
that's a height. Yeah, elevation above sea level is measured as a distance?
It's a height, yeah.
Okay.
Above sea level.
Right. Okay. So
but
now,
that elevation,
if that changed, if that height changes, would the elevation change?
If the height changes.
Yeah.
If you're on a globe, the surface is curved, yet at an equal elevation.
Yes,
That's
and if
elevation
the elevation changes, is that measured as a distance?
Of height, yes.
A vertical height.
Yes.
So a
Relative
vertical change is how you measure elevation.
Yeah, from sea level at that local point, yes.
Yes. A vertical change is a change in elevation. Which is exactly what they've been talking about with all of the numbers they used earlier. 8 inches is a vertical change of 8 inches. Yeah, Ruhith and Blue Marble Science and all of the others people will want to not have that as a vertical change. You get ready to be gaslighted. The most severely you've ever been gaslighted. This vertical change in elevation isn't a vertical change in elevation. After just being described as a vertical change, they're about to tell you it isn't a vertical change. This distance, this height that they're changing the difference of, it's not going to be a change in elevation.
So you might be 10 meters above sea level at one point.
Yeah.
Right. Point A, you might be 10 meters above sea level.
Yeah.
50 kilometers away, you might be 10 meters above sea level there.
Yep.
But if you look across to that with an auto level, that will be way, way below.
What do you mean? It will be below. With the same elevation, with no difference in height, but you are willing to say below. How do you do that, Ruhith?
From point A.
What do you mean from point A?
If you were to fire
below
point A,
but does below mean a difference in height?
Depends whether you're talking elevation or relative to your
yes,
position.
Vertical distance, height. Yes. What does your height mean, Ruhith? Please. When somebody says how tall are you or what height are you, what do you say? Do you say, oh, what do you mean? Do you mean when I'm led down?
Yeah, my local down, my floor.
No, when somebody asks you what is your height, what do you think they mean?
How tall are you?
Right, vertical. Is that height measured vertically?
Yes.
Okay.
At your local.
So a change in vertical is what you would establish as a change in elevation.
Locally, yes. But as soon as you move, your elevation references a different point.
So would you not use a level to establish the change in...
No, only locally. Only locally.
Right, so what would you use not locally? And just give us an idea on how local is as a distance.
You do plane surveying, differential leveling, to work out what the elevation is.
Yeah, that is a change in the vertical height from the horizontal. I know, because I have an auto level and I know how to do differential leveling.
Okay, so you know how to get accurate elevations on a globe.
Yes.
Right?
On a globe, I know how to do it in reality. And it is a change in the vertical from horizontal.
This is a good experiment for you to do.
It is.
Right?
It is. Can you hear what Ruhith's doing now? Ruhif has reached aporia, and now he's doing the old switcheroo in the minds of the globe fanatics. This is shadow giant work Ruhif's doing right now. This is the gaslighting part of it. We've established now that a change in elevation is a measured vertical change. That's how you measure elevation changes. Just like Ruhif's talked about with all of the numbers earlier, they were a vertical change from horizontal. That's what we purposely said, just to make it clear that that's what we were talking about. We were talking about a vertical measured change from the horizontal, i.e. elevation change. We've just established that I know about differential leveling, and I know that level is horizontally, right?
Can I give you an experiment to do with your auto level?
No, because it's geometry. It is not an experiment, Ruhif. You are a retard.
Who wants to hear my experiment?
How about
Anyone?
you go and do
dear.
it? Video.
That's telling me
That's like a big no.
We don't want to hear about
I do.
All right. Critical Think wants to hear my experiment. All right. I am on a mountain, and the elevation of that mountain is 1,000 meters.
Vertical height, that is it?
Elevation, whatever you want to call it.
Is it a vertical change in distance from the horizontal? Or is it a vertical change in distance from what?
Elevation above sea level.
Mean sea level.
Above sea level, right? And sea level is?
Mean sea level.
And sea level is? Sea level is what?
Can we get through this?
Okay.
Sea level. Sea level, sea level.
Right, okay. So,
I'm on a mountain,
right, so
and I'm
4,000, right? So if we say this is level, and then you say you want to go 4,000.
Can you let him finish?
Is that 4,000 above the level, this level here? Or this level here? Because your level's a circle, isn't it?
Right.
Isn't this your level?
Meters.
Isn't this your level?
I'm on a mountain that's 1,000 meters above.
Is this your level?
Right, I'm going to mute there.
Is this your level?
Mute that. All right. I'm on a mountain that is 1,000 meters above sea level, and I am looking across to another mountain that is also 1,000 meters above sea level.
Right. So is that?
And those two mountains are 50 meters apart.
That's also 1,000.
All right. If I make a shot from mountain A across to mountain B,
1,000.
and that's level,
Which one?
and I shoot back from B to A, will I be shooting back down exactly the same line of sight that I shot in the first place?
Like which 1,000 with your level?
You have line of sight. Yeah.
Yeah.
You just said line of sight.
Is it at eye level? So I shoot from 1,000 meters to 1,000
He's asking on a level ball, what are you 1,000 feet from? Like the bottom?
Sea level. Sea level. It doesn't matter what the surface is.
Sea level is a circle.
We're not talking about.
It's a spherical surface, actually. It's not just a circle.
Which point on that circle are you?
Yeah,
we're not
which
talking
point
about
on that circle are you 1,000 feet above?
The sea level, whether it's flat or globe.
Well, so now
we
all
don't
of
know
a sudden,
But which
the
point?
Earth doesn't matter. When Bev had to tell you what he was referencing on his pictures before, now it's all of a sudden the ground doesn't matter. What?
If I'm at 1,000 meters above sea level, regardless.
Yeah, but where's
of
your
flat
sea
or
level
globe,
from?
right? Fucking sea level. Where the
It's a
water is.
curve.
We're not sure what the shape
Which
of the Earth is
which
right now, right?
point
This is
of the
experiment.
curve are you measuring your level
not
from?
measuring a
Your level
curve.
is definitely curved, isn't it? It's not a straight line. Can't be a straight line, can it? Because dreaded. Think about it. What would happen if level was a straight line?
We haven't done the
Ruhif,
experiment.
can you imagine?
Child abuser.
Imagine what would happen. Oh
Ben.
my
The
God!
Let him finish.
It
Yeah, come
can't
on.
be, can it?
Right. I'm at 1,000
Those
meters.
implications, they're awful.
He's not going to
Yeah,
address.
terrible.
I know. He can't. He's at 1,000 meters, but 1,000 meters from where? What's he talking about? He has meaningless definitions. He can't even define what he's talking about now when he says he's at 1,000 meters. It's the problems that occur. Once you start with sophistry and different meaningless differentiations, like you can't tell what anybody's talking about. Ruhip is now lost within his ability to communicate anything. Just imagine whatever you want, because Ruhip will never be able to describe anything to anybody. Particularly around this model that he's talking about.
The child abuse stuff.
1,000
Well, let him
meters.
finish.
Let him finish what? Imagining.
My experiment. I've only got like the first line.
It's an
out.
experiment. Is it a geometry experiment?
Let him talk about his experiment.
His geometry experiment. Love it. Carry on.
So
Carry on,
cute.
Ruhif.
He thinks it's an experiment.
All right, so I'm at 1,000 meters and I have my auto level.
Yeah.
And I shoot across to something that's only 50 meters away, but also 1,000 meters of elevation.
It's all still lines, this. Distances and lines.
Yeah, we've just got our auto level out. We don't know what shape of the Earth is. We've just got our auto
Geometry.
level.
Yeah.
We're in the real world, taking a shot with our auto level.
Yep. Doing
50 meters
geometry.
away, right? Whatever. We've just got our auto level.
Yeah.
And
I'm
then I
waiting
go
for the experiment.
Yeah, because you keep talking. We'll get there, right? Then we go to point B, where we shot to, and we shoot back to point A, all right? Will that shot...
A to B. Two theodolites. It's pretty much what we talked to Ollie about the other day. A to B. Ruhif's experiment with straight lines.
Be straight down the barrel of our original shot.
Straight down the barrel. Are you shooting a gun?
Let's say we have two auto levels, actually. That's probably a better way to do it.
Here we go. This now turns into the realm of fantasy. There's only one group of people that talk about this, citing auto levels with auto levels. Obviously, the people that have never actually used these tools, because this is pure fantasy. It's never been done. No surveyor has ever cited an auto level from an auto level. Literally doesn't ever occur. Just in the minds of the blue marble scientists. It's the only place this exists that Ruhif's about to talk about. They've made this up completely.
We have auto levels.
What's the dependent and independent variable, Ruhif?
Say again?
What's the dependent and independent variable?
No, we're just doing
Your experiment.
Hey,
Ruhif. How straight a line is, I think.
This is, we're out in the real world. We have two auto levels.
Yeah, Ruhif. Do you think
Observation.
Do you think
But what's your
surveyors can make?
experiment?
Do you
I
think
wanna know what
surveyors can make
experiment
a horizontal plane, Ruhif?
This, if we have two auto levels, they are 50 meters apart.
With
and they
one
are-
auto
What are you
level?
manipulating? What are you manipulating?
If we have two auto levels at the same elevation and they are 50 meters apart, will you see the other auto level?
What are you manipulating, Ruhif?
Whoever you are. All right.
Curve.
That
If we have
means you
two
can't
auto
answer.
levels pointing at each other 50 meters apart at the same elevation, will the crosshairs show the other auto level? Will the other
doing
auto
an
level be the crosshairs of the other one?
What are you
Do you think it's
manipulating?
possible for a surveyor to create a horizontal plane, Ruhif?
Is that delete?
With an auto level?
All right, so no one wants to answer the question. We've got two auto levels pointing at each other at the same elevation.
Why have you
Well,
got
this
two
is
auto
answering
levels
your
pointing
question.
at each other?
Just answer the
This
question.
is answering your question,
It's not
Ruhif.
difficult.
Do you think surveyors can create a horizontal plane with one auto level?
Can you not answer the question? They're 50 meters apart.
Well, this
at
is the
same
answer to
elevation,
your question.
and they're pointing at each
Do you
other.
think they
Will
can
you
do it?
see other auto level?
You're using the tool for the wrong thing.
No, at 50 meters, yes, they would be perfectly level
Because you're
and
using it for the wrong
horizontal
thing.
to
Right, so
the millimeter. Yes, Ruhif. Perfectly horizontal.
Right, so
Bang
if they
on.
are-
Right on the crosshairs. even though you can't see through the crosshairs of the scope. And I don't know why you'd be wanting to look into the scope of another auto level. Only a retarded want to do that. But hey, we've heard plenty of them today. So yeah, get your 2 auto levels and look like a fucking muppet and point them at each other over 50 meters. They will be horizontal, both of them.
Then what I'll do, Bev, is do it over 5 kilometers. What do you think will happen?
Oh
then?
my
Will they follow as well?
You get sacked. Is this Ruhif shifting the goalpost? Literally, just moving them apart, doing them things that you do not do with auto levels. Ridiculous thing after ridiculous thing, never ending. But get ready for it. These are the things that are going to be talked about in the next coming weeks, months, years, perhaps. Because we're going to nail this home. The geometric principles involved, all of these things. These guys are going to help us expose the globe model. The Blue Marble scientists will help us expose the ridiculous shit about their model. For 1, you get laughed at for 2, and 3, we'd all be going, what's that muppet doing?
All right, so
please film it. Please film it.
Over 50 meters, it's okay.
At what point does it turn into an experiment?
No, we're just doing an observation. At what point do they not start pointing at each other, and why?
That was what we asked you. At what distance? At what distance can you falsify?
I've done it over 5Ks.
You falsified level being horizontal.
A falsified level.
Or you falsified a water level not being a tool for establishing a horizontal.
You look through an auto level
over 5K, Ruh, if you've shot it. And you thought that was
accurate. Do they not point to each other?
If you look through an auto level over 5K,
do you know how far the distance is?
What did that tell you?
Use an auto level.
If you're using it
I want you to tell me why that distance is a limit. There's light, like
surveyors don't use auto levels over 5K.
Yeah, why?
Can you?
Because they can't read the manual.
Why?
The instruction
can't read the rod because it's too far away.
Why does the instruction manual say that you can't use them over long distances? Does the light like check into the auto level and go, oh, I've been traveling
because they can't read
the instruction manual.
I have read the instruction manual.
Yeah, I'm sorry, God.
Yeah, it is.
All right, so
surveyors, professional surveyors, hey, Rohit, over here. Professional surveyors don't use fucking auto levels over 5K.
Anyone?
Do you think the bloody light bounces off the staff room and bounce through?
You don't understand what the tool is designed for.
Back in the auto level.
I know what it's designed for. I know why it has that limit. Do you know why it has that limit?
Come on, Ruhif. Come on.
Can you hear me by chance?
You're giving Aussie a bad name, Ruhif. Come on. Seriously, my friend.
Ruhif, can you hear me?
Ruhif. He's got everyone
muted, by the way. I've got
muted.
Kitty and Paige muted.
Why would you mute me? Oh, yeah. He doesn't want to hear it. Makes sense.
What the fuck's he doing in here? A guy that doesn't know fuck all has got everybody muted. Yeah, this is a common tactic with the Globe guys. We call it ECV. Any way that they cannot hear something and not look at it and not address the actual issue, they're the tactics that they will definitely employ constantly. Again, I like to say, these misologists, they're not really worth talking to. And I'm hoping people will see this more and more as to who it's worth talking to. What sort of conversations you can have and what conversations you can't have, and the people that get you frustrated. It's going to happen a lot. There's going to be a lot of gaslighters coming very soon because These guys have a model, and they're not going to give the model up. The only way they can justify their model to themselves is to gaslight everybody around them. Say, you don't understand. And tell you that you're not clever enough to understand it. They are the clever ones. And they do understand it. But they can't tell you how they do understand it. Obviously. Because they're going to tell you you're not clever enough to understand the contradictions and the absurdity of the model that they're talking about. For
everybody else
what
that can hear
fucking
me,
reason?
Professional
No one can
surveyors.
answer the question. At what point will two order levels, at what distance will they?
Listen to the shit show as well. I mean, it gets me annoyed listening to this from years ago. There's just people over talking each other. It's horrible to listen to. This isn't going on at the minute. This is an old video of people like Ruhif, who doesn't come around here, thankfully. He stopped coming around with this particular method that he uses. It's just frustrating. And they like to say that that's me that does that, but it's definitely not me that talks like that. These guys are ridiculous. I'm going to mute him.
To each other.
All right, I'm
Yeah,
going
for
You mean
everybody else that can hear me,
talking
for
over
everybody
each
else
other?
that can hear me, professional surveyors don't use auto levels over a 5 kilometer
No,
distance.
they're going
The
to-
rule of
they don't
thumb
use them over
is
5K
50 to
professional
75 meters max.
Yeah, you're right. There.
So, would you like
designed to do a job, a
consult
very
a
specific job?
professional
You guys-
surveyor
yeah,
and
you
ask
guys-
him what shape the Earth is?
Why,
Yes.
why would you do that?
Change your name.
So
Change your
Jesse
name.
Kozlowski
Personal beliefs
said
don't mean anything to their job.
Jesse Kozlowski, that's his job.
a guy on YouTube.
And he measures the curve of the Earth. So if you want to take
Jesse does not measure the curve of the Earth.
Then you should listen to professional surveyors.
Jesse Kozlowski isn't around here to defend the claim that he's a professional surveyor. He seems to do everything that professional surveyors don't do. But he's not around here to talk about it anymore. He's left the arena. So there's nobody there to justify the claims of these madmen saying that this other person does something. This other person is a character that isn't around here anymore. And we all know what happens to the characters that aren't around here anymore. They've just left the arena for whatever reason. Left him with a shadow giant in the background that people just talk about now. He won't be coming back. Like Rumpus not doing his test. Like Ranty not doing whatever he said he was claiming to be able to do. And like Rumpus going to Bedford to claim that he's done that. Not. Definitely not around anymore.
I've
We
caught
went
lots of
through his
professional
videos,
surveyors.
spiraling
and I listened
now.
to
tore it
exactly what they're
apart.
saying.
They've absolutely demolished his pathetic effort.
No,
Tore
that's
it to
that's
shreds.
no, that's not right. I wasn't there. If you said something after that, I wasn't there to defend it. If you said something after that, so it's very easy for you to come up. It's very easy for you to come up with a whole lot of rubbish with no one there to defend themselves. That's really simple.
A bit like Critical Think said about Jesse Kozlowski. He's not there. But yet Critical Think, the hypocrite that he is, has just claimed Jesse Kozlowski. And now he's claiming something else about somebody else not being there to defend themselves. Whereas he's just made a claim about Jesse Kozlowski doing a fantastic thing that's impossible. Yet he's not going to have him and justify any of it. He's just going to be able to say this fantastic, impossible thing that Jesse Kozlowski's claimed to have done. Critical Think there just being hypocritical. To be expected, though.
Days ago, like it was only a couple of days ago. Critical think.
Critical think. I've talked to lots of surveyors as well as people that build and sell the equipment, and I even talked to an engineer about water levels down in the United States. So what's your point?
Yeah, what's your point?
I've got another question for you.
Why
You're
can't
going
water
around saying
level?
that talk to surveyors.
What?
I've talked to almost a dozen.
For that.
I've talked
So
to
a
almost a dozen
surveyor says
people.
when a surveyor says you can't do something, a surveyor also says the Earth is a globe. So are you going to take notice of the surveyor or not?
What's the surveyor saying you can't do?
Yeah, we've got surveyors who don't
Critical
agree with
think?
that.
They're flat
They think
earthers.
level is horizontal.
No, they're
What's
not real
what's the
surveyors.
surveyor saying you can't do
so,
critical think?
Yeah, guys that you just stop in the middle of the road, you know, and stop and go and talk to them, and they're doing their job, and you go and ask them, is level horizontal? And they say yes.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's not curved.
That
No,
doesn't
it's
mean
not.
that the
Okay,
Earth is
thanks,
not
mate.
curved. That just means that where they are, level is horizontal.
level.
Will you
Level is
excuse me? Can I finish a sentence? They just say level is horizontal where they are. Of course it is. You ask them that question.
Doesn't that guy sound like that other guy over on Terry's that was called himself cursed with a high IQ? Doesn't this guy sound exactly the same? Doesn't he get upset just like that other guy about not being able to finish his ridiculous statements? He gets all butthurt about it. Pretty much the same. Sounds exactly like the same guy to me.
That's what they say. They're not saying that the Earth is flat. That's not what they're saying. Did you ask them? Is the Earth flat? No, you did not.
Level.
You got your answer,
27
Paige.
miles of water level.
Yeah, Paige.
Will be horizontal because level is
Paige,
horizontal.
you got your answer. You got your answer,
We
Paige.
don't actually say that the Earth is flat, though. You realize that, right?
Paige, he said that level is horizontal. That's the answer.
It's
the reason.
horizontal
Water is level. Level is horizontal.
At the point you're standing at on the Earth. As you move away, the level line is no longer
what
the
you said
same
at the
horizontal
point.
line as it
Are you
was before.
suggesting you can have a horizontal at
Show
a point?
him the
You've tested
No,
this,
that's
have you?
not what it means.
You've
And stop
tested
trying
this
to say
vertical?
that.
Definition of a point.
So how long is this horizontal?
You said a critical think, not Bev. You said a point.
Oh,
horizontal.
wow,
at a
I
point.
said the level line is horizontal at that place. It is not the same horizontal as where you move.
So how
on the
long
globe.
is
they are not
the
parallel
horizontal?
To the left, it's no longer horizontal to that first point. You're a
That's
fucking
correct.
muppet. You're a
That's correct.
muppet.
Wait,
You're
No,
an
it's not.
absolute
No, you
muppet.
measure it.
Have you
You
tested?
go out
Have you
there and
tested
measure
this
it.
for
Horizontal's a
yourself?
straight line, right?
Actually do. You fucking muppet.
A horizontal is a straight line, critical think.
Yes, that's right. It's a straight
Right, so
line. Of course
if
it is.
you have a horizontal at a point, can you be holding a straight line that extends out infinitely?
Yeah, why not?
Would that be horizontal?
Only horizontal to you. It's
That
not horizontal to somebody
straight
on
line
10 miles
that
away.
you are holding, is it horizontal?
Horizontal for you at your point.
Is
horizontal
it-
is,
so
excuse me, horizontal is perpendicular.
It's a horizontal
to the
line
down.
then. That is
you move
a
away
horizontal line.
As you move away from your position, the direction of down changes, the direction of the horizontal will change.
That's the same guy, right? That's cursed with a high IQ. It's got the same argument. It's got the same voice, same tone, same pitch, same upsetness, same snowflakey guy. I know because I've just been over a video today. This is the same guy to me. Horizontal would be a line, would it not?
The horizontal is a line where you are at. It is a line, of course,
Okay.
but when you move
Okay.
away, it is
Brilliant.
a different line.
Brilliant. So that
It is a
horizontal, it's a line, but when you move away, it's a different line. Globe. Confusion. The same line is different when you are in a different position. The same horizontal. Shocking. There's lots of people that are going to have to believe this. You're going to have to go with this. This is blue marble science. This is the blue marble scientific method. Going beyond the realms of blue marble science and entering into geometry. Right into the framework within the conceptions of your mind. Geometry. These guys are trying to do. Gaslighting. Horizontal line that extends out infinitely. Can you put a vertical perpendicular to that horizontal?
Yeah, but what would it has no meaning.
What do you mean? It has no meaning. It is a vertical that is perpendicular.
No, vertical is local. When you're on a sphere, vertical constantly changes direction.
There you go. Vertical constantly changes direction. Over 2 years ago. And now we are getting in the realms of the angle. The constantly changing vertical starts to develop itself into an angle. And along with that angle comes the equipotential angle of adjustment. The angle that we were talking about, Taruhif.
It is local.
No, it's not.
Of course it is.
You saying that it's not vertical if I move away from it?
It is vertical, but it's not parallel to you. The other vertical that you is a distance away. They're not parallel.
What are you talking about parallel for? Right, is the vertical, wherever you have a vertical, is that perpendicular to horizontal?
It's perpendicular to the horizontal where you are standing.
Vertical is perpendicular to horizontal.
Let me finish. It's not perpendicular to the horizontal 10 kilometers away.
What, vertical isn't perpendicular to horizontal 10 kilometers away?
The vertical, then you're confusing the issue. Let's just take at the point you're standing.
Just vertical.
There's a vertical.
Right, there is vertical and horizontal, right?
Yeah, there's a vertical and horizontal. At 10 kilometers away, there's another vertical and horizontal. They are not perpendicular to each other or parallel to the A and B are not parallel.
Okay, so can I get that picture out earlier that we... Did you see Ruhif with it? Do you want me to get it again? I'll get it again.
The one I had, Bev?
No, with the one with the vertical
on the
here.
paper?
I've got it. I've got this one. Yeah.
Yeah, the one Ruhif drew.
In the general chat. This is the different one. See, this KC, she's a very, very, very geniusly clever geometry teacher from Canada. From Canadian.
Don't hold that against me.
Yeah, I think she might be from the French side, because what she said was one person's horizontal.
I'm from Canada.
You're from the French bit?
No.
Okay.
I'm
She
from
says.
the West Coast.
She says one person's horizontal is another person's vertical. Was that critical thinking? Do you want to do some thinking? What do you reckon to that?
If one person is, if one 90 degrees on a globe, I think that you're talking about, so that one person's
look in the general chat.
Yeah, okay. One person's horizontal
Look at the picture, bro.
Is parallel
Look
to
at the picture, man.
I'm looking at the picture.
So
Can I talk?
Are you sure?
Yeah, go on.
This one, it says this makes perfect sense. Is that what you're talking about?
It says to a baller, this makes perfect sense. Right now, so what Casey says, you can read her words there. She tweeted, one person's horizontal is another person's vertical.
I heard that the first time. Now, if you give me a chance to respond, I can.
Off you go.
Now, what that means, when I look at that picture, one person's vertical is parallel to another person's horizontal, right? She's left out the word parallel.
Yeah, same thing.
What?
Yeah. Carry on. So,
Well, what
parallel.
else do you need to say about that?
What, that you can have vertical and horizontal being parallel?
Yes, of course. If you look at the picture, why can't you see that?
Okay, right. So the implications of that means that you can have a horizontal intersecting with a horizontal perpendicularly, right? So you can have a horizontal being perpendicular to horizontal, and
of course you can, because they're 90 degrees apart on the surface of a sphere.
Right. I know.
And
Yeah. Yes. I do.
Of course you can.
I understand.
And how would you measure that?
Wait a minute. In your model, you can have that, right? Now, let's try that in reality. Do you think...
It's been tried in reality and it's confirmed. Every surveyor that's a geodetic surveyor can confirm that with their reciprocal angles.
Who have you got? They can confirm that. Critical Think. I don't know whether Critical Think's actually around here anymore, but Critical Think has now said, obviously, that they can confirm that. There are people out there that this guy has said can confirm it. A claim of positivity. Somebody can confirm this. It's strange that there's nobody around to actually confirm it. It's strange that everybody just fucked off without helping Critical Think to confirm what he said. I mean, what Critical Think has just said could be a load of bullshit, because nobody has actually confirmed that. We need to find somebody to confirm it. Otherwise, it's looking like Critical Think could be a lying shit. He could just be spouting bollocks. Gaslighting people about untruths. Until we get somebody who can actually confirm that horizontal can be perpendicular to horizontal. I'd still put Critical Think on that list of bullshitters. Lying. In fact.
You know, it's funny because the only two people that have claimed to do it, this is who they talk about. But then when you ask them what did they do, they don't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
Or you know, the procedure that they did.
Yeah. The method. The non-surveying method of just measuring angles. And what you do is you measure an angle, or you say you measured an angle, and somebody over there also measured an angle. And then you can just claim any old bullshit about anything that you want, because angles make bullshit. Apparently, that's the way it goes. That's what happens within this framework of this particular genre. If you mention an angle, then you can just make up any old bullshit. And if anybody calls you on it, what you do is you just point at that person and say, you're a liar. You're a fucking scumbag. And then you just get away with saying a load of shit about an angle. Any names?
Larry Scott, Jesse Kozlowski, main surveyor.
There's the three names that Critical Think has just stated. Who were they again? Do you want to put that again? Oh, Larry Scott. You notice, I bet George felt a bit left out there. I bet Rumpus felt a bit left out there as well. Just two guys that aren't around here anymore, and Larry Scott. Strangely enough, Larry Scott's the guy that told my son that triangles have more than 180 degrees. A claim that Ruhif didn't even make a little bit earlier on. Ruhif said that triangles have 180 degrees when we were talking about aporia canal and an equilateral triangle. They're at odds with each other. I'd say they're just lying. They're just making shit up. Because that's what they've become accustomed to within their framework of the Blue Marble scientific method. Just lie. Blatantly.
Those came out quick.
You got them on. Are you another one of those people that have them all on speed dial?
He's got a Rolodex.
Larry Scott first, though. Shout out Larry. Larry needs to come and have a talk.
Need to look into this shit for yourselves, man. Go and find the
I've
fucking
looked
tools
into it for
and use
myself.
them
I
for
look
what
into
they're
it for
designed
myself
for.
all the time.
No, man, you're trying to shoot 26 kilometers away with the theodolite, bro. You don't have a
There's
clue.
nothing wrong with that.
You don't have. You're an idiot then, because that's not what the tool is
There's
designed
nothing
to
wrong
do.
with it. When you understand what you're doing, it's the idiots who don't understand.
I do understand what is being done. You do not understand what the tool was designed to do. That
You
is
don't
your
understand
flaw.
how the tool works. You probably don't even.
What you're watching right now, you're witnessing a you don't understand off. The battle of the you don't understands. Quite a lot of conversations go like this.
Even understand how it's calibrated. You probably don't even understand what it does. So why are you trying to tell me?
You demonstrated how you didn't know how it was calibrated earlier tonight.
Gods, I've got another question for you to ask the surveyors, right? Do they know how to move the crosshairs in their scope?
Do they ever do it too?
Yeah. Is that how they calibrate their levels? That's right,
Okay.
critical think, right?
If
What are
you
you
remind
asking?
me,
I already
if
told
you
you guys,
remind me on
don't call him
Monday,
critical think anymore.
I'll call some more.
Right, you can move the crosshairs.
Of course you can, yes.
Right, not just by moving the auto level round in a circle like.
The whole apparatus.
Yeah, that's correct. And I've put the pictures in the general chat of the adjustment mechanism and the manual that says how to adjust it.
I'm sure crooked crosshairs are definitely the most accurate and consistent way to go.
Yeah. Do you find the tilt of the horizontal within adjusting your crosshairs?
What?
Yeah, can you adjust your crosshairs to find the tilt? Because that's what Jesse's after trying to find, right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
What, the tilt?
There's the what's the tilt?
Well, you know that when you use surveying techniques, you can only measure from a point to a point, right? So you can't actually measure a curve. It's what we call impossible. So rather than looking for the curve, Jesse quite wisely has had a word with Bilu, and he's now looking for the tilt. Right?
I don't understand what you're talking about.
I know. I
and
don't
until
expect.
I can't comment.
Critical Think doesn't often talk to aliens like Jesse Kozlowski does to find the tilt of the horizontal. But hey, Blue Marble might be picking this up for him. Geometrically illiterate people to understand.
So he uses a theodolite. I'm presuming that's what I'm thinking you're talking about.
I don't know.
We're talking about using an auto level. When you
an auto level is different.
Jesse doesn't use an auto level. No.
He normally uses a theodolite.
He can't imagine. So you know what he usually uses now, do you?
Aha.
What's the big difference between a theodolite and an auto level? Do you know?
The theodolite measures angles accurately. The auto level has one function, and that is to measure level. It has a reticule that you can to estimate angles.
Estimate angles?
Interesting.
Did Ruhif tell you to do that? Is
So
that
within
within
a
the Stadia
millimeter, right?
hairs?
What about your grade rod? Do you see your grade rod 26 kilometers away?
Sorry, what was that?
I was just going to ask, are surveyors
sight
able
your
to make
grade
a
rod
horizontal
26
plane?
kilometers away?
Surveyors don't try to prove flat or round Earth because they know.
No, they don't.
That's
I don't
right.
think
They know,
anybody said
they
that
know
was
the
the case.
answer. So a geodetic
But,
surveyor would not use an auto level over that distance because there's no purpose. There's no purpose to use it like that
Nope.
except to show you
Nope.
people that the Earth is curved.
That
That's
you have no
my
idea
purpose.
There you go. He thinks that the only reason you do that over that distance is to show that the Earth is curved, which is absolutely ridiculous. Like, literally ridiculous. Nobody would do that. These guys have manufactured these sort of ideas. We call it tool abuse. It's not actual surveying procedure. None of these guys really have even dealt with these actual tools. They've never done it for themselves. Got no practical experience in any of this. They just fantasize about it. These guys are role-playing. And the role-playing fantasists. They're just imagining what they think would happen. I call them GLARPers. Globe Live Action Role Players. They're just making it up as they go along.
how perspective works.
If you knew how perspective works, then you can tell me why does not the ocean rise to eye level?
Pardon?
Because you're
No.
on the ground.
No. You don't answer a question like that. Because that's a double loaded
I got no problem.
question.
I know
I've shown a picture.
That's like saying you still beat your wife.
You know what? I will
I've
put
shown
my
a
eyes
picture.
on the ground.
You still beat your wife.
I will put my eyes, and the horizon will be at my eye level.
What about if your eye level is 15 meters above the ground? Why does
Then the horizon
is
15 meters below my eye line.
In the distance, why doesn't the
At
ocean...
whatever distance it is?
Rob,
But the thing is, I can't tell that distance exactly.
He's talking about the ground.
I know.
Well, the ground
I know
could
you.
rise up in front of you.
But my eyes aren't on the ground.
Yeah, but
My
if
eyes
they're
aren't on the
15
ground.
meters above the ground at one point, 15 meters in front of you, there could be a wall.
Yep.
Right, so you can't see.
Yeah, no, I know.
Right, so make sure you confirm with this Muppet that when he says ground, he means
he's
water
just
level.
So in 100 miles away, for example, how high would 15 meters look?
Like,
would it be smaller?
Like
than
the Suez
Would it
Canal.
be very small?
Like the Suez Canal. Like
So
100 meters along the Suez Canal.
I have to go now, so sorry about that.
What? Isn't it early for you, Ray?
I have to go now. The moment you bring it around to a conversation about water level on a canal, they have to run. Have to obfuscate.
Game over.
Yeah.
Yep.
See the understanding of how this works. Say the right words. These people run. Because they're going to look stupid, and they know they're going to look stupid. They cannot answer these questions. So they'd rather just run away than answer the questions, because they know they're going to look stupid. There's only a few people that are willing to actually say about this model. They claim that there are billions of them, yet they can't even talk about it. They're experts. Fuck off. They've gone. The people that they claim to be the experts in this can't even talk about this. So how can there be billions of them? There's not. It's one of the tiniest groups you've ever met. These people, we call them horizontal deniers. Because that's what they are. And there's not millions of them. There's not even hundreds of them. They're one of the smallest groups you've ever met. The misologists. that deny horizontal. Tiny group.
No, look,
Yeah, it's only 3 p.m.
Yeah. So I have to go. I've got other things to do, but thanks for chatting.
Oh, well,
Thanks.
hey, yeah.
Thanks for
it
popping
was,
by.
It was good talking to you. But I'm going to tell you right now, critical think.
Yeah, we
You've
had
been
a laugh.
around a long time. Your name needs to be changed because I am no longer going to call you critical think.
You do whatever you think is great. Okay.
Okay, no problem, sir.
I think he changed his own name, to be honest. He's not around very much, is he, Wally? Doesn't half sound like that guy that's cursed with a high IQ, the guy that's cursed to not be able to explain anything.
And just keep it polite, and we're all good.
Yeah. Pop by sometime.
I've been nothing but casual with you, sir.
Teach you how to do some surveying at some point, right?
I'll teach you how to do some surveying too.
Oh, will you? Brilliant.
Yes, indeed.
Game on.
Okay.
Keep it local. I like that. It might be a
I make them
catchphrase. That.
fine local. Sorry, I had to change headsets. I hope this one's not.
Keep it local.
We
need a meme.
local.
DP needs to make a meme with that. Keep it local.
Ruhif's still hanging around. I noticed he tried to
busy
come back
day,
with
huh?
the angular
Oh, yeah, there is.
change of the auto level. I mean, is that the new call that's gone out? Ruhif, have you sent that one out?
No, I've seen the calls. No, the call for the last 2 days I figured out is they're really pressuring you to show them the completed test to prove that the Earth is
They're
flat.
trying to get the distraction, right? Because Ruhif has made a massive boob in saying that an auto level measures an angle. He misrepresented what the Stadia hairs are for on an auto level, and said he pointed it out across some water from his mate's living room, and
Yeah, like 37 kilometers or something. Like, what do you guys?
shame everybody's left now, because this is the bit that Nathan Oakley should be most thingy. So get ready for the clip timestamp this bit for Nathan Oakley. Yeah,
Impossible. That's not what the thing's designed.
He drew an angle on though. That was the big bad thing. Because it's an auto level, and auto levels aren't meant for that. And ever since I keep seeing these people popping up, and they keep showing pictures of auto levels looking out over massive distances over the horizon.
Bev, are those Stadia hairs there for you to get a rough estimate of distance, aren't they?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, okay.
Do you want me to put that picture back in again so you can have a look? Because
Yeah, that'd be
it
great.
does take a
Yes.
bit of getting used to the understanding of it. Right now, Slice Barcane, I don't know if you've ever seen his videos. He
But he's
puts
not a
this out.
surveyor.
He
No,
likes
not
to
many.
think he's being very clever with this, because I put this picture out on Twitter and said I think he's at 60 meters away. Now, I did that as a test, just to find out what they knew about this tool, because I'd never heard anybody do it. So we'll go over it, right?
Was he able to tell you how far away he was? Or
Yeah,
got it
because
all
I
right?
said 60 meters, which I knew was wrong, because we'd measured
Was
it out.
wrong, yep.
Yeah, we'd measured it out, right, on the floor.
Yep.
So we actually knew the distances that we were at. So if you look in that scope, I mean, this was before we could do it properly. We've now got a better camera and a better zoom setup and all of that, better way of doing it. But you can see that the center hair about his right hand, that's the horizontal, and that's marked at 250 something, 230 or whatever. But the above and below that, there are two shorter hairs, right? They're called Stadia hairs, and they're at a ratio, right? They're set at a ratio of 1 to 100. So because you have an object like the staff that he's holding right there, and that has a known distances, they're all marked on the staff, and that's a bit of a it's marked at the ½ centimeter mark, so it looks like there's more on that one, so they're 5 millimeters each of those little marks. But this is a good picture because you can see at the bottom one there, that bottom line is right at the line where the yellow meets the white. Now that's a 1 meter marker, that line where the yellow meets the white one. So you've got a 0 mark
why it
there.
goes to 0?
Yeah, you've got 0 at the bottom. So all you need to do, there's no maths involved because you just measure the top one. And the top one's around 5, right? So you can say from that, call that 50 centimeters, half a meter, that you times that by 100, and it turns into 50 meters. So that simple little times 100 calculation, it gives
and
you
you said it was 60.
And I said it was 60, yeah, testing them.
Right. Did any of them pick it up?
Yeah, they still use it now. Sly uses it as though I didn't know what I was talking about. But what I did was I found out, right? Now, see, now the implication of this is as he moves further away, the compression occurs around that center point and more numbers fit into it. So as he goes further back, 60, if he goes to 60 meters, there will be 60 centimeters within that thing. So you can sort of estimate distance with that. But when they say that, what they actually mean, because things in the distance, like big distance, get magnified and all sorts of weird shit happens. So that is only an estimation within the working operative range. Now, can you see that we're in a car park there, and that is 50 meters. Right at the back, there's some boards. Now, they are about 250 meters away. So
yeah, and you can't even make them out.
Right, so what we would do is we moved that auto level, that staff, all the way back to that wall. Now, as you can see, the hair there is, you know, it's not brilliant, but I mean, as you're looking through it, you do get a better view than what the camera gives you, because you know the camera makes it a bit longer and whatnot. We've sorted it, but as he goes back, because the hair, that little line, is within the lens, as everything shrinks in the distance, obviously the line, the crosshair, doesn't shrink at all. So more and more of that line fits into that line, right? So at that 250 meters away, you
was it 25
struggle to be able to look and see with that hair 3 to 5 mil. You know, you could probably guess it around 5 mils, but that's all you'd be doing. You'd be guessing.
Are we talking about Stadia hairs now?
No, we'd be talking about the actual measurement hair.
Yeah.
Hang on.
The grade rod. On the grade rod, right?
Yeah, on the grade rod, you wouldn't be able to read it. So that was the test that we did first off when we first got the optics, right? we obviously, if you want to be millimeter accurate, you have to have your rod guy within the range where you can read a millimeter. If you can't read millimeter accurately, then there's no point.
Can Bev.
What?
Does Bev still have you muted?
Oh, I don't know. Do you have Ruhif muted, Bev?
No.
Oh, okay, so you can hear me.
Yeah, while he was talking, yeah, he
Yeah,
could
yeah.
hear you fine.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, interrupting. I could hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I didn't know if I was interrupting. So
Did you have me unmuted? Could you hear me?
I do. I unmuted everyone.
Okay.
Now that no one could answer the
when
question.
you could hear me talking, you could hear me talking. Did you think?
I didn't know
did you think your words were more important?
Whether you had me muted.
Does not carry this on.
That still means you interrupted him because you could hear him talking. So it didn't matter whether he could hear you or not. You're still interrupting him, aren't you?
Page, whatever.
But you are, because you're interrupting me being
all
able to
important
hear it.
is
So
Ruhif.
yeah, it's still an interruption. You're just being silly.
Do you want to talk about your auto level, Bev, and the Stadia marks?
Not we. You see, we had just been talking about the Stadia marks, and it's not all about Ruhif. But Ruhif's about to try to throw a load of confusion in there. I can remember going over this. This was one of the things that we did first off, and we were definitely the people to bring this into public view about the Stadia hairs, because Jesse Kozlowski and the guy from Maine have never pointed this out because it's geometric procedure. It's an isosceles triangle, and the principles within it are entirely Euclidean. It's no wonder that these guys want to try and obfuscate it, because again, this is a proof in reality of Euclidean geometry, Stadia hairs, and the range finding ability of geometry, pure geometry. The only way it works is through Euclidean geometry and the understanding of equal angles. It's sort of the bridge of asses, to be honest. It's like one of the propositions within Euclidean geometry. And strangely enough, there are people that don't get it. It's called the bridge of asses for a reason. It shows people and their end of the journey geometrically, logically also. It's like a logic test. We've just been talking about it. We've done it, right? Did I mention angle once?
I don't know. Do you think that there is
no,
an
Ruhif,
angle?
I wasn't talking to you.
I'm going to speak anyway. The angle
Because
between the
I know
marks
you weren't here. So why would I be asking you if I'd mentioned angle once?
is the angle between the Stadia marks 10 milliradians, yes or no?
No.
No, then how are you getting a distance?
Like I've just said, you look and you read the numbers. That's what you do.
Right. So that on your picture, there's 50 centimeters, is it? Right, there's 50 centimeters on your picture.
Have a look.
How do you get? Yeah, it looks like 50 to me.
Right.
How do you get 50 meters from that?
What you do is you measure, and then you times it by 100 because there is a ratio of 1 to 100 built in to the Stadia hairs.
Jumped in here, right? You just kind of jumped in here, right?
Yeah. What does the ratio mean, Ben?
While we're in the middle of
I've already explained it, Ruhif.
Yeah. Where does it come from? They just pull it out of their ass.
26 kilometers away. This guy's shooting 250 meters, maybe 50 meters, maybe. You're talking about using this thing 26 kilometers away, so you don't even know what you're talking about.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't use it at 250 meters. That would be useless.
Where does the 100 to 1 ratio come from?
I could go to 100, but I'd do 50. I'd do 50.
Yeah. That
Where
was
does the
pretty easy to
ratio
read
come from?
there.
No, but he just came in here to jump in, and he doesn't even know what's going on, and he's the one trying to use the tool 26 kilometers away without a grade rod. So shut up.
Yep.
You don't know what you're talking
Where
about.
does the ratio come from?
Riff,
Where does the ratio come from?
What's the effective range of the?
I bet Blue's interested in this. You should be listening up, Blue. This is all about your stuff with the stadiometric range finding, pointing out that you have to measure on the measuring rod. It's fantastic, Blue. I hope you're really learning and listening to it.
Instrument.
It's important you take note of this.
Where does the ratio come from, Bev? 100 to 1. Where does it come from?
It comes from out the manual. It's in every surveying tool. A ratio of 1 to 100.
Why is it in the manual? Do they just pull a number out of their ass and go, oh, you know, let's just fucking stick 100?
No, they put it on every scope so they know they can measure an average distance quickly.
How do they measure the distance?
Factor
It's
it
not a
in
normal.
to the optics of the
Because
scope.
it's 10 milliradians between the two Stadia marks. That's where the 100 to 1 comes from.
Fantastic. Now,
So it
how
does
does
measure angle.
how does that help you?
I can measure a vertical angle with it.
You can measure a vertical angle.
Yes.
From what?
Because of the Stadia marks.
Welcome to the angle and Ruhif. Nathan Oakley. This is your angle, Nathan. This is the bit that you get all upset about. The reason I'm still going tonight. I don't really want to go through this full video. It looks like I'm 3 hours in. Welcome, Nathan, to the angle that Ruhif has generated within an auto level.
Between the two Stadia marks is 10 milliradians.
And
create a horizontal.
Second.
So you can measure an angle. Right, Ruhif, you can measure an angle, can you?
With an auto level, yes, you can.
Brilliant. You can. I wouldn't bother. Now, can you tell me what would the use of that angle
Well, the question wasn't
What
would you, can you?
What would you do with that angle?
Measure
Please.
it.
Mm-hmm. There's a familiar one. What would you do with it? He says he'd measure it.
Now, where have we heard that one before?
Doesn't that sound familiar? Like, extremely familiar. Oh, who's that?
But doing something with.
Oh, who is that?
It's Rob. You're breaking up badly.
Rob.
Blue Marble thinks he's laughing at us. Blue Marble.
Still breaking up?
Yeah, go on. Go on.
No, sorry, I was breaking up. I was just trying to say this is the real crux of the whole thing is where Nathan thinks that we're trying to undermine him from 2 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah, 2 years ago, we're undermining Nathan with this particular conversation about an angle. It's just about an angle. Now, this argument now that's about to occur is with me talking to Ruhif. And Ruhif's talking about an angle, a vertical angle that he's measured within an auto level, a tool that doesn't even measure angles. It doesn't measure vertical angles. Yet, Ruhif is going to try and do an angular defense. He's trying to confuse people with an angle. It's a very familiar tactic. People imagine that they can wield a weapon of geometry and confuse the shit out of people about things that are very, very simple. That's what Ruhif's playing the game now. Now, this game that Ruhif is playing has been picked up by somebody else. They've got butt hurt that they think this is about them.
Yeah, and I can convert a height of 50 centimeters, therefore, into a distance of 50 meters. That's what I can do with it.
You'd need to measure. You need to have a measuring rod there, wouldn't you?
Yeah, if I had a rod, yeah. If I could
So
measure
you
the height.
haven't got a rod. You've just measuring an angle. You know, like when you did your picture, when you were in your mate's room and you looked out over that water, right?
Yep.
You could measure an angle and then go on, and then
match it to predictions of what we should see on a globe.
What? An angle?
And then match it. Yes.
You match an angle prediction.
Yes.
What, and what's the angle?
As in, what angle did I measure? If you go back and look at my video.
What angle did you predict, or what angle did you match it with? Because that's all you
Prediction
had.
of the
You
globe.
had an angle.
Yeah.
Okay, now
And I can predict what the angle should be given my elevation.
the angle to what?
To the horizon.
From where?
From my elevation. I was
So from a
70
certain
meters away.
height of a horizontal established at a certain height.
Yep.
You can predict an angle
To the horizon, yes.
Okay. And
Why are you laughing, Rob? I don't understand why you're laughing at that.
come on, what are we doing with
This
this
is
angle,
geometry.
Ruhif?
Because you're.
We're matching it to predictions.
What does this prediction match?
The measured angle?
A measured angle.
Yes. My measurement matched a prediction. What is your prediction?
The prediction of the prediction match
like-
the measurement.
It's
What are you
like,
talking
wait,
about?
no, don't. Let's not go too fast, right? You've got an angle.
Yes.
Right, now, what do you do with an angle?
I match it and see if it matches my prediction if we're living on a globe.
Right, now, an angle is just the division of a circle into
Right.
parts. Yes?
Yes.
Well, so I've got an angle. Can anybody see a familiar conversation going on here? Except on the other end, we have Ruhif, who's obviously Nathan. I think Nathan's seen what Ruhif has gone through. So Nathan has a tactic to just completely avoid the actual question. Nathan will never put himself in the position where I can ask a question about the angle, because he knows how it goes. Ruhif ends up in aporia. Nathan knows this, and this conversation that we're having right now is about what you do with an angle. Ruhif is saying he's getting his crystal ball out, and he's saying, my crystal ball predicts an angle. And that's what he's saying he can do with the angle that he's measured. He will gaze into his crystal ball and predict an angle. That's what Ruhif is attempting to do. We're still unclear about what Nathan Oakley will do. But I'm guessing similar tactics. Let's see how familiar they are.
Yes. Can you do the geometry to predict what the angle should be on a globe?
No,
Are
because you would
capable of that?
need a length of a side, at least, you know, just to give you a little bit of something. But having an angle is
don't need a
fucking useless. Do you like it? I like the way they am approaching this now. The rhetoric of this particular argument is developing into you know, a well-formed rhetorical approach to the angle argument. Well, it's not really much of an argument, right? It's just making statements about it.
You don't need a
Ruhif.
length. You don't need a length.
An angle.
You don't need a length. You just have to have an angle. You can. Do you not know the geometry to work out the angle?
To work out the angle of what, Ruhif?
If you are at a certain elevation and you are looking at the horizon, do you not know how to work out the angle from level?
Listen, listen to him. How familiar is this conversation?
Is Ruhif advocating the sextant argument right now? 2 years ago?
Nathan's got really upset about this, hasn't he? And what does it sound like to you?
Sounds like him. If only you let me say one sentence, you moron. This would not be happening
Well,
right now.
no, right. Does it not sound like Nathan Oakley has heard this? This is what Nathan Oakley got upset about, right? So Nathan Oakley will never put himself in the position that Ruhif's in within this. I think because Nathan Oakley is getting so butthurt about it, he's getting butthurt on behalf of Ruhif. He's associating himself with Ruhif within this conversation. And Nathan Oakley's getting upset about it. He's
They're
getting
one and the
upset
same.
for Ruhif, yeah?
Yeah. It's good. This is very good.
Yeah. I'd say thank you for this. Right, this is Logos bringing me this particular conversation at the beginning and me saying about the angle. So this is what we've waited for. Nathan Oakley, I hope you're listening. I hope you're listening too, QE. This is the angle argument. You're going to be hearing a lot about it.
This is amazing. I thought you were the geometry king.
An angle is all you've got, Ruhif.
Yes.
Go on,
and
then.
I can make a prediction with the geometry.
Go on.
As to what the angle
Just
should be.
draw it for us.
Oh, fuck. No.
Yeah,
Hang
go on. All you've got is point A. Please draw me your angle and tell me your prediction.
Hang on.
In fact, have I still got my camera on? Because I think I'll have a go at this.
Yeah, you draw it. I haven't got a freaking whiteboard.
On the t-shirt. Space is just the distance between physical objects. That deserves to be a t-shirt, that. It is a t-shirt. And I'm wearing it. Me. I made that t-shirt. That statement wrote on the back of that. Space is just the distance between physical objects. That was me. I told somebody to put that on a t-shirt for me.
I would say measured distance.
There's just the distance between physical objects.
Yeah, the lights in the sky are physical.
It says level. Level is horizontal. This
How
is
about
going
you do the
to
drawing,
be
and I'll play
interesting.
with it.
DP, you can stand there, right? DP, he's got an auto level, right? Yeah. And he's looking through an auto level. Yeah.
Yep.
And, we're establishing a
Draw a
horizontal, are we?
circle up.
Are we establishing a horizontal?
Yep.
With the auto level?
Yes. Draw a horizontal.
Okay.
All right. Now draw a globe underneath you, dude.
No. We've got an angle.
Yeah. Draw a globe underneath you, dude.
This is it. We've got...
What's that?
That's an angle.
Draw a globe underneath your guy.
No. This is it. You've
Yeah, I
got
know
an
you're
angle.
scared, Bev.
Your
I know- I
angle is
understand that you're
measured
scared, Bev.
from within this piece here. This is where you're looking. You're looking through there, looking at one of the lines in the end of this scope.
Yes.
And you're measuring an angle. I don't know how you're doing that. You're just
Draw
looking
a
at some
globe underneath
lines
the
in an
guide,
auto level, but you've got an angle.
You are terrified. Absolutely terrified.
No, this is it.
Okay, then draw a globe.
Why?
Draw a globe under it.
I could draw a ball here.
Yeah, draw a globe under it. Under the guy.
Oh, another one.
Oh, for fuck's sake. You guys look up to this guy?
We've got an angle. Come on, let's see your sums.
Right. 2 straight lines coming out of that theodolite is all you've got. That even if you drew that line underneath going diagonal.
Isn't it weird that Nathan Oakley got upset and think that this was a personal attack upon him? Very strange behaviour. Very strange, Nathan. Why did you get so upset about this, Nathan? We're talking about an angle that Ruhif generated in a device that doesn't measure angles. But we're playing a game with him. You've got an angle. What do you do with it? This is going to be a thing. Let's play this game with everybody. I'll give you an angle. What are you going to do with it? What can you imagine you can do with it? Ruhif is wanting me to draw circles for some reason. It obviously makes a difference to the angle.
Down to the ground, that's your angle.
He'll get around to explaining it in a minute. Come on.
That's your angle. That's all you've got, Ruhif.
Do you not know geometry, Ruhif?
Do you not know geometry?
You've got an angle. Come on.
He's talking about 2D geometry, but then using it to do depth.
Come on, Ruhif. Your angle. What do we do with this? How do we use this angle that we've got?
Draw a line of sight from the theodolite to the horizon.
There. It's just a line.
No, that's horizontal. That's horizontal. Draw a line to the horizon. Which you will need to draw a globe for.
Why?
Because that's what I'm asking you to do.
No, this angle that you've measured when you look... You need to draw a globe.
Well, he's also saying something very familiar that I've heard QE say recently.
Yeah.
Is you need to have a horizon.
Yeah. Along with this thing. I mean, isn't it so strange why they both got so upset? It's like Team Ruhif needed to get some help. Ruhif got butt hurt. I think that the Aussie guys, they went over this video, I think, because I put this out this morning so everybody could have a look at it. And strangely enough, Terry and the Sphere scientists over there, I think Blue Marble was there. I hope you went over this, Blue, to go over the angle. So you can make another video about Nathan Oakley and the celestial navigation thing, because this is the angle, isn't it? This is people doing fantastic things with angles, even devices that don't measure angles. I call this Blue Marble scientist a wizardry, where they conjure up things with the geometers of the Blue Marble.
Well, not to mention, I think he's trying to get a vertical angle out of a auto level, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't measure vertical angles. It's one of the things, it states that an auto level doesn't measure vertical angles, yet Ruhif has generated one. We're playing imaginary games by putting angles out of auto levels there, just to allow the game, what the fuck do you do with an angle?
Yeah, and I think at the very last second there, on that the very end of that clip that you just got done playing, I think he did switch it to theodolite, though.
Well, Ruhif. No, Ruhif. Ruhif has actually done the auto level. He won't give up on that. Look through the scope of this thing with Ruhif. Here. See the lines? They're in there, right? They're in between.
They're in there.
They're in between here and here. So when you are looking through here and you are measuring an angle between the lines, they are here, right? Yeah. So the angle you are measuring is in here.
Yeah, and the light coming in at an angle goes through those Stadia lines. Right?
Yeah, so that... See that auto level I was just showing there? DP's got that. He took it away with him when he came over. He wanted to do something with it. I think it may had just be a memento now. He might have it on his shelf or something. But yeah, that was the knackered auto level. The one you can shake around. It's broken. It was just a demo piece, that one. So that's where you measure your angle. So you wouldn't normally handle it like that. It's a technical tool. That one's a broken auto level. That's your angle. Yeah. So and what sort of an angle would you measure? What did you say?
Comes in at an angle.
Did you say 10 millirads?
10 milliradians between the top and the bottom Stadia marks, yes.
Millirads. Right, there you go. There you go. Now, what do we do with that?
Well, draw a line between.
I've already got your 2 lines, so it's the angle. No, how do you need? You don't need that much of a line for an angle.
Extend that line of sight to the horizon.
Yeah, these are lines.
I know they're lines.
Well, you can extend a line in geometry infinitely.
This is why Sly says you're full of shit. You just
imagine your lines. The angle is all you need is this little bit here. If you can imagine these lines going as long as you want in a straight line.
Extend that lower line to the horizon.
Just imagine. Tell us the geometry and how we're going to use this angle.
That won't change the angle of it. It won't change the angle, Ruhif, no matter how far he draws that line.
Yeah,
what is wrong with you?
You're drawing it. You like this? I'm liking it. What do you do with an angle? Well, you extend the line. Brilliant. It's fantastic. He's gone way deeper into it than Nathan did already. He said 10 times more about what he's going to do with his angle than Nathan did. What do you imagine Nathan's going to do with his angle? Do you reckon he'd extend the line a bit? Just talk about it. Do you reckon Nathan could talk about extending one of the lines of the angle? One of the sides? I don't know.
Yeah, still doesn't change the angle. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I know, but you know, you can get inventive, can't you, with what you can do with the fucking angle? How do you fuck about with an angle? What do you do with it? Because I think you said the other day, Globe edition with you have it's a 3-part equation, and you need 2.
Yes, you need 3 too. If you want to get angular size of something, you need the distance and the size, right?
Right. And so far, what you've got is an angle. So what do you do with the angle?
I compare it to what I predict.
Okay. There you go. There's another one. You compare it to what you predict. Again, crystal balls. Get your crystal balls out for your predictions. And then Ruhif will compare the angle to that prediction. Do you like it? Do you often do that? You know, when you're measuring angles. When was the last time you measured an angle? Did anybody compare it to their prediction? Did you even bother to make a prediction with your measured angle?
No.
And do you think you make the prediction before or after?
It sounds like he's trying to do what you were talking about earlier, is trying to do an experiment
with an angle.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I say. Do you reckon he predicted the angle before he measured the angle? Or
well, predict. So before, yeah, that's what the prediction would have to be.
So you wouldn't actually have the angle.
As he is on it, post-diction would be the opposite.
Yeah.
That'll be after the fact.
Yeah. That's good, isn't it? You get a crystal ball to predict or post-dict your angle after the fact, and then you can compare the angle that you did actually measure to the angle that you've imagined that you might have measured.
And you're always right.
It's genius. Yeah, you could always go, well, that was close.
Damn, I got it again.
I was within a couple of miles.
Well, yeah, then you can do it again. Then you can do it again until you get it right.
Yeah.
And then go, aha, I knew it.
This is too good, man. Too good.
This is why Nathan never engaged in the conversation about the angle. Right? Because he knows it's fucking embarrassing. There's nothing there. You can do fuck all with an angle. Proved by Ruhif. Even when you predict whatever the angle was. It's genius. Okay? Like, see, because when we did it the other day, and in that picture, we had the two. We had the distance, didn't we? So therefore, we could estimate another distance. So we had two distance. We had an actual measuring rod, and with that, we could do the other measuring, right? So we didn't really need the angle, but you've got the angle. Now, what do you do with your angle?
I calculate what it should be on a globe.
You don't know geometry.
I think that's fucking brilliant. Do you reckon Nathan's going to do that? Calculate what it should be on a globe. Right? You measure an angle and then you calculate what that angle should be on a globe.
Then when you're done, you can take your angle out for a walk.
He's definitely not obsessed with the model, this guy, is he? Right?
Nah.
He's measuring angles and then calculating what the angle should be on a globe.
This globe, I hope you're
Genius.
listening.
Yeah.
I hope you're listening.
That's like, oh, I'll measure a 45-degree angle. Now let me calculate that 45-degree angle should be 45 degrees on a globe. Yes, it's a globe, everyone. The calculation predicted, measured with the exact angle that I did measure. 'Tis globe. That's what you can do with an angle. You can imagine all sorts of fantastic things.
Measure and claim.
Mm-hmm.
Globe.
Yeah.
Globe.
The angle matched with my prediction of a globe angle. It's fantastic. And Nathan got upset about this. Don't forget. That's the heart of what we're talking about here is this particular conversation that I'm having with Ruhif. Nathan got all upset. And this is all about him. It's all about him and the celestial navigation argument, apparently. It's a slight against them, us mentioning this about the angle. Don't forget the true meaning behind the upsetness about the angle. Nathan got upset.
Notice the funny thing about this. Both sides claim something different for the angle. One side says this globe, and the other one says this flat. All from an angle. And all the fancy magic stuff they have to do after, right? Of course.
And they both say that what you can do with an angle is measure it.
Measure it and prove shape. Measure it and prove shape.
I guess so, yeah. Measure it, predict, and prove a shape with the angle. Yeah. Fantastic. All very similar sort of things.
Of course, if you need the angle first that you measure in order to predict with it, aka calculate, aka backwards engineer, it's not much of a prediction then, but okay.
Yeah,
it's a
but you
fun game
can
through here.
you can pretend that to other people, right? And if anybody ever questions it, what you do is shout at them, pretend it's their fault, and tell them that'll be the best way of getting around it. Fantastic arguments that have come around full circle 3-4 years later. Very strange. Especially considering this is about the auto level and the Stadia hairs. Welcome, Blue Marble Science. Come on in. Let's play the angle game. Let's play the misrepresentation of everything. All based around these simple tools. And to tell you what, who are the people that have actually took these tools out? Who we always seem to be talking about. That's right, the On The Level crew of people. They've tried thinking in his lads. Spot on. When we're out on the beach. Doing all of these tests at the side of the canal. They're in all of the videos, all of Buster Song videos. The stuff that we do. And there are people getting really upset about an angle. What they imagine they can do with it. People getting upset for other people. Almost as if the same team.
No, I don't think Bev knows this geometry. I guarantee you can't do this geometry.
You said
let me draw
10 milli... Oh, I don't think Bev knows his geometry. Sounds familiar too. Rads between those Stadia hairs, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what are you doing with those 10 millirads? Let's go with that.
I'm measuring the angle.
You measure an angle of 10 millirads.
No, there's 10 milliradians between the two Stadia hairs, and my measurement, well, I think, was like 4.5 or something below eye level.
Just said 10. I asked you what angle you had. You said 10. Yeah, and I asked you then, what are you going to do with that angle? And that's where you stalled, once you realised you can't do fuck all with an angle.
The angle between the two.
Oh, see, that was first time. That was got it wrong. Buster got it right in the song, and we did have a discussion about that, actually. They can't. It is wrong, isn't it? It's you.
Yeah, it would be a double negative then.
Yeah. You can do fuck all with an angle. But don't worry about it. Ruhif didn't notice the double negative. They don't. They like contradictions. They particularly like those contradictions that you don't even notice. They go unnoticed contradictions. That's normally the best.
And see that. We had a conversation about this and got it right and corrected the statement because we realized. Yeah. So that's actually possible to do. Realize that, oh, well, that's a little bit wrong, isn't it? Let's get it right.
Yeah, there are things that are said that we say that are wrong, and we do correct them. Yeah, all the time. There are things that don't really mean anything, and things that do, and this is one of those things that did actually mean something, right? It showed the double negative to be a false statement once you change it to the... and Nathan and QE did quite rightly... get upset about the wording. You can do fuck all with an angle. They particularly made note of the wording that we used when we did it. So yeah, that was my mistake. And I think we had Emma. Emma did the can't as well with the first time we ever did that. And then we had the discussion. Me and Emma personally, we had the discussion, and Buster sang it with the can. Before we had that discussion. Yeah, I like these sort of discussions.
Stadia marks is 10 milliradians.
Yes.
The horizon was about 4.5 from memory. 4.5 milliradians.
So you've got an even smaller angle now. What are you doing with that?
I've answered that 10 times. I'm comparing it to predictions. What is the predicted angle on a globe if you are at 70 meters elevation? I guarantee you that you cannot do that geometry.
How did the predictions get
Wouldn't
done?
that depend on how far? Did he just say, I guarantee you cannot do that geometry? Like,
Yeah.
after the whole statement is that what the fuck can you do with it? And he's going, I guarantee that you can't do it. You are away from it.
No, depends on
So
your
that
elevation.
angle, like, because look at this here. You see this?
Depends on your elevation, that's all. And the radius, obviously.
See this?
Yeah, draw that under the auto level.
See the way this works? These angles, right? As they get further out, they get bigger.
Put that.
They
make that
get
your globe.
bigger.
Put that circle underneath the feet.
Really small here, close in. And then
Yeah,
as
I
they
don't
get
think
further
you
out,
can
they
do this,
get
Bev.
bigger.
I guarantee you can't do this, Bev.
So they get bigger, and then you've measured an angle.
Yes.
Oh,
Right,
Nice.
so how
Can
do you tell how far this line is when your angle gets bigger?
I reckon you
Because
cannot
you've
make a prediction
only
on a globe.
got a angle, Ruhif.
Yeah. Can
What
you
do
make a
you
prediction on a
do
globe?
with an angle? Because you
I
do
make a
realise that
prediction.
triangles are what you use to measure distances and angles.
Yeah, and I don't think
right?
you can do
And
this.
you've only got an angle. How can you make a triangle with one angle? All you've got's two
I
straight
guarantee
lines.
you, Bev,
You've not even
Bev,
got a length of one of those straight lines.
we've got the radius.
You've got
If the Earth
fuck
is-
all, Ruhif. This obviously is what Nathan got upset about the most. The fact that he has just have one angle.
Yeah.
This is the bit
spells it
that
out.
he thinks he takes personally.
I hope you're watching, Nathan.
Yeah.
This spells. I remember watching this and going, Ruhif cannot be saying this, right? But yeah, he was.
Yeah, this is the globe model. This is the blue marble scientists overstepping the bounds and going into geometry and then fantasizing about things that they simply cannot do. Impossibilities. It's what he's got. Fantasy in the mind, that's it.
Bev, listen.
In fact, you've got even less than
even
fuck all because you haven't even got a clue what you're going to do next.
No, I do. I reckon you don't. If I give you a geometry challenge, I guarantee you can't.
We've
do it.
already given you the challenge, and that challenge is, what the fuck do you do with an angle?
I compare it to.
Oh,
predictions.
that's good.
Go on.
Clip that one.
Yeah.
What the fuck do you do with an angle?
We'd had this with Ruhif for a fair bit, right? You can see the sophistry that Ruhif's employing here. It's sunk in, obviously. Nathan's doing a similar sort of thing. One.
He's diverting.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, this
And
is the
how
part
are
I
the
reckon you
predictions
cannot do.
made?
With geometry.
No,
If
what
Earth
are
has a
the
radius-
predictions?
Show us what they did.
The prediction is if the Earth has a radius of 6,371 kilometers and you are at 70 meters elevation, what is your prediction for the angle down to the horizon? I guarantee you cannot do it.
Wait, go on. Are these tables out there? Who's wrote these
It's
tables?
simple geometry.
I think he's talking about a magic book.
It would have to be.
Yeah.
Is it what is the prediction? There was a question as the prediction in there too, I think.
I literally I'm at the point now, right, when you've already made your case and you know it's sophistry and bullshit that's going to come from Ruhif now, because there's nothing coming from him. He's got a prediction about an angle.
Yeah, he said what the prediction is. What is the prediction?
Yeah. What would happen? What would that angle be on a globe?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's genius. It's almost akin to talking about the angle, right? Predicting what the angle would be on a globe. It's like telling a story about the angle and what you imagine that you could do with it on a globe and how different it would be on a globe. Very, well, I'd say obsessive behavior. Like, this guy obviously cannot get rid of this model, this fantasy model that he's got, even to the point where he has to imagine that he can measure an angle and then predict the angle and what the angle would be like on a globe. It's fantastic. It's simple geometry. It's obviously showing more than Nathan. Okay, go on.
Really simple geometry.
Go on.
No, I want you to do it. I'll give you as long as you want.
I'm asking you really simple geometry. Give us a geometry lesson and show us how you can use an angle of, what was it? 4.5 millirads?
4.5, I think it was.
Yeah, 4.5. That's what I said.
Yep.
Yeah.
Anyone that has seen my videos knows that I can do geometry.
Go.
No, listen.
Okay.
4.5 millirads.
Listen.
Is what you've got. Let's go.
Okay, I'll start again when you're quiet.
We're waiting for you.
Right.
Come on, you've got everyone here to teach. Look at all the people in the Discord. Come on, share your screen. Show us how you do it.
Anyone that has seen my videos.
Stop stalling. Well, we haven't.
I've not seen your videos.
We're all here
Please
now.
show us.
Everyone that has seen my videos.
We're supposed to be talking about this. We're supposed to be having a. So it's up to you to support your claim.
Teach us,
so
please.
I know you're trying to derail it, Paige. I know that you're trying to derail it. All right.
No,
so
I'm trying
anyone
to get you
that
back on the rails.
Yeah. Well, I'll get a sentence out in a minute. Are we ready?
Stop trying to divert from doing what he's asked you to do. You've made a claim, so now
I've
support
asked him
it.
to do it. Bev claims to be
It's
this
your
fucking geometrical
claim.
genius.
It's
Bev
your
claims-
Look,
claim.
Ruhif, I don't claim to be anything that you keep saying that, but I know it's
Can you do
impossible to do anything with just an angle. I'd never be so retarded as to come in here and claim to be able to do that. So you trying to palm it off as though you can pass it on. So please, show us your massive intellect and show us what you do with an angle. Surely you've stalled for long enough for someone like Rumpus or, somebody to write you up something.
Does
Some
anyone
bullshit.
mind if I record this? Does anyone mind if I record this?
Go on, please do.
All right, hang on. Get OBS up.
Yes, by all means, record it.
Thank you. All right, Bev, if I gave you the radius of the Earth and the elevation, can you work out an angle below eye level that you would predict?
This doesn't sound like you explaining to us how
So that's
you
how
use
you
an
teach a
angle.
class, is it? If he was a teacher, he'd come into class and go, "Can you show me how to do this,
Yeah.
kids?"
Can I please record this? Right, Ruhif. Can you please back your claim of you being able to do something with an angle that you've
We're all sitting waiting.
pulled out of your arse out of an auto level? A device that isn't meant for measuring angles, but you've got one anyway. So please show us what you do with that
Just
angle.
assume, we're all geometry illiterate.
Mhm.
Yep, you can go ahead and assume that.
want Bev.
Ruhif, show us what you said you can do.
Yeah, as soon as
Not
Bev
what
says he
Bev said you
cannot
could
do
do,
it.
what you said.
Yeah,
you could do.
I will say it again. Yes. You've got an angle that you've pulled out of your arse. You
No, I
cannot
measured it with
do
the
anything with an angle.
Right,
Okay,
the question
now,
is-
please, Ruhif, sort your problem out.
Right, as soon as you answer the question, I can go and draw it and show you.
You've got an angle that you've pulled out of your arse. You
No, I
cannot
measured it with
do
the
anything with an angle.
It'll take me a few minutes, but I'll do it. Right, I want to hear you say I am incapable.
Does this not sound extremely familiar. I'm pretty sure Nathan did exactly the same to you, Essie. He said, are you going to ask me what I can do with an angle? But this
That's
is
exactly what he said.
Yeah, this is slight variation, but on this very same theme. Ruhif is doing exactly the same thing. Right here. Just trying to do a switcheroo. Very weird behaviour. Well, it's not weird once you've been in this for long enough and you can take a step back and watch and listen to the tactics that are being used. This is one of the tactics that they do use. I call it a Spherical. It's a sophisticated reversal of the question that you started asking.
Of doing this geometry. Bev, can you predict the angle down to the horizon if I give you an elevation?
Up and just support your claim.
As soon as Bev says he can't do it, I'll start drawing.
You've got an angle that you've pulled out of your arse. You cannot do anything with an angle.
Absolute retard at the moment. This is your claim. You need to support it. Stop asking Bev for shit and just get on with it.
When Bev answers the question that he cannot do it, then I'll do it.
You've got an angle that you've pulled out of your arse. You cannot do anything with an angle.
How old are you? 12?
42.
Stop swinging your dick around then and just get on with supporting your claim.
Right, come on. Let us hear it, Paige. Let's hear his question and see if it resembles anything like what he initially started with.
Right, so my question is, if I told you the radius of an Earth is 6,371 kilometers...
Is that your auto level in your mate's back room?
It will be, yes.
Right, so that's what you started off with, right? Is that, yeah?
This is a geometry question.
No. This is what you did with your auto level, and we are relating it to the angle that you generated.
So
right, okay, so this is your auto level in that place, right? So we are getting what you starting with. What's your start?
Say again?
What's the start of your geometry question?
The geometry question, if the radius of the Earth is 6,371 kilometers, and if I am at 76 meters elevation, what is the predicted angle to the horizon?
The horizon on a circle?
Yeah, you can model it with a circle, that's fine.
That's impossible.
That's impossible, excellent. So you acknowledge that you cannot do it?
No, I acknowledge that the horizon is a straight line because it is parallel with horizontal.
No,
so
what is the
you've
angle?
just generated a circle.
Oh, Jesus, this is not hard.
So are you putting a distance to the horizon there in that little calculation?
I've just got an angle. Just got an angle.
You've just got an angle, okay. Oh, and a radius.
Angle, radius.
Where did you get the radius from?
It's my model. My model says the radius is this.
But you've just got an angle.
Yeah, and I'm asking you with the radius.
Know it's the globe, so.
No, you like that? I like that.
It's the model.
Did you not see that? Woof, boom, a radius. wait a minute, you're measuring an angle. Yeah, but I've got a radius. Like, where did that come from? Oh, it's a Brucey bonus. It comes with the model. Boom.
My model says that.
Yeah.
As seen on TV.
My model just put it in my pocket. Look, here, I've got it.
Yeah. Isn't that the entire point? Yeah, no, sure shit, Sherlock. Where did that
For
come
a
from?
limited time only.
Yeah, come with it. I don't know.
I wonder whether Nathan's going to be the same. I wonder whether Brian does a similar sort of thing. I don't know. Do you reckon 10th Man has got like a Brucey bonus distance somewhere hidden in the back pocket? Got measured an angle and then whoop. It says here on the side of the sextant. What?
It's part of the model.
Yeah.
You get a radius with your angle.
Because really, the radius, if you've got an angle, like one of the straight lines of the angle would be the radius, right? That's surely what he's talking about. I mean, he's not talking about an angle on a stick, is he? It's like, does he put the radius as one of the lines of the angle? Or is it just like a different one? You can sort of wave your angle round along on another stick, the radius stick, with an angle at the top of it. Because, I mean, that'd be ridiculous also, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah, you tried to nail him down. Are you claiming a distance with that? Well, it's part of the model. Yeah, it's a interesting way to show, just to expose that circular train of thought there.
No, not only have you generated an angle from a device that isn't meant for measuring angles,
It can measure an angle.
you've
It can measure an
also generated a massive spherical object from somewhere.
Yep.
If the Earth is a globe with this radius, and if you are
then
at 76 meters elevation,
then the surface of
can
liquid
you-
water must curve.
Yes. Can you predict the angle down to the horizon?
I don't predict things like that. I'm not as
Yeah.
not a. I haven't got. I don't predict angles. I'm not. It's not one of my general things that I don't do. Does anybody else predict angles? Do we have an angle predictor amongst us anywhere? For Ruhif, he might have his own personal angle predictor. Perhaps we could do an app, Sugar Cookie. It sounds like something you'd like to get in on this, a business opportunity. It seems like there's a need for it. There are people with a model that need some angles predicting to ease their cognitive dissonance, I think. You might be able to soothe them. Yeah. You could imagine though, right? Because they're going to need this easement of this angle sort of thing to make them feel better about their model, because they're going to be getting butthurt pretty soon. So you may be able to get like a paid like monthly subscription to the angle predictor, and like the more you need the angles predicted, like on a button, like a tappy one, like Cookie Clicker, but with the angle predictor. Just predict thousands of them. We have all of the angles that you need.
Yeah, the angle console, the console. What is it? Fucking word?
I got it, bro.
Consoling.
The random angle generator console.
Consoler.
Solar powered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Better than a pat on the back from a friend. Got no crystal ball.
The self-predicting.
Work it out.
Could I do the fictitious imaginometry to do it? I could do, yeah.
Okay, so let's
No.
ignore what the Earth is.
For
And
you,
let's say-
please show us.
Fictitious geometry.
Yeah.
Then let's just do a
What
pure
else?
geometry
Yeah,
problem.
what else is your geometry predictor?
It's 4:30 in the morning, Ruhif. I'd rather not.
Yes.
Can you please show us what you do with your angle? Please.
As soon as you tell me that you are incapable of doing it yourself.
Fucking hell, Rufus.
He just went
Not
through
angle.
it, for fuck's sake.
Model.
Stop
Just a model.
stalling.
Just a model.
So, Bev,
right?
Bev,
Oh,
if I
fuck
draw
you
you
are
a
such an
circle,
arrogant prick, Ruhif.
fuck off, Paige. If I draw you a
Just
circle,
tactics.
If I draw you a circle, I mean, okay, we get it. You're obsessed with circles and angles. But is everybody seeing what Nathan got upset about? Why Nathan took it so personally, this particular conversation? That we did tell him it was made for Ruhif. He said to him at the beginning, Buster put it in a song. Not because we wanted to have a go at Nathan. Nathan, quite obviously, has made that all up so he can initiate some drama. Completely 100% made up by Nathan. Nathan Oakley, that is. The flat earth debate superhero. That's got upset about a conversation that we had exposing Ruhif around the fact that he can do fuck all with an angle. Much like Nathan Oakley, except Nathan Oakley's approach is slightly different. He has a mute button that he uses very regularly.
Support your claim.
Right.
Stop asking.
You're going to
Bev
draw
do
me a
shit for
circle.
you.
I feel so special.
All right, so if I draw you a circle and the radius is 6,300.
Where did you get that from? You've got an angle.
It's just a circle.
Did you generate that circle from your angle that you measured?
I would love it if Ruif could not say the word if. Like, if I draw you a circle,
Yeah, well,
or
I'm
if
making
I
a
do
prediction.
this, or if my prediction, or if, you know, I was...
Let me draw it. Let me draw it. Hold on.
Come on, Ruif. Just...
Let me draw it.
Let me draw your angle, Ruhif, please. What are you doing with your angle?
Yeah, I've told you that many times, Bev, that you know what I'm doing.
I'll draw a circle. I don't know yet. If
Yeah,
anybody
I'm
here
making a
could
prediction.
inform me of what Ruhif's doing with his angle, please.
Yeah,
He's using the word if. That's what he's doing, Ben. He's like, if I had an angle, if I did this, if I did that.
Oops, hang on. All right, hang on.
Ooh, that sounded like Fight the Flat Earth.
What did? Hang on.
It's a nervous thing that he does, you know. It's one of his tells.
It's a dead air filling, yeah. How do I share my...
Rumpus when he has to tell us every little step he's doing along the way.
Exactly.
How do I share my...
And then do, and then I have to do this, and then do.
Yeah, that's nervous, that, you know. They all have the same tell, which means that they all talk together because they picked it up off each other.
Yeah.
Listen out for it.
Yeah.
He doesn't want you talking.
Because
I
they
don't
have
share
to
my
fill
screen.
the space, right?
Yeah.
They have to fill the space.
Yeah, he's got to fill the space so we can't, say anything.
Can someone tell me how to share the screen?
Click
There's
share
a button
screen.
with screen at the bottom.
Oh, all right. Share screen.
I'll quit my video.
There we go. Can you see it?
Yeah.
All right. Are you capable of predicting that or calculating that angle X?
Predicting or calculating.
Yeah. Can you calculate the angle X? Are you capable of calculating X?
Measured within the lens of an auto level.
No, this is a geometry problem.
On the
Pure
drawing.
geometry.
On the drawing, Bev. On the drawing.
Pure geometry problem. Can you, Bev, calculate the angle X?
Can I calculate?
On the drawing.
Come on, Bev. You can do it. Come on.
Not right at this minute, no.
But you can have until tomorrow. That's fine. I'll give you till tomorrow.
No, listen, Ruhif. This is a really stupid imaginometry thing. Now, can you tell me the purpose for me to calculate this?
Because I want to know whether you're capable of doing the geometry.
No, see, what you did, right? You didn't calculate that. You said you measured it.
My measurement is to be compared to my
Listen how
calculation.
squeaky that voice got. Hey, it.
Oh, hey. Anyway, Bev, I'll give you 24 hours.
What?
I'll give you 24 hours to do
Don't
this
be
job.
giving me
He'll
time.
give you 24 hours.
I can't do anything with your time,
Deadline.
Ruhif.
We have a
Oh
deadline.
my
We have a
God.
deadline.
Yeah.
Paige, you've got 24
that
hours
has
as
to be
well.
the funniest thing I've heard in like a week. You can go fuck yourself,
seriously.
Ruth, you arrogant bastard. My
Paige?
God.
Paige, I'll give you $200 if you do.
Right.
If you were
So,
here, seriously, mate,
please,
I just whacked
Ruhif.
upside the head. What the fuck are you on
Ruhif,
about?
what are
Telling me
you
I've got 24
doing
hours?
with that angle?
I'm comparing it to a measurement.
What are you doing with that angle?
I'm comparing it
And
to measurement.
what are you doing with it?
If it matches my prediction.
Ah,
it
right,
gives
so
credence to
you've
the
got
Earth being
an
round.
angle and you're going to go, ooh, I think I might predict 4.5 millirads. Would that sound
Hang on.
okay?
Hang on, back a minute.
Could I? Right, so here's the thing. Ruhif, you may think that there's some sort of an argument going on here, right? But what Ruhif's saying is he's going to predict a different angle, or maybe even the same angle. And then when he does that, he's going to compare it with the angle that he's measured, that he hasn't even measured. And I'm saying, what are you going to do with that? Like, what is the purpose at the end of it? And Ruhif doesn't even know. What Ruhif wants to say is, or what he's too scared of saying is, he's going to say, "'Tis globe." At the end of it, there's a conclusion. And I'm saying, what are you doing? Like, what is the purpose of whatever it is that you are doing? And Ruhif's too scared to say it. He's going to say, it's a globe.
Yeah. All roads lead to globe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he can't even say it. That's how embarrassed these people are. They're adult men normally, but I mean, there are some women that are out there that are obsessed with a model. Even down to the point that they try and formulate an angle from a device that doesn't measure angles. They then compare that angle to a predicted angle that they imagine would have occurred on their model. And then, presumably, they're likely to go, well, this matches, so therefore I'm correct. 'Tis globe. Or you might get one of them that go, well, I predicted this, and oh shit, doesn't match my prediction of a globe. What am I going to do? Existential crisis. How do I deal with it? I just predict another angle. Oh, thank God. Yeah, that was close. 'Tis globe. That's what we've got. Fantasy. Nathan Oakley's in the same place. He's getting an angle, because I don't think he's ever measured an angle, has he? Essie? I don't think he's ever done that himself.
I would bet he has. Well, first he said he has, right? And then he said he watched his sister do it. So I don't know.
So he could have just been handed an angle, like a bit like Ruhif, right? There's an angle that's there. Nobody knows how you got the angle, but you're in possession of an angle. What are you going to do with it? Well, you check a book. You can talk about it for a bit, and then you're going to say at the end of it that there's some sort of conclusion.
Yeah, one says "'tis globe,"
yeah,
and the other one says "'tis flat."
Flat. Yeah, it proves flat. Proves globe. No, flat. No globe. Nathan Oakley, Ruhif, both getting upset about what you can do with an angle. I can't
Ruhif also
make it any clearer. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, Ruhif also said earlier that if he has a distance and an angle, he can get the angular size of something. So that's not just an angle.
Well, the angular size is just the size of an angle.
Right. So even if he had just an angle, he earlier claimed that he has to have a distance as well to do whatever else he wants to do. So that's not just an angle. It's a measurement.
Well, like I was saying about the Stadia hairs, you don't need the angle. You measure a vertical distance within the crosshairs. That's what you need, and then you times it by 100 to find the distance that vertical thing is away from. So would you call that angular size, or would you call that the actual size?
Actual, yes.
Yeah, because it is an actual measurement, and you use the actual size to predict a distance thing. So when these people talk about angular size, they're talking about the size of the angle. There's no difference between an angle and the size of the angle. When you're talking about actual size of something, then you can talk about the Stadia hairs and how they're actually used in reality. Nothing to do with the angle or the angular size. It's just the vertical distance that's measured within the device. Could I'm not going to be doing this for just a guess? Obviously, Ruhif's not going to have anything. I don't want to miss you out on in 2 minutes. Ruhif is that to calculate it or just to have a guess? A reveal.
Ruhif threw down the gauntlet.
It's to try and fix
24 hours, otherwise the Earth explodes.
That's really weird.
No, he's got 24 hours to show that he can actually do geometry. Anyway, give me 2 minutes while I fix this computer.
Actually do geometry? What's he talking about?
He's not doing geometry.
I don't know if he knows what geometry is.
It's almost there, buddy.
I'm pretty convinced he doesn't, but now.
Can I remember QE setting me tasks that I had to do as well? But a bit similar to this. Almost as though it's a diversionary tactic again.
Is that some sort of progress bar or something?
Maybe come back in 10 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ruhif, hot mic.
No. I don't have a hot mic because I'm turning off the... Sorry, can you hear me talking to my son?
Yeah.
I thought I turned
That's why
the
I
mic.
told you had a hot mic.
Yeah, he doesn't have a hot mic. Yes, you did. You
No,
had
I
a
don't
hot
think so
mic.
either. Really?
Yes.
I've got a...
Why would somebody tell you you've got a hot mic if you didn't have a hot mic?
Okay,
We're
so
not into
just to
lying
be-
to people around here, you know.
No, I know, but I mean, I've got a... hang on. Which microphone am I on?
Yeah, but he just assumed we weren't telling the truth for some reason.
Output device, input device.
Aha. All right. I'm going to start talking and then go quiet. With...
Well, that
Did that
sounds
work?
better. Oh,
yeah.
you came
so
back.
my input was wrong. Right. Yeah. So I'll give you 24 hours to do.
Have
the
you
geometry.
stalled for long enough yet? What? Is 4.5 millirads a good one?
Yeah. I'll give you 24 hours, Bev.
Is
to see if you
4.5
can do
millirads a good guess? An estimate. I'll just have a guess. Now,
He's just done it for you. There you go, Ruhif. So now your turn.
what do we do with that?
show me the formula.
What was your prediction?
All you needed was a prediction. Yours was 4.5, so
No,
his
I
is
want to
too.
know
There you go.
Yeah, yeah.
whether Bev
Done.
Can do
And
the
just out
geometry.
of courtesy,
He did it. He
We'll
just
give
did it.
Ruhif 24 hours, right? Just out of courtesy.
Yeah.
I should give him 12.
No, he was going to show us now. What's he doing with the angle?
Oh, I know.
He just
Oh,
predicted.
we're never going to get it out of him now. He's stalled and stalled and stalled forever.
Predict.
He's,
Predict.
he's never going to support his claim. Ever.
Fuck, how do I stop sharing my screen?
He's
Do you know-
full of bluster and hot air and no actual substance.
You need a right angle triangle usually, don't you, to do anything with it
You're
for
here now,
Pythagoras?
Ruhif. We're all here now. We're having
and I
class
wanna know-
right now.
I want to know
So,
how many of you
come on,
guys
support
cannot do
your claim.
geometry. Yeah, you guys are talking
It
about the
doesn't matter
geometry of
what
the
we
Earth.
can or can't do, Ruhif. This is your
It
claim.
does.
You've come in
It
here
does.
telling us you are able to do this.
Yeah,
Please
you guys are
show
telling
us
people,
how you are able to do this.
Paige, relax. You guys tell us
No,
the
I agree
geometry
with
of the
Paige.
You
Earth.
have
Come on,
stalled
Ruhif.
and
You have
stalled
to show
and
it, right?
stalled.
You
Yeah.
tested Bev. You've tested
So,
the panel.
has Bev
Come
said
on,
he
man.
cannot do it?
What have you
You're
shown?
pathetic,
Has
Ruhif.
Bev
Absolutely
said that he is
pathetic.
incapable?
You've shown us, Ruhif, that you cannot
I want
do
a
it.
quote from you, Bev.
You are full. Shown us, Ruhif, that you can.
Absolutely
Said that he is
pathetic.
incapable.
You've shown us, Ruhif, that you
I
cannot
want
do
a
it.
quote from you, Bev.
You are full of shite. Everyone knows it. They can all hear you stalling. Stalling. I think I'd say they're similar to Nathan Oakley too. As exactly the same as I'm saying to Ruhif right now. Exactly the same has come out of Nathan Oakley about this angle. Everyone knows it. They can all hear you stalling. They're stalling from giving the answer that should be really simple. But you can't do it.
And that's why I want a soundbite from you saying I'm incapable of doing this.
You
geometry.
are
Can you give that
incapable of
soundbite?
doing it, Ruhif. Everyone will agree.
You are incapable because you're not doing
Sounds
it.
very
Instead
familiar.
Of just getting
Yeah.
the screen share out and doing it, you are literally demonstrating you can't do it.
And he's given us the sound.
This is so bad.
Oh man, is it ever?
I don't know how much more you can go over this. Like, Ruhif's got nothing, and Nathan a similar sort of conversation. Brian at least said that he had a triangle. So Brian was at least admitted that he was using a triangle.
Yeah, and he went through a lengthy explanation, so tip my hat off to him.
But yeah, that's
But this-
impossible what he was doing, right? Brian was exposed as, you know, he was using more than an angle, and he completely admits that. Whereas
but at least he
Nathan and
tried.
Ruhif aren't. They're not even engaging in the conversation. They're doing a very, very similar tactic. Him,
Both did
Nathan,
not
QE,
ask-
Ruhif.
Well, when I asked Nathan, he didn't answer. I asked him this very question. What do you do after your angle? What's the first three things I told him you do when you take your angle? And he didn't answer.
Well, if we go back to the origination of this conversation, wasn't who was it? Sleeping Warrior talked to Nathan about this conversation, wasn't it?
Well, it was it was about the angle, right? And this is the conversation about the angle that we had. And this is what Nathan got upset about. This is the conversation. Now, QE imagines that we don't know anything about geometry. And Nathan's also got that understanding. He's told everybody that. And yeah, this is the angle conversation. Nathan specifically said the particular comment that he got upset about was the fact that we said you can do fuck all with an angle. This is the conversation. This is where it started. This is what Nathan imagined was about him. He told everybody publicly that this was us that was doing this towards him. I told him. That's why I went over there to find out what it was all about. And Nathan said it was particularly about this conversation, this argument that we put across, and how wrong we were about it. And he expressed how wrong we were about it very publicly and very similarly to Ruhif. Never to talk about it anymore. Just forget it even occurred. But today, Nathan Oakley put me on a list with Bob and Jaren as people that are attacking him. He's delusional. He thinks this conversation was an attack on him. Do you reckon he'll back down and say sorry? After the public fucking display that him and QE have gone through.
Well, I've heard him apologize for flying off the handle, but then continuing to name call and the rest of it. So it depends on what you consider him apologizing for something for.
Yeah. Well, I don't think I'd be able to accept an apology anyway, because he's made it so public that he's obviously trying to cause drama. I think he got paid to do it for whatever reason, and I hope he got paid well. Because he's going to have to continue this now. He's jumped into bed with Ruhif about an angle.
I would expect, if I'm going to predict a prediction, I think it'll be I will predict another non-apology, if at all. I don't know.
I think they'll just ignore it now. It's going to get embarrassing, isn't it? People will start asking him, well, what can he do? Ruhif didn't have anything. Ruhif's got nothing. What's Nathan got? Will people dare ask Nathan what he's got with his angle? Who knows? I know he's not going to tell me. Rob says he can't back down now. He's made 2023 the year of the sexton. Again. Wow, that's 3 years on the trot. That'll be great.
It's funny that I've heard said what you're saying and what's being said is undermines their entire argument. So if that's the case,
yeah,
you it's like you win already, because they're saying if there's such a thing as winning in this thing, they're already saying that it undermines their entire thing.
The fact that angles, you can
the
do
year of the
all
angle
with an angle. Yeah.
Isn't there a song, The Year of the Cat? Well, this could be the year of the angle.
Oh, strange. Okay, I think that's going to be enough for tonight. It's very late.
Yeah.
6-hour show. Wow. Well, that's Nathan Oakley sorted. I think I don't think we'll need to go over this sort of stuff much simpler. Over 2 years ago, approaching 3, could be near 3 years, and Nathan Oakley's getting upset, thinking it's about him. Obviously, it's not. Or that argument wasn't made for Nathan Oakley. It was made to tell people you can't do fantastic things with just an angle, or however much you want to imagine that you can. You just because you've put a Superman cape on, or somebody else's give you a Superman cape, it doesn't mean you can do miracles and magic with angles that normal people can't. You don't have any special superhero abilities for being a flat earther. You can't do fantastic things with angles just because you imagine a model. Doesn't work like that. Proofs don't work like that. Arguments don't work like that. Thanks for listening. Let's see. We get a Buster song. we got? One chance. Here we go. Anyone final words? I don't want to have to go through.
Who's roasting who? Who's roasting who?
I'm still waiting to figure out that QE's thing about having to have a horizon in order to get a horizontal sounds very similar to what Rufus was saying here in this video.
Yeah. Too many similarities for my liking too.
Yeah.
You should watch for similarities. Join us tomorrow. Tomorrow is Euclid Day, but again, probably just finishing off this year. Hopefully try and sort out something for the new year. We've got Advanced Simplicity coming. Join us tomorrow. Thanks for listening.
Confidence in the things that I know. I have enough wisdom to see the logic will be shown. I got one chance to show you what I got. I got one chance to show I'm confident or not. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, and the fools are running away. It's not what you say, it's only what you can prove. You better watch your step, you better mind your P's and Q's. You got one chance, show me what you got. You got one chance, show you confident or not. Don't get caught in a matrix of all of these fakers. Society's spinning, and I'm just here living on the ground. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, logically thinking, and the fools are running away. You're flipping over backwards to show me where you think you are. Your model dictates that you never see too far. Shrinking in the distance,